Welcome back, everyone. This is the Night Shift, and now we turn our attention on North America. ZP here.
Guys, if you're still balding in 2026, what are you doing? There's an easy solution. It doesn't cost tens of thousands of dollars.
Washed.
Hey,
He's washed anyway. I'm not washed. He's washed, bro. Look at him. He's got grey in the beard, bro. It's over for this guy.
At least I can grow out a better beard than what you got on your face.
What do you mean?
You have to distract from your face with your like skin or your snakeskin shirt and all your flashy shirts because you don't want people looking at your cute little face.
Why is he revealing my secrets to people, ZP, bro? ZP does that too, bro. That's fine.
Look,
you know?
Wait, a hoodie? Yeah, I'm wearing a hoodie right now. That's no problem. Look, look. As far as this goes, you know, it's still a relaxed show. You don't have to go in for an online broadcast and bring out the suit jacket and blazer. You know, it's actually 2026.
I'm just happy we're not all live in a studio together with Uber eating his pork and broccli and letting out some of the dankest farts I've ever smelled in a tightly confined room with barely any AC. So at least I can smell my own farts here at home. And
that was not that diet. That was the beer I drank every night until 5 a.m. That was what that was. Honestly, right now, like, guys, chicken and broccoli and rice, motility is great. Honestly, everything's working as intended right now, and there's no stinky farts. So thank you, Jason.
Well, you know, no. This is where I will take control. We're going to talk about the bracket. We are deviating from this conversation because we got NA teams to talk about. It's FPS Lounge versus Bird with Clock, but also you could argue it's Floormen versus Bird with Clock because, Jason, coming into the day, this has been a merger of FPS Lounge and Floormen. The recent big NA tournaments, neither of the teams really got the results they wanted. So in classic NA fashion, it's time to merge the streams.
Yeah, isn't this crazy? This feels like a North American thing because I don't really see this ever happen too often in Europe. It's if you're a team who consistently loses, let's say like X amount of weeks, let's just call it 4 or 5 weeks, then there's gonna be a big roster shuffle. It seems to always happen in this region nonstop. But hey, you know, credit to them. If they're not happy with what they're currently doing, if the team's currently not working out, you might as well switch some things up until you can find that magic formula to get those victories against, I guess, the best team in North America of Melee Creeps. And with this kind of conglomeration, you're getting to cut some like old players who played previously like on Melee Creeps like AVG and Low Main back yet again together on a team, which is kind of exciting.
And honestly, like we talked to AVG a bunch of times, you know, over the months. But last year, like he kind of mentioned, the NA does have that mixed vibe where like they really are still trying to find that best combination of chemistry. It takes teams ages to find that sometimes. So there's definitely a willingness to chop and change and mix and match to try and get the results. Do it now when the stakes are maybe a little lower than in the future. You know, when obviously we bring on all this sponsor revenue and just start cramming money down our players' throats.
You know, the funny part is that they actually do have players signed and they are getting, you know, sponsor money right now. And even still, you get a little bit of roster mania. You can't stop NA from.
It's about the dubs, man.
But look, it is about the dubs. But also, a pretty big dub here on the Night Shift production is that we got a new silver skin. Of course, we were watching you saw it, but it's top of show. We're going to promo it once more. And of course, this was courtesy of Aze and Killinger, who, you know, worked together. We got a fancy silver here, and, you know, Mitch, does this meet your suit standards? It's not quite, you know, there's no dragons on the shirt or anything, but, you know, it's respectable, yes?
Listen, I say this respectfully and mostly platonically. I love a lady in a suit. This outfit is great. Obviously, the waistcoat as well. Waistcoat, excuse me, with a cravat. I'm a cravat enjoyer myself. I just love the care and detail that's gone into the skin. Obviously, Killinger, you know, with the concept designs and, you know, Aze for actually bringing it to life. It's really cool. We have something that, like, is kind of born of the people that have been involved in Night Shift and also released to the public as a result of everyone's involvement. We got to 1,500 subs last week. We released this skin. I love everything. The splash art looks astonishing. It looks awesome in game. And hey, it's a great time to put a silver skin in the game because she's getting first picked every match.
Every match, man. Every match. Like, when are we going to start to say silver's OP? I think it's pretty safe to say, or no? Because she's so core to every composition, to every team out there. Maybe not OP, because Paradox was also core to like basically every comp as well. But man, silver, the reset mechanics are so hard to balance.
Inflation with a $50 tip. Let's go, baby. Thank you.
You know, there's economic jokes to be made there, but we're a little bit too classy for that. But yeah, I mean, I think the big difference though in NA is that from our results, just looking down the scrims, teams were banning silver. They weren't dealing with it whatsoever. So NA may have a different look at it. We may have seen the last silver of the day with Hoot. I suppose we'll have to see, but let's get down into it. We got rosters to break down, starting with the new FPS Lounge. which again, if you just woke up from a 2-week coma, you may go, wait, there's a lot of floormen on this roster. They pick up Average, Xeno, and DMB, Snakes, Hydration, and Lord NM off. They go, of course, Lord NM was in as a sub for Rocane previously. So there's basically substitutions coming in over the weekend, but now, Lord NM is off. Hydration, Snakes, who were permanent team members, also gone. Jason, how long is it until we see Hydration and Rocker on a brand new team that comes back in and out of nowhere and takes number 1 in NA?
Oh, okay. Well, can we take out the number 1 part in NA and then I can give you an answer?
No, go for it. Wherever you want to put
number 1 out.
That's the operative part, but okay.
Like 2 weeks, I think we'll see a new team come together from Hydration and Co. Till the number 1 in NA, honestly, I don't know, man. I think we're already starting to see North America realize we have to start digging deeper into like the top 100 players in NA, because we keep seeing like new names come out. Like Erebus, for instance, was a massive threat, was actually a success we've seen previously for their teams. But then they've realized, okay, there's no hero pool for him. Poppers as well for me kind of came out of nowhere, but did have like steady play and competitive play. But I think we're seeing these teams start to like look at more and more players that they could bring into the roster outside of the norm, because there's only so many like switch ups you can do in compositions and players and rosters in the team before you eventually say, okay, well, this just isn't going to work with these set players. Like I can't play with X, Y, and Z. But I don't know, man. I think it's going to take a while, because NA does seem to be super ultra competitive, and the pool of players, it kind of indirectly feels like it's shrinking, because a lot of the names we would normally see just aren't really on teams anymore.
Mitch, overall in esports, what is the success rate of a team rebuild of this nature in week 1 of the rebuild? Because this is a very new permutation here. Like this roster all just got together. How does that temper your expectations for the first week when it's a 6-player game and you've quite literally replaced half your team?
I mean, a lot in general, right? We've seen plenty of like outlier stories about these mixed squads coming together, and honestly, a lot of them were in the early stages of like, competitive FPS titles where these mixed squads come together and have great impact, right? I do think that you're not as far behind the more established squads when you sort of come together and mix it up. And if you look at this team, we've got a bunch of individuals who are very, very good at plug and play, and just having a huge impact in general. So I've got I'm expecting plenty from these guys. I think that, this Bird with Clock team obviously stumbled last week, up against work in progress. And that's also something that maybe furrows my brow a little bit. I'm just happy to see Average, back in this team. Is always great to hear from. Really impactful player. And I think this FPS lounge is pretty terrifying.
Well, speaking of the opposition, we got to talk about Bird with Clock, where some people, if you didn't see the tweet and were wondering about it, work in progress, they had scheduling issues, so they were not able to play this week. That's why we're not seeing their return. Off on the Graveyard Shift, we did do an interview with Biscuit and got her thoughts on the scene and, things to look forward to for work in progress. So if you're curious, definitely check that out. Available to our subscribers and Patreons on our YouTube, and I think directly on Patreon. But Jason, as we look at the Bird with Clock roster, they've been taking some interesting looks here. Just taking a look at how they've been changing things up over the last week. I mean, this is a team that's not afraid to head out there, throw some, not only Geist into the mix, but even Dynamo.
And even, well, okay, yeah, for sure. I mean, especially the Geist and Dynamo, which isn't seeming to be picked too often, especially the Geist, which I can, every time her name is mentioned, I can just hear Puckett. He's just sitting there, whatever he's doing at the moment, and then just all of a sudden, like, is someone talking about me? Is someone talking about Geist and how much he hates her? And no one really plays her anymore, so it's cool to see that they're really able to experiment in that. But when I look at this team, though, ZP, I think of Arctic, and I think of the NSO, and I think of his 18-0 Shiv run that he had, which was insane. I think of Tanner, bullying you in high school, but hopefully he's apologized since then. He's been doing better. I think the one really weird thing about this team for me is that Gibbs, I think he's like one of the best Vipers in North America, though doesn't really get to play that kind of role. But also Matt, who back when I think it was Poshy Pop was on BWC, he was talking about Matt as someone they for sure want to like get in the roster. They have such high respect for him, but he doesn't really seem to be playing necessarily these roles where he can carry too heavily, or they don't really rely on him to carry. It's more of Arctic these days.
And I think like watching this team last week, CP, they honestly drafted a pretty nice composition in that Challenger game, right? They managed to get Silver, GT, Victor, and Viscous, but it was actually part of our conversation about Mirage and his sort of generational fall off from, being a dominant pick in this game. That was when we started, well, it wasn't the start of it, but definitely further the discussion about perhaps this class of like sustained damage dealer, ricochet inhibitor carrying sort of, gun-based hero is kind of, fallen off the wagon, so to speak.
Yeah, at the very least, if Mirage is the main thing you're putting all your eggs into. Earlier today in EU, we actually saw Mirage like win for the first time in a while, but it was essentially off this idea that you backed up with a Ven, you ran a Calico with it, and Mirage wasn't the main show, which Bird with Clock tried to do last week, which, as you mentioned, just has not been a thing that's really been working whatsoever. So I think at the very minimum, I don't even think they're gonna play Mirage based on the scrims, but if they do, I think the blueprint to a good Mirage is a little bit different. But NA, do you have the draft? They have the draft ready.
That's
Mitch,
crazy.
This is unbelievable. We don't have a player in the bathroom.
Okay. I'm impressed. Also, do we get a Moen Crew 1v1, or was I just blind?
No, I have to get the whip out. So normally I've been trusting the players to do the Moen Krill 1v1 on their own, and I message peer content, and the response I get is, oh, we just flipped a coin. So yeah, okay. The players have lost some of their autonomy here. I will have to hold their hand for the Moen Krill 1v1. That's why we didn't get one, but off the coin flip, I think Bird with Clock may have won the coin flip. I don't know, but Jason, we need a firmer hand.
We have Beltbringer and we have Zwip coming in. I kind of like where this is going. This is interesting. Yeah, so we see Dortmund right off the bat here. Pocket as well. I think, I feel like, honestly, I feel like I'm a god, because I've been saying forever that Pocket is insanely strong, and I'm surprised to not see more teams play him, and then all of a sudden, or play them, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, Pocket is really good, and then we start to see Pocket being picked more consistently. But it's such a consistent ban these days. Silver as well been picked up right off the bat. I do kind of wonder, like, will Bird with Clock lean on Arctic yet again here with a potential like Shiv pickup later down the line? More importantly, I think ZP, with the change of rosters we've had for FPS Lounge, I'm not really sure who's playing what position, and I'm not really sure what players are going to be proud what heroes when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, we got a few previews in the scrims, but because it's so exploratory, it also may have changed in the last days. So I think, we'll save some of that speculation, see who's playing on what there, because a lot of the hero pools do overlap, and you could create reasonable theories for who's on what, but, we'll just have to see how it goes. Now, the big thing I see here is, we did get a little bit insight into the scrims, Mitch, and, one of the things we saw was that Bird with Clock, they were picking GT every game and winning with it. So FPS Lounge, they've kind of made this interesting decision of you can have silver, but we want the GT. It's interesting, though, because you look at how EU went, I wonder if that's the right call.
I mean, again, he's an absolute pain to lane against. For example, the Rain of Arrows change has also made him pretty darn impactful in the early game if you're actually getting some of those gun items before you transition over to more spirit-focused builds. So, very powerful pick, but I mean, I'm not going to complain with Silver, Victor, and Paradox all being picked up. I mean, we saw Pocket banned out. I think Paradox pick is still grounds for a potential Sinclair answer, because we're looking to emulate or find a way to create that level of pick pressure now that Paradox has gone over to Bird with Clock.
Jason,
what's one way to counter a Victor with 3 lives? A Sinclair with like 3 lives, especially if you can live long enough to get your shocker animation back up again to steal. The thing is, I don't really hate Sinclair as well. I think what we're already seeing with Bird with Clock, it's a lot of like zone control. The fact that you have Silver to kind of run around and be aggressive in the front lines. You have Victor who can just kind of sit towards the urns, is a formidable force you have to push away. You have a Paradox who can be exceptionally good when it comes to steals and swapping players away from the urn as well if you do get in those situations. I don't really hate. I actually kind of like Bird with Clock at the moment, but FPS Lounge, I think you asked Mitch this question earlier on about what's the chance of someone coming in week 1 winning. I think we can't really underestimate the honeymoon period when it comes to teams, because you kind of get on this like internal high within the roster, and that can carry you through a lot of matches.
Should have invoked the concept of the honeymoon period, but honestly, I sort of wanted to veer away from that. But you're right. I mean, sometimes teams just come together and gel well early before they start to run into interpersonal issues. This comp's looking scary, though. We saw Lomane playing the Viscous ZP in their Challenger game. Obviously, being out of Cube, Paradox, for example, or Cube on your teammates when affected, is going to be pretty important. Just that level of invulnerability you can impose in a brief window is super powerful.
Yeah, and also the interesting thing here is that, Viscous high priority in both EU and NA, and also just, I think, in general, some of the AoE fights you get into. Bird with Clock, though, their front line has been kind of unique. I don't know if they're going to go with, now they have the Victor, but they were pairing up Shiv Geist pretty reliably. And yeah, okay, they go for it again. They bring in the Geist. So this is, Jason, you look at this draft, it's about as frontline heavy as you're going to get between Victor, Silver, who's like quasi frontline, Shiv, Lady Geist. I mean, you don't have a lot of easy targets to dive on here for FPS Lounge.
Yeah, you really don't. And I think Viper is not necessarily a terrible pickup into this either. I think the Petrifying Bola gives you a lot of control, gives you kill potential on Geist, so she can't soul exchange you to end up healing up, a decent amount Also, a lot of execute potential with the Viper, but you're very right. I mean, like for Bird with Clock, I'm trying to think, what would you round out this 5 picks with?
What?
If Rem was available, I would definitely say Rem for sure, but is there room for a Dynamo in here, potentially? I mean, you have to worry about petrifying Bola.
I mean, the Apollo is getting my eyebrows raised. Obviously, someone who's like very aggressive in lane, wants to try and roam as much as possible early. Yamato, okay. Yamato does not want to lane against Apollo, by the way, because it's far too easy to block Power Slash with Riposte. You need to watch out for that interaction. But Apollo's going to be hella aggressive early, but late game, that's what I'm looking for, to see what Apollo's supposed to achieve.
Well, the interesting thing is that the people have been theory crafting more Apollo gun builds with some of the changes that came in, but this is a little bit wild. I don't even know if this came through in some of the scrim data. I look at this and it's, on one hand, I'm just kind of sitting here questioning quite a bit. On the other hand, Jason, I was talking to you just a bit ago about, the front line and the tankiness here. I mean, throwing in Yamato, that's another historical frontliner here. I mean, Bird with Clock, they're going full on the no one in our team is like remotely an easy pick off. The closest you get is Paradox. And even then, I mean, Paradox is able to stay alive longer than the norm just by things like wall, swap, etc. So, I mean, Bird with Clock, they've really gone forward on the we can't die comp.
Yeah, you can't kill them. That's kind of crazy.
How do you fight them on Urn? I genuinely think you cannot fight them at Urn anymore with this. I mean, yeah, you can shoot the power shots from range for GT, but again, look how tanky they're gonna be. It's not gonna matter a whole lot.
Yeah. I mean, between Soul Exchange, Shadow Transformation, Shiv's like bloodletting down to clear that like deferred damage, Victor obviously coming back. This is such a pain in the neck to deal with.
I wish we were like podcasts right now, because this is kind of, I don't know how you two feel about this one. Drafting a comp based specifically around urns, should that exist in the game? Is that a healthy thing for the game, that you draft specifically for urns? I'm trying to think of a way to go ahead.
I think in general, you can draft comps for various different things in the game, and it's totally fine. There's like pros and cons to all of it, right? Is that we've had metas where you draft for lane power, and you look at the entire draft, and everything is based around the idea of win lane, snowball the game. Then we have had, particularly circle-based drafts recently, where especially when the Urn was full-on melee, people were trying to flood the zone for specific Urn fights here. This is now a you can't die comp, which kind of makes a little bit sense for the King of the Hill Urn, and that how are you going to remove all of them from the point in time before someone has to back off? It's going to be pretty difficult. And then we also have comps, good at mid boss. Comps are, better at macro pushing, in terms of comps or metas where you want an Infernus split pushing or, Wraith split pushing. So the way I see it is that different metas are going to favor different things, but like building a comp around one part of the game, it's totally fine. It's just, Mitch, if you do that, you need to make sure you win that part of the game. Otherwise, you're not going to have much left of the tank for the other aspects you might be weaker at.
It could be worse. We could all be stacking Trophy Collector and Death Balling. That was a fun meta to be a part of here. So again, like this is a comp obviously that's like a bit around being potent team fighting force. I do think that FPS Lounge can just lean into their strong laning through like GT, Venator, Apollo as well, super active early on. Viscous can be really potent there. But obviously, Bird with Clock want to, set up for really advantageous team fights. And FPS Lounge, they do have a level of skill expression they can undo these kind of comps with, right? Like Eternal Lusan can deny healing. Obviously, Venator can just burst people down very quickly, with Iridomini when it's like leveled up properly. So, do we get Grey Talon stacks? All of a sudden, this idea of grouping up and having like a really nice team fighting comp, well, you struggle when you got +10, +10, +10 every 5 minutes.
Actually, Jason, it's so funny Mitch brings up GT stacks here because, in terms of who's your easy hero to get a GT stack against for Bird with Clock? Because a lot of these heroes, if they get low HP, they're probably going to go on. Yeah, you look for Paradox, perhaps, but the rest of it is just, it's not going to be the easiest game, I think, for GT to get a lot of stacks.
Guys can't Soul Exchange if no one's near it, bro. Just blow her up.
Right.
Blow her up.
I mean, the thing is, it's tough because you can't... Interacting with Viper's lane with Bird is really difficult because you're expecting the lethal venom to probably get the kill, so it's hard to like sync that to like stop damage so the GT Bird could clean up the kill. I don't know. They're too tanky. I feel like with Bird with Clock for even reliably get stacks. But I'm thinking if FPS Lounge, like I'm thinking strategy wise, if they can't really contest Urns, if it goes an ideal world for Bird with Clock, is where do they make up the loss of Urns for FPS Lounge? They don't really have someone who can split push. I guess technically Viper can. They don't really have a good comp based off of mid control either. I mean, they have somewhat, but again, I still would not want to fight against Bird with Clock with a Paradox, and you have 5 players who can just sit on top of the rejuves. I'm trying to think, where does FPS Lounge have the advantage in this game.
I think arguably it's still a lane advantage. I mean, Apollo in the very beginning of the lane is still a really strong laner. I think you can make the argument. It's not the strongest argument. Like, I think the advantage is, you know, smaller rather than some of the bigger lane blowouts we've seen. But I think they do have an edge in laning. And then from there on out, they're going to try to, you know, manipulate situations to stop Bird with Clock from having a full team fight. But we have yapped enough about the draft. It's time to get the game underway. On the cast, it's going to be Uber with Jason. Mitch, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, there's a couple of key differences between these comps. We've kind of highlighted many of them here. I do want to see what the transition out of the early lane looks like for this FPS Lounge composition. It can be quite oppressive, but it's always a matter of snowballing that advantage and holding onto a lead, because once Bird with Clock decides to set up, stake out, and have a full-scale fight around an urn or something, Jason, you're right. They look absolutely terrifying there. We're going to see Apollo with the Viper on the left side of the map here for FPS Lounge. GT in mid, unsurprisingly, is Venator Viscous on that right-hand side.
It's a decent amount of poke on this lane here for FPS Lounge, too, and I definitely see a lot of kill potential here. You know, we didn't really get to talk too much when it came to rosters about individual players and kind of the effect they have on potential picks and meta within its own specific game. I think is when you look at, like, Letha as a player, you know he always has like a pocket Infernus, which is something you have to respect. I mean, it doesn't even matter if Infernus isn't in the meta. His Infernus is so good. His M1 is so good. They have to give extra caution to that. I think Xeno as well, who shows he can play support, he can play like Doorman extremely well when he never really played it before, and he just seemed to be naturally good at it. Something you have to be careful of. Low main again. He also has insane hero pool, insane movement as well. I think the one semi overlap I see within this comp or within this team though is like Left and DMB in particular, who kind of filled the same role for their previous teams, and how it's going to work out with flexing between them is going to be definitely interesting to see. But I think Bird with Clock, I think it's going to be difficult, even though you've had scrims over the course of the week, to really put their finger down on what to expect from FPS Lounge because of, again, the players they have, and they can just pretty much just try anything considering they're so new together.
Got a double monster round buy up here for this Venator Viscous lane. So that should tell you everything you need to know about how successful Left and Low Man expect to be early on. They are going to get shoved on in. A little bit uncomfortable, to say the least. If you go to the left-hand side of the map here, this is obviously where Gibbs is set up on the Paradox. It's a Paradox Shiv look. Going up against this Apollo Viper, as we mentioned earlier on. Against when Apollo gets some points in Flawless Advance. Gets pretty darn annoying to try and trade with them adequately. And there it is. Yep, Xeno going to be able to make the moves. Be a little bit hard to catch out.
I think this is kind of deadly though for FPS Lounge. People forget that Xeno, he's been willing to play support on Floorman, even though he naturally wasn't a support player when we saw him back in the day. He played like a lot of Yamato, played a lot of other heroes as well, but he's a very aggressive player, I would say. So them going, you know, supportless here, I would, well, not technically not supportless because you have Loman obviously there. It's a whole nother level of depth that this team can have together as a group. I've seen the Abrams in mid. I'm not sure how I feel about this Abrams GT. That's kind of, I feel like a lane that you don't really win. I think you can do a lot of poke if you can get the Spirit Snares down, like with a charge combo. You can do some decent damage on through. But for me, this isn't a lane I'm expecting to really see them win, especially when you're up against a Silver and Geist, who's going to have just so much sustain. Yeah,
it is. I mean, we've already seen just how sort of brutal it is to play into. Nice timing there. Boxes coming up at just the right moment for AVG to complete that run. Heading over towards the right-hand side. This is obviously your 3-minute mark. We'll start to see him circle back. Same's happening to the right-hand side of the map for Bird with Clock, and Silver's been ubiquitous right now in our competitive deadlock games. She is that good. Rain of Arrows, a mild annoyance, but that's about it, if I'm honest with you. Back to the left-hand side. Remember, this is into the Viper and Apollo lane. Nice little catch with the carbine there. Drops Xeno quite low, and FPS Lounge are on the back foot here.
Yeah, you can't underestimate Arctic on Shiv, and I think with the comp they have too, he's going to be allowed to build a lot more aggressive in terms of damage. Typically, you'll see a Shiv build extremely tanky, soak up a lot of damage, play the you know, front line, slice and dice their way in and out of these fights, use movement to their best ability. But I think
we've been your partner for life on 2 wheels for nearly 2 decades, with the largest assortment of gear, the best brands, and the latest tech.
You already seen the pressure being applied here. As long as he's hitting serrated blades up against Xeno, especially with the Kinetic Carbines landing as well, they're relatively easy to hit. So a lot of sustained damage you're able to do, forcing extra regen out already off the bat here out of Xeno, as aggression has come on in here, looking for the flawless advances straight on over to Arctic. It does get him extremely low here, Mitch.
Yeah, obviously if you Sigil while you're dashing, it like carries you to your max distance and then immediately pops back on Sigil without there being a slight delay. So it's kind of nice, kind of hard to predict how close the enemy Apollo is going to be able to get towards you before they pop that. Is not really an obvious animation. So obviously trades really well in lane, but Viscous on the right-hand side of the map. Lomane is definitely feeling it now, and oh god, Matt is on the chase. Leffa being accosted here. Gut shot available. Apparently not. Power slash to follow him up, and he has barely dragged himself out of that right side.
Yeah, actually, I'm looking at this lane. I don't really know who wins it off the top of my head. It's like Venator and Viscous together. That's like that's a decent sustain. You have knockback, you have cube, you have like the puddle punch as well to be extremely annoying. But you're seeing like Tanner, he's being this like front line in this lane with relative ease. This Gibbs gonna be the first one to fall here on this left-hand side, and the chase are coming onto Arctic as well.
That's not ideal at all. Yeah, eventually, you know, Xeno and DMB get their ultimates, but don't actually use that in that previous fight. I think it's pretty volatile, that lane. And I think if Xeno and DMB come back in, yeah, like 4K odd souls, now you definitely got to respect them because they've got Bowler and Etani Lusan active. There's like multiple sources of like healing negation on that left-hand side lane. So that's something to bear in mind.
I mean, the fact that you can like Bola into Etani Lusan, you're locking someone
Pretty
down
good.
for such a long time as well.
It's good
That's
now.
really hard.
Obviously, like Etani Lusan is so trivial to cleanse off when you have a counterspell, right? Because you just wait for the mark to sort of detonate. So you got to make use of it, I think, early in the game if your opponents are planning to try and itemize against it.
Yeah, I mean, counterspell, I think we've seen got quite a bit in value. I think when you have a Viper, it's also it's not necessarily a must-buy. The fact that you can stop an owl coming out of GT, you can stop a lot of damage that Xeno can do, puddle punches as well. I think it's almost like a buy you have to go for. Even maybe Dispel Magic paired in here as well for the lethal venoms that are going to be coming your way.
There's like a lot of predictable stuff I think you want to try and bring that in against. On board though with Tanner, right-hand side of the map, definitely trying to push up. Obviously, Ultimate online, so more than just a bit of an issue to deal with, despite how nice the damage offering is for that FPS Lounge lane.
And it seems like pressure across the map. It's been FPS Lounge's left-hand side. I mean, technically their Guardian is actually lower in the two as they did get the initial kills on this side. But off the rest of the lanes, the FPS Lounge has actually been on the back foot in middle and right lane. But middle we kind of expected. Left lane needs to make some work here for FPS Lounge, considering they're in a stronger lane for their opponents.
Selective here, and it's going to be the Etani Lusan on a Gibbs. The detonation goes off, and Xeno has that damage there. Sometimes Etani Lusan can put you deep in enemy territory, but I don't think Xeno was bothered at all. Nicely done, and again, this very powerful, very oppressive lane for FPS Lounge is not going to go to work on this Guardian.
It's kind of crazy if you think about it, because there's like an execute mechanic in Lethal Venom and Etani Lusan. So if you're ever like half HP, you're probably dead if they have ultimates online here. I think the counter fight though coming on out here, trying to lead the charge is Gibbs, and they should be able to clean this one up on a DMB. He gets around the corner. I might have spoken too early here, Mitch. It looks like he actually might survive. No, never mind. He's dead.
Not to be.
And he got turned into your, or she got turned into your shirt, probably.
Crazy, right? Okay. I'm a Viper enjoyer. This is fake. It's just clearly an homage to Viper. All right, back up. We haven't seen mid much at all. Again, it's been, I wouldn't say it's been nearly as fight heavy, right? Two, you know, fairly effective sustain lanes. Geist is certainly not going to die easily. They are going to eventually push down that Guardian, and they have so much health left on theirs. Yeah, it takes a bit of a commitment, which is going to ultimately force Floz out of the lane. That's right now. I'm just going to go pick up a camp on his way on back. We're going to jump down here. Lomane has fallen. Tan able to find that kill, but nice. Gut shot stun. Attempt at a parry denied.
You finally saw the first owl of the game come out as well into poppers. And it hit Flaws on low HP. And I think Flaws survived with like sub 50 health as he was trying to run away, realizing that the owl was going to be coming on through. So the first owl not going to be getting a plus 10 here as the skirmish is going to continue on this left-hand side. You can already see Xeno very low on HP, but the Guardian has gone down. DMB continuing to be aggressive. Starts things off with a petrifying bola. No, it's time to follow up with.
Surely Gibbs is done here. How far can you extend into this now? Yep, Arctic goes down, and Gibbs going to have to get the heck on out. They are unable to. They took so much free damage there from Xeno while they were trying to chase DMB. And yeah, okay, well, Guardian down. Maybe that was the objective there for Bird with Clock. But FPS Lounge are getting a decent amount of gold onto some pretty relevant, you know, mid-game threats. I'm keeping my eyes on that Apollo. Xeno already up to 7.3. Looking tasty.
I do wonder what the breaking point will be that FPS Lounge can legitimately contest these urns and have pretty good success with it. I mean, DMB at 8.5 already, Xeno at 7.3. That's a definitely an extremely strong start. Decay picked up for Lomane, which I wouldn't be surprised if you seen picked up quite a few more times, because honestly, Decay's quite good on quite a few players against Bird with Clock, but also Scourge might be a huge item to pick up for average here, considering how tanky the rest of Bird with Clock are going to be.
Tanner out of the game yet again. Xeno's got what, 4 kills? in him at this point. Yeah, looking pretty dangerous. Order that heal bane picked up here. So like, you know, your innate sustain that Bird with Clock boasts is being limited inherently by this Apollo kit eventually, and now even more so. Cold front caught here during the flawless advance. Oh, gets the riposte. That's pretty big, and yet the hit and the follow-up is a little bit scary here for Matt. Sort of shot be damned, they still have to back up.
So interesting. Looks like Lep is playing more skirmishy and DMB's being left to split push, which is technically, I'd say, more in line with DMB's wheelhouse. And Lep is definitely more of a skirmisher. This actually might have fit pretty well here with the composition that they're running. Or more so the roster they're running, I should say. The Rusted Barrel Decay picked up here for low main, definitely playing support here.
Yeah, dead giveaway for sure. Here's a pretty short range owl catching on to the silver. Paradoxical swap though, bits poppers low up into the sky with the rain of arrows. 29 solitary points of health, and he's gonna be able to get away. That is nuts. Stride, the follow-up on the stun was good. Low main will take credit.
Xeno's gonna fall on the right hand side. There's a big grouping of players at a Bird with Clock there currently in that position, with low main leaving. It did cost the price for Xeno. This Guardian might fall as well, as they still have 3-man squad here. We still have Urn coming about a minute and 20 seconds, and I think that's gonna be really telling of how Bird with Clock, I'd say more so how FPS Lounge feel about the composition Bird with Clock's running for these Urn controls. The Guardian has gone on the right hand side, a little bit of a skirmish here, but low main probably not in threat of dying anytime soon.
Taking stock though, Jason, that is all of FPS Lounge's Guardians down. They had drafted what we thought was the more oppressive laning comp, but they ultimately lose the race to get all the Guardians by a slim margin, by the way. Oh, this is going to do the victor in, surely. Yep, Thor Savant's going to catch him out. Cold front, not even required. Another Apollo elimination, and you've got to snowball from here, because we know that Apollo can struggle a little bit in the later phase of the game.
I think also this is the second time that FPS Lounge has gotten both buffs. They're really focusing on, actually, I think Bird Clock did get one in the first initial iteration of them, but a movement for average, a gun buff for DMB, and Urn spawning in just 20 seconds of time. I really want to see how this one's going to play out. I think it's going to determine how this game's actually going to go here. Bird Clock are not successful in getting this first Urn and then transition to a second. I just don't see them winning this game, considering what FPS Lounge have, and considering how far DMB is ahead. He's at 12K, man. He is insanely far ahead of everyone.
Yeah, quietly, this Viper might be about to crash in through the game, and with a gun buff, you are certainly looking for opportunities to make use of it. Sharpshooting for poppers. Burst fire coming into the inventory now for DMB, excuse me, DMB. I didn't get my license to do this week. It's stuck in my head.
Oh, I hope you didn't have to go there.
Oh no, it is an existential hellhole. Anyway, paradoxical swap here, bit of a problem. Bowler thrown out though, and maybe just for the escape here. Aura though is active, and eventually the Viper is going to be dragged down. There's really no one here that can intervene. AVG was in the area. I didn't have a chance to make use of that seismic slam, so that is going to be an untraded kill and a nerd snapped up by Bird with Clock.
Yeah, I'm curious why DMB was actually there. Maybe you should expect that many players to jump him, because they had a 2-man squad pushing the right-hand side for the Walker. It didn't seem like they were setting themselves up for a contest on the initial Urn pickup. They are going to have at least the control on the right-hand side for now, especially with 2 players on the left-hand lane. But with DMB down, I mean, he's got to rotate over extremely fast. So does Average as well. He's basically their only front line.
Xeno is in hot pursuit here, Jason. I'm hearing the Owl come out now. Might be to try and again stop the Urn carry, or accosted though instantly by the Victor, who, yes, it was expected would have the revival. Urn being carried now. More passive, there's definitely a fight brewing here, and this is what we get to see. If Bird with Clock's Urn-focused composition can find success, Tanner may even be uncontested here. We will see 3 players in the vicinity for Bird with Clock, and FPS Lounge want none of it.
Yep, they're going for Walkers instead. Big push on the left and mid lane. Kind of what we expected, not really going for the contest, but Average is going to be going down the left-hand side. I don't think they're going to get this Walker here, so not only are they going to lose Urn, they're going to lose the pressure on the Walkers and maybe lose their own on the right-hand side. This is horrible now.
Not good at all. Yeah, losing that 1v1, Jason, is absolutely brutal. Pop's going to come back into the fight on the right-hand side of the map, and they do so with a spring to their step. That's enough to ward Bird with Clock away. But you've lost the Urn, and you took a considerable amount of Walker damage, enough that you feel less bad about your left side Walker, you know, almost being solo pushed down by AVG. Dispel magic here for Xeno, already being picked up, aware of the myriad of effects that could lock him on down.
I'm not sure how you lose a 2v1 up against Arctic, but again, it's Arctic and he's on Shiv, man. He does some serious work here. That's a big swing, man. I mean, it's only like a 3K soul difference at the moment, but I think mentally it's a big swing for FPS Lounge not to get anything off that objective. They realized they weren't strong enough to fight them at the Urn pickup or the Urn tournament.
I just watched double Torment Pulse pick up here for Berber Clock, so definitely pushing hard into that.
Why not, man? Especially if you sit in the front line like this. A little bit of a catch onto Stride. And there's finally Pauper's first +10 of the game here. Not quite stacked as he had hoped to be at this point, Uber, but you'll take the stacks when you can get them.
That is, yeah, that was an interesting encounter to say the least. Now, though, again, we are looking towards FPS Lounge trying to defend this mid-side Walker. Berber Clock chomping at the bit, even though they lost Stride. Doesn't seem to have, you know, affected their appetite at all. That left side Walker is still looking a little worse for wear, though. It's Berber Clock. Get 2 players up in that lane.
Gun buff being sat on. Okay, for Flaws, he's got Berserker already. I feel like this is a really early Berserker. Going for Spirit Resilience next. Again, a lot of spirit damage coming from the side of FPS Lounge. I mean, honestly, I don't know if you really win this 1v1 against Flaws at the moment for D&B either, because that lead that he had before, it's kind of faltered a bit with him getting caught on the left-hand side. And I believe he got caught up by Arctic on the left-hand side when he pushed with AV or with Average. He's had 2 deaths in the last couple of minutes of time, really stunting the growth he was looking for in having in this game, especially at the start they had.
Gibbs is about to have swap up on this left part of the map, and I don't think FPS Lounge really want to reckon with that potential. Good to see the Grey Talon only +10 in total in terms of those stacks, something we wanted to track at the start of the game. Jason, you mentioned it earlier as well, as you maybe get one of the metrics for success here for GT. Despite this, we're still seeing FPS Lounge hold their own. It's just the 2 low health peripheral Walkers that are a bit concerning, with Veil Walker being picked up by Gibbs. He's really doubling down as the initiator, as you kind of expect here from this role. Carbine caught on, very quickly cleansed off, and DMB is still trying to head for the hill, but this Walker is in trouble.
Yeah, huge push on that left-hand side. Big investment out of Berber Clock to send this many players in this direction, but they get the Walker with relative ease. Al coming in for support, though. There's going to be no backup to follow up on this one. And, you know, talking about the measurement of success for GT, the thing is, I've been a little bit spoiled, honestly. Uber, you know, casting a lot of the EU games, seeing like Cosmetical playing GT, getting 70 stacks in like 10 minutes. But the fight's going to continue to break out on this left-hand side, and FPS Lounge don't want to let Berber Clock escape for free.
Life Drain active right now. Floz looking healthy enough still, though. Concerned potentially about the Apollo's ability just to turn that plan upside down for the Grey Talon. And maybe Arctic a little overextended here over towards mid, but it looks like FPS Lounge not looking for a fight. Shadow Transformation out of necessity or out of inclination, it's unclear. Big power slash though, catching on the low main, who can't really parry this pressure off. Matt is hitting like a Mack truck, and Stride comes in to steal that one away. Now, as per usual, it's a Walker take here. Berber Clock, a lot of pressure in this mid game now, and that's both peripheral Walkers down. And Berber Clock still have all of their own active, and FPS Lounge haven't really meaningfully been able to pressure them.
No, huge play by Gibbs. Actually, he stalled for so much time. Him and Flaws were getting rushed down by 3 players, but he's continuing to just outmaneuver them, buying time for the reinforcements to get there. And it's going to be, in fact, Arctic coming on through here to delay and pretty much the test is pushed from happening on this left lane Walker. So now we're seeing Berber Clock up 2-0 in Walkers, up 8K as well. And we're approaching the next earn of the game here, Uber. This is, I think, FPS Lounge's do or die time for them. It feels extremely grim.
Arctic surely has to be caught out here. I mean, if you can't kill this Shiv right now, oh, they cubed him in a 3v1. They cubed him. FPS Lounge still couldn't get rid of Arctic. That is brutal. Italian Lusan elsewhere on the map, though, catches onto Stride. Xeno's credited with that elimination. Still looking deadly in this phase of the game. Dispel Magic also still available to him. And the chase is on. Tanner eventually gets caught out by low man, and there's more where that came from. Matto is in the vicinity. Healthy, but not with that Shadow Transformation at the moment. And that's going to be Matt getting on in there. This Yamato is also starting to be a bit of a wrinkle in things for FPS Lounge.
Might have been one of the first Torment pulse kills I've ever seen in this game as well. Coming off of Matt there. He's going to continue to go on in here. 400 HP in a dream, but 16 seconds on his ultimate. And it's not going to be up in time, so the fight will go the way of FPS Lounge in the end. But the urn, it's being ran across the map here, but being intercepted.
I'd be scared if I was AVG, especially because he's already fallen to Arctic in a 1v1 under a Walker earlier on. Hopper starting to make his way over there as well. Last time we saw an owl fired off, caught Gibbs, but he was not really in a, I don't know, he wasn't in a position to be picked off. But we are setting up for another urn fight. Remember, multiple Torment Pulses on the side of Berber Clock. They are playing a Death Ball style. Let's see how it plays out now. A lot of ultimates not available for FPS Lounge. Iradomini, though, active. Let's see if they can get value out of it as Leffa comes in.
A little of the swap as well to maybe buy some time. Around 99% here for FPS Lounge, and Bird Clock going to be there as well. So it comes down to this fight and how it breaks on out, making sure to keep players on top of this earn turn-in. You can see DMB trying to get aggressive here, but it seems to be going the way of Bird the Clock.
Yeah, this is brutal stuff here. Revival already came out there, and that is an earn turn in. FPS Lounge just forced outside of the circle at that final moment. Honestly, that looked like a pretty brutal fight to go into anyway. AVG Poppers just, you know, got nuked down, and Tanner achieved his objective. He got blown up, and he was back in the fight. Oh, another Torment Pulse for Arctic. Cool. Yep, based.
Yeah, why not? I mean, how many do they have? You said you saw a double pickup earlier. Is that number?
I think they've got at least 3.
The clock?
Yeah.
Imagine your average slowly dying to just ticks of Torment Pulse the entire time.
There's like plenty of spirit shielding and stuff, I think, on the side of FPS Lounge. They're trying to itemize this, but this is beyond brutal. That power slash is going to leave a mark in the morning. That's 3 reach tennis going over to Burwood Clock, and this lead is about to blow out. Power slash doesn't quite connect, but the chase is certainly on. This should mean that last mid walker will be dragged down. Poppers is so low, too low to be involved, and eventually gets caught out.
Well, that honeymoon period, it's not feeling quite real here. I would say, to bring it back to earlier.
Not very honey, not very moony.
Yeah. I think they're still trying to walk down the aisle, try to organize the wedding setup. Trying to get the flowers all perfect. They want tulips, they want lilies, they want roses. They don't know.
We talked about it a bit earlier, and I don't know if I had the wrong read on it, Jason, but it did feel like FPS Lounge had to get a pretty significant lead out of that earlier phase of the game against this Burwood Clock comp.
Yeah, I mean, they had it. Like, think back to laning phase, Xeno and DMB just destroyed their lane. Like, they did a phenomenal job dealing with, what was it, Arctic and Gibbs. Like, they put the pressure on, they got the Guardian down first, but then, like, DMB died a couple times in a row, which really stunted his farming throughout a good portion of the game, but then they also tried contesting urns and then losing that. I think the split push, if they continue to play that route with that second urn, might have actually worked out better than what happened, but I think they also made a desperation move trying to go for the urn, and speaking of desperation, they're gonna have to run away from this one.
Yeah, sometimes that flying strike really is a head scratcher. Around corners.
You're an engineer, right? You can probably like describe how that's supposed to work.
No,
you're a what was it? Rocket scientist?
No, I was an engineer. Yeah, engineer. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, engineer who very quickly went into the video game industry because this is way more fun. Here's a tiny little sun. Remember, no healing available for the guys. Pretty scary. Also, no soul exchange available. Xeno that doesn't get what he came for. Life Drain at least gets Floz up to a critical threshold. This won't allow for them to back up. I like that burst of pressure here from FPS Lounge, but again, that's still that solo walker that they have to their name, and there's still 3 of them sitting on the side with Burwood Clock.
In BWC, man, like I think their just whole roster's scary. Like, no one's really behind. It's Tanner at 19k is the lowest net worth on the team. We have a Yamato who can play frontline. You have Floz who can play frontline. You have Strat who can play. I mean, there's just so many players who can play these front lines right now. How do you deal with them if you're average? You're gonna get bullied, and you maybe get cubed, but then guess what? No initiative team has the ability to get cubed anymore, and they're gonna be extremely squishy to Arctic, Matt, and co.
Yeah, Torment Pulse, Heroic Aura, all the nice things here for Tanner. It's gonna be impossible to peel this guy off you. Look at that, bro is very fast. Hits that too and starts running at the more of suffering in play and says, please kill me. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Low main was flattened, and that is more than enough here for this Burwood Clock comp. They are deathballing up to pressure this final walker. And FPS Lounge have been competitive in this whole game, but they have watched it basically just get torn out of their grip. They haven't been far behind. This isn't a blowout difference in terms of souls, but every time we've had a 6-on-6, it's gone horrifically for this FPS Lounge comp. Still, Tanner's still looking for somebody to give them a sweet release of death here inside the base, and Iridomini might have done it. Yes, Tanner has been exercised, or at least excised off his ultimate. And Leffler gets caught here by a carbine, might be in some trouble. Arctic also low in health, still going to do some damage and perish to the neutrals.
Yeah, I think they're trying to use these rejues. I mean, Gibbs is low. He should probably go down to it as well. He has 20 seconds left. And yeah, I mean, they killed Tanner once with Iridomini, but guess what? He still had 2 more lives because he had reju left to go. And killing him once is already hard, man.
Yeah, bro does not. He just sticks to you, right? Between Heroic Aura and his 2, like, bro is so fast, so sticky. And you don't have a whole lot to, like, stave him off your comp. Get a shoulder charge him, hit him with a bowler, maybe. Gotcha, okay. Does not seem easy at all. Popper's here with the tank buster pickup. Makes perfect sense. And yes, AVG, a lot of those gold statue buffs picked up and the urn. But this is going to be heavily contested territory despite FPS Lounge being down by 21k.
And that is one saving grace for Average. 24k net worth and 41 golden statue buffs. But honestly, I hate to say it, I just don't think it matters, man. You can't be a solo front line. You have Scourge, which you're gonna do, really good damage against them. But I feel like you just die too quickly, even with this, with these buffs.
I think the Spirit Resist is pretty crucial here. All right, it's time for a quick earn pick up. How about that? Berber Clock.
Oh, Tanner messed it up, man. He was on the edge. He was gonna run in last second, but he came in too late.
I see. That makes a whole lot of sense. Still, Ola catching on here. Hold on, shoulder charge. Looked like it dragged Arctic on out of the way. It's a bit awkward a start to the fight. FPS Lounge have already cubed Xeno, though. Look how low the Apollo is. And yes, the fall off is generational. Apollo certainly starts to dip at this point in the game. Frankly, outscaled by someone like Yamato.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that was a big win for FPS Lounge, getting that earn turn in, maybe push on the Walker in mid lane, but they're going to lose their base guards on the right-hand side and probably a Shrine as well. I think that was just a slight little mechanical error out of Tanner to not contest that earn in time, to give that one away for free, because they wanted to force these team fights. They just didn't have everyone there in time, and this Shrine is just being bold.
Backdoored. Yeah, absolutely backdoored. Hey, credit Average as well. Picked up that left side Walker amidst a lot of that fighting earlier on. It's 2 Walkers down now. Still, that's a lot of damage to take on the Shrines, and they are falling along with the base Guardians. AVG, well, we wish we knew ye better. Absolutely flattened here, and DMB is going to be next up. Again, this is not a particularly tanky comp at the moment, with AVG as farmed up as he is, getting blown to smithereens by this 32k Yamato and friends. And now we are on to the Patron. This would signify a very early finish in this game, and Berwick Clock, can I just say, Jason, looking much improved from last week.
Yeah, honestly. And I thing is, like, individually, FPS Lounge, I would say, are more skilled than Berber the Clock. But when it comes to team play right now, when it comes to the whole draft, I think Berber the Clock won hands down, man. This draft they pulled out here, extremely tanky. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. And considering they lost early on in some of these lanes as well, they're able to keep the pressure on with the objectives, as you pointed out, taking out all the Guardians first. Like, the earn turn-ins, plus, like, the transition into mid-boss was so well timed. Yeah, they might lose a player here, but they're still going to be in the lead by quite a bit. It's still an 11k difference, which honestly, it feels like it's a lot more than that.
And we have that return fire now in the inventory for Tanner. Getting about as good as it gets. There's that counterspell for Arctic, although honestly, I don't know if you really need to itemize against things like Itani Losan at this point, as you certainly feel like you've eclipsed what the Apollo can do. All right. Let's take stock of things here, as it's about time to be going after the mid-boss. Yeah, FPS Lounge trying to force this. Okay, to be fair, Berber Clock a little bit out of position here, but they got to converge very, very quickly, Jason. This is about to get messy. DMB with the Mercurial Magnum in the inventory. It is time to go. Straight drop in there for Arctic. He knows he needs to get his hands dirty. Stride obviously is not in the vicinity, though. This is a little bit uncomfortable. DMB falls first, though Berber Clock really adept at fighting in these close quarters. And oh, here's the Yamato Shadow transformation. It's about to get ugly. Big Itani Losan connection, but there is any more than that. An owl was also thrown in. FPS Lounge got the wombo combo of ultimates, and it's still not going to be enough. Or will it? The chase is on. AVG barely able to get away, and now the pressure is on Leffa, who does not have the durability to deal with the scrutiny of the Yamato. 2 region credits to Berber Clock, and FPS Lounge get carved out of the game.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to hit an FPS.
Black Mana is ambition. Power at a price. Turning risk into resources. To win, you must move in the shadows, make the hard call, and sacrifice. Do what it takes, no matter the cost. That's Black Widow.
Able to get through work in progress, but the scrims against FPS Lounge, they pay off. They're able to take them down here in the Challenger match. And yeah, for FPS Lounge, I mean, it's a team that went through a lot of changes and probably going to take more than a week to work things out and get back in top form. But Bird with Clock, Mitch, they went with the tankiest comp of all time, and it really paid dividends when we saw FPS Lounge didn't really feel comfortable contesting the earn for most of the game.
I mean, I think Jason cottoned onto it really early in the draft. He was like, this seems a little degenerate in terms of fighting for that earn control. It's the kind of comp that you just can't really get close to. And also, like, you probably have to itemize into a fair bit of spirit resilience over the course of the game, right? Because you're dealing with Yamato, of course, you're dealing with the Victor, who's just, you know, one of the, I'd say, the preeminent spirit-based carry in the game. And I think, you know, we were looking for the cube being really effective. AVG getting to a point when it was really tanky. Xeno did a lot in the early game, but that's like bare minimum for the Apollo. Like
the highlight we just saw here, just before it goes too far away, Average was a 1-on-2. Arctic defends it, and Average actually gets caught. So Arctic not only defends the Walker there, but gets the kill in that situation, adding massively to his income. I mean, that was one of the bigger swings in the game when I look back at it.
I mean, it was disgusting because I think that was right when the urn got turned in as well, right? If I'm not mistaken. And then with him defending that means they didn't get the pressure they wanted on the left-hand side. It means they didn't get a Walker from that one, which I think was the game plan of FPS Lounge. So yeah, that 1v2, that stalwart defense out of Arctic pretty much stops the rot and actually creates a bigger lead for them down the line here.
Yeah, and all in all, I mean, it's really interesting where I feel like the only win condition that FPS Lounge kind of had here is that they needed to get out of the early game in a good state. I mean, the stacks didn't really seem to take off for Poppers, and
well, they had a decent start though, because like DMB and Xeno really dominated lane ZP. I just feel like the other lanes kind of fell behind.
Well, the problem is that they did well, but it wasn't enough. Like, they needed to be actually in mid game, you know, a 10K plus lead is the problem. Is like, when you run the sort of comp, when you run at Apollo, who still seems to be very much power budgeted for the early game, you need to leave the early game with more than what they got. And, you know, unfortunately, it doesn't happen for them. And, you know, for team fights, again, Mitch, we just had the comedy of, well, they all walked onto the point. I guess we're going to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, if your opponent needs to do more than what we saw from Xeno and DMB respectively, then I think it's too much to ask from that kind of comp when you were so easily eclipsed after a relatively even early game. Like, bro was like, I think Xeno was like 4-1 at one point. Like, genuinely, like, they were doing really well in lane, but we're looking at the objectives and we're like, okay, this FPS Lounge comp probably wants to be like ahead in these Guardians, have a bit of extra map control, stealing you know, neutral camps, and also like Xeno needs to be like roaming and sort of getting into these lanes, sort of finding pick-offs, the same you could say from DMB. Unfortunately, that wasn't able to happen. And here we see like Grey Talon obviously is just pooing damage, doing a lot of work over the course of the game, but it's a limited ability to secure them. We saw a couple of ours come in. One, I think, was conducive to a kill. The others, unfortunately, not so much, maybe even information. So that's the kind of other side of the coin for Grey Talon. Obviously, Pop has really run away with things.
Jason, one thing that strikes out to me when I look at the score here, and I'm curious for your thoughts, is that, you know, was too much of the soul economy put into AVG? Like, Abrams on one hand doesn't want to be poor, but I don't know if you want your Abrams to be at points the richest player of the team who also devoured the most golden statues relative to what you're going to be getting. Because, you know, a lot of the value from Abrams just comes from putting people in a bad spot and going from there. You're not actually pumping out a ton of damage or being the guy getting a bunch of solo kills. And I just think about where some of that farm may have been better, you know, depending on how FPS Lounge was able to manipulate the game state.
I mean, I think the golden statue buffs perfectly makes sense. I think the economy got a little bit high for him, though I will say I feel like a good chunk of that came towards the end when he was like just solo pushing out lanes when they kind of already realized they had lost. Like, especially towards the end, I think he got maybe like a solo walker as well because they lost players contesting somewhere else. So I think it's inflated, but it wasn't like intentionally inflated. It was more of like a inflation out of opportunity at that point. But yeah, I mean, he should not necessarily be this high. You would need to see definitely more stack up on the Poppers, Lefa, DMB as well. But then again, should they have stacked him because he was their solo front line? I mean, there's a lot of questions around that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting breakdown for sure. And it's just one of those things looking back at where you're right to point out it's not always intentional, but I just think the way the game is right now, particularly like when Ven has done well, Ven does well when Ven gets really ahead of the game and has a massive amount of farm. But, you know, other than that,
last week.
Yeah, exactly. But Mitch, as he final looks at the score screen here, anything else that caught your eye?
I mean, honestly, like pretty solid from Diced. You know, I think that it's nothing crazy about the build, right? Like, you obviously build towards that spell slinger in the end, but Floz is a nuisance, just shoving, you know, down objectives. I mean, an extra 10k of that objective damage. That is huge against a comp that does want to go to town on your Guardians early on. I thought Floz looked great.
Well, I think we may be just about ready for MVP. I have faith here that I'm not jumping the gun. And yes, MVP is good to go. Jason, who are we talking about?
We're talking about Poppers. Now we're talking about Arctic, of course, because of that 1v2, which kind of halted the game plan at FPS Lounge. Their intention of, we'll let you take Urn, we're going to push down objectives and split push on you, but he defended by himself, a constant threat as well. I think even in lane, even though they kind of got dominated in lane, the fact they went 6-2 and 13 means he was there putting out so much damage as well here with that slice and dice. I feel like there could have been technically like a decent amount of MVPs across the board, but yeah, I mean this in particular I think is what earned him the MVP for sure in this match. The fact that he 1v2.
I'm really glad we caught this again, because it is astonishing. Sure, you're fighting under your Walker, and obviously there's like, that's maybe not ideal for FPS Lounge to try and take this fight, but you're right, their game plan hinged on this. Look at how impossible it is to kill this guy at that point in the game. I thought that was yeah, really, really solid. Get to 1v2. I think that was like a bit of a gambit for FPS Lounge, who really needed that Walker in response for just sort of half-assing the urn, and yeah, they got nothing there.
Yeah, and as a result, I mean, Bird with Clock significantly improved from last week. They get back into the money match, first time in a bit for them, up against Melee Creeps, who has been the #1 in NA. Now, even though they fell back in the Night Shift Open to the power of EU, you know, overall, Jason, this has been a team that has benefited a lot from the recent changes where Melee Creeps are in a slump for a while. They called it the Shopify slump because as soon as Shopify came in, they just stopped winning night shifts for a long period of time. But the patch changes a little bit after, and they're like, okay, we're back. We can actually win some games now.
Yeah, I think they were just too distracted by the awesome dance moves out of Shopee, to be fair. I don't think it was Shopify in particular. The thing is, I think we saw in NSO as well that I think Identity Crisis isn't the right term, but it's the direction I'm going for, because they were heavily prioritizing Celeste for Do, which he would put out a ton of damage. But when you have John on the team, when you have, you know, Michael Jordan, you're not passing to him for the dunks. Like, why is he even on the team at that point? I think once they, you know, picked up the realization of, okay, we need to get him a hero and get him it relatively early, that's where the success really kicked back in.
You could not have had a whiter guy to compare to Michael Jordan, bro. I'm not gonna lie, but it is true. Of course, there could be a misconception on like where their team's engine room is, or where most of their power can come from. I think that's something that also gets worked out as you go for some trial and error.
All right, gentlemen. Well, the stage is set. It's going to be Bird with Clock taking on Melee Creeps, the championship of NA, on the line right after this. Welcome back. This is Night Shift. We are heading into the EU Money Match. ZP here with Uber and Jason, where you want to look behind the scenes here at Night Shift. What we were wondering right before we came back was, do Home Depots exist in Italy? Jason needs a screen to keep the bugs out, or he will roast alive within his Italian apartment. Jason, we have to find the answer.
It's called Leroy Merlin in Italy, by the way. If you're looking, Jason, want to do some home improvement, yeah, they've got like franchise stores in Rome, Milan, Turin, and probably wherever you are. So you should check them out.
You know what I ended up doing? I ended up ordering like one of those bug zappers, and it just sits in the bedroom when we sleep to kill all the mosquitoes. But it's so loud that I can't put it in here.
Yeah, it goes crack as you know, as soon as it gets caught. Yeah, you're hearing bugs get cracked all night, bro. That's rough.
Also, you can't have that when you have a dog. Like at one point we had one of those when some bugs got in. No, like legitimately, because our dog would run and hide from the zap as if like lightning was going outside. Like we'd find our dog like in the corner, like tail tucked, like thinking the world was about to end every single time a bug got zapped. So Jason, we know you have a dog, and it may not be in the cards for you.
I thought that story was going somewhere else, Uber. I thought the dog was like getting zapped by the bug.
Yeah, especially when I made reference to things getting cracked. I didn't know where it was going to go. But you know who else was getting zapped a whole lot? It was whoever was on the receiving end of the pain battery of Victor in that previous game, because Berwick Clock have made it to the money match after falling out a little bit early last week.
Yeah, and I mean, for Bird with Clock, I mean, I think things have been on the uptick for them, both having an impressive performance in NSO, where, don't forget, they finally now get their rematch against Melee Creeps, where, you know, they brought Melee Creeps to 3 over the Night Shift Open. They actually match up really, really closely against this team, so this may be a chance to see a money match go to 3. Bird with Clock, I think they've been playing that well. If you're Melee Creeps, I think there's certain things you're looking to take away, not the least of which is maybe don't let Arctic play the Shiv. We are in NA, comfort heroes are more of a thing, and I think Bird with Clock, you know, has more of them than the norm. But you take a look at the recent history here, Mitch, and, you know, NA has definitely been a bit tumultuous, you know, not having a long champion for the most part.
No, I mean, we did have that pretty insane, I think, Melee Creep streak, obviously between 13 and 29. But outside of that, it's certainly been back and forth, right? Floormen looked great. Then they kind of didn't. Then they sort of merged. Then they failed to beat over the clock in the Challenger game. And then here we are. So honestly, it's kind of, you know, great to see this matchup play out again. It's been, you know, a little while since we've seen it in a game of consequence. And Berwick Clock drafted really well. I don't know if it was like maybe some misconceptions or just like the early jitters here being worked out, you know, by FPS Lounge. But I really love start to finish. Great game from Berwick Clock.
I like looking at our like 1st through 10th night shifts where we have, was that PKP? Was that Pure Kicks Puppies was the name of it? You had Little Troopers in there. You had Baroness Hotel, like Sneaky Golem. Man, this is like, I can't remember. What was it Unks up against Melee Creeps number 13?
Wait, did the Unks play? They may have played in Night Shift. I know they played 13. In Trolley way back when, but yeah, well, that was the Unks in 13. That is correct.
I missed the old Melee Creeps logo as well. I don't know. I never thought I would miss it, but I kind of miss it.
That's kind of
actually, yeah, I wasn't thinking about the thing, but yeah, we maintain the old logo in the old sheet. You know, just to note, they have upgrade logos. But let's break down the teams we're going to start with here tonight. I think starting with the Melee Creeps roster, because it's been a bit since we've seen them. And yeah, I mean, this is a roster where, in case you're wondering, Dimov played last week. That was a substitution, not a actual roster change. Ido was off doing family stuff. Believe it or not, Ido has a social life and a family life, and it wasn't just his internet being down on the day. We went through multiple sources to confirm this. It was not an internet problem, Jason.
What's this like? Well, sorry, what's this copy pasta as well last week about him being flayed alive? Like that was just getting spammed in the chat. I was like, what the heck are they talking about on Ido's stream, bro? Like, what is this?
I don't know. Sometimes Ido loses all the skin. Like, what can you say? Like, I don't know. I have no idea. But Jason, Melee Creeps have been on the uptick. Who's been at the core of it for you?
I think before the break, John, I mentioned. I think, you know. Yeah, okay, maybe I don't. Okay, the Wayne Gretzky, is that better for you, Uber? For Melee Creeps here, I think he's definitely a pivotal point in terms of them getting going and them having a strong finish. But I think you really can't underestimate Do. I think just every match Do puts out so much damage, and of course Sai is always super annoying, especially when it comes to Paradox. But I think like the real backbone, yeah, for me, it's probably just has to be John and how he gets activated throughout the other people on the team.
I agree. I mean, just trying to Do obviously looks fantastic. A lot of those movement based characters, and we've seen Saya go back. towards more of that pick initiator role, which looked great. But Melee Creeps, their game plan last week was literally just to get John on Venator and get him extremely farmed. There were times where like he was split pushing solo, like they were that serious. They were fighting 5v6, managing to win. And something that we saw from this team was that they were getting both buffs almost every single time. Their positioning pre-buff in anticipation for it, and just their general macro understanding is still, to me, top tier in this region. I really, I'm glad the Bird with Clock was able to push them to the brink in that night shift open, because they might be one of the only teams that can really compete on that level. They also had astonishing macro in the previous game against a team comp that had great laning, was supposed to take that specific edge early.
Well, to revisit the opposition, of course, we just saw them in the best of one. They took down the new FPS Lounge. That's right, it's Bird with Clock. And you know what? Let's do some production magic here. Throw Arctic on Shiv. It used to be that Arctic's main hero was Mirage, and while that still can and does happen, overall, Arctic, the big threat there, it's got to be Arctic on the Shiv. And, Jason, this is a roster that went through some changes. Of course, used to be more famously Aiden the Destroyer on the roster before Flaws came around. And, it's a team that's been important in the NA scene, even though they haven't seen as much success over the last 2 months as maybe they did when they first were making some waves here in Night Shift.
Yeah, I think they've kind of been almost an unsung hero of North America, now that I think about it, because we typically talked about like the big dogs every single week, Melee Creeps, Floorman, FPS Lounge, but I think Bird with Clock have been together as a team for, you even saw in our like history in NA, like they've been together as a team for such a long time, whether one form or another, and they've been there to always scrim all these other teams. And I think it's nice to finally see that they figured out the magic formula, like what do they need to do to win? They seem to have figured it out so far, at least when it came to the first match. And honestly, I'm happy to see them have success, because these guys have been grinding nonstop. Whereas other teams, as we know, are just switching up rosters until they figure things out, instead of just sticking together as a team and working through the hard times.
It's a perennial debate, I think, about the best way to sort of steer your team's EP. But I kind of like what Bird with Clock have. I also don't think that Melee Creeps are going to let them have that kind of draft. So that's definitely what I'm looking forward to see, how they sort of play around. I don't know, the whole not giving Bird with Clock, 4 pretty insane heroes, and then a Yamato that randomly just took the game over.
Well, you said the magic word in draft, and of course, Bird with Clock, they were able to get in, grab the silver. Is that going to happen again within this draft, or is silver going to get banned? Bird with Clock, first ban for them comes out, and what this has, okay, I'm looking at this. Ban. Yeah, exactly. I think this is trying to guarantee that they get either Doorman or silver or pocket here. This does not feel like a ultra realistic ban given Apollo's general power level at the moment. Or production is trolling us, but doesn't seem as likely. But Mitch, silver has been banned for the first time today.
Yeah, I think that she is just a little too good at roaming, and she also makes a pretty great durable target, like a part of a pretty indomitable front line here. I think silver is just generally very, very good at a whole bunch of things. She's also a real pain to lane against. She's kind of doing everything right now, which is insane. Great talent picked up by Bird with Clock. They were able to deal with FPS Lounge's GT pretty comfortably, but they really covered it. It's 1 and 4.
Yeah, but the problem here, Jason, is
this is what relaxation looks like, my friends. And this could be you, but you're playing. Cause you heard about Mint Mobile's offer by now, but you haven't taken advantage of it. Why? I'm not sure. They're still the nation's largest 5G network. Switching takes less than 15 minutes. Similar service without that jacked up price. I just feel like it's a no-brainer. You deserve to relax. You deserve to not have the weight of expensive phone plans. Make the switch to Mint.
Quite surprising, I would say. Then again, we've seen teams like LowKW over in EU be able to work around Pocket in particular, not really to be too afraid of it anymore.
Mitch, I have a very important question that go along with the sponsorship note here. Should Chipotle bless you with a burrito card? Are you using the free burrito every single day? Do you have a Chipotle in walking distance?
Real question?
How does that go down for you?
I think I'll just drive to it. I have other fast food chains that I really don't eat at. Chipotle is one of the only restaurant chains that I would legitimately eat at. I do it every day. I so many burritos, bro. Jason was actually the one who showed me my first Chipotle burrito. I think we did that in Denver back then. That was my first burrito. Yeah.
Didn't they take you to Bay Area burrito in Cologne?
Yeah, but my first Chipotle one. Yeah. Okay, Jason's been preaching burritos to me for years. Anyway, Venator is picked up. This is obviously going to be a John go-to, and they were mono Venator last week. It looked astonishingly good, but Paradox and Victor, pretty nasty combo. We saw just how impactful Victor was in that previous game.
Also, my mind is a little bit blown here. Gentlemen, we are into the mid-stage bans. Where's Pocket? Where is Pocket? Pocket has actually achieved their goal of dropping off the grid. They're gone.
It could be a late stage ban.
G8.
Good one. Wait, you serious?
Also, Rem not banned this time around as well. Bear that in mind. The Lash has been taken out as well. So Berber Clock have actually done away with 2 like early to mid game roaming threats here. So we might maybe speak to their game plan of obviously trying to have some roam of their own with the Paradox. But yeah, Rem is open, so we're just gonna snap that up.
I'm so torn though, ZP. I mean, I don't want to hate on Ranger, but I remember watching whenever teams would ban Ivy against him in NSO, they could just not do well with Rem. I believe it did have some success last week, but
wait, we might have been. I'm seeing chat catch up now, and I don't know if it slipped by production in terms of the teams just agreeing that it was actually Pocket all along. But reportedly, they're saying that Pocket was the ban and not Apollo, which makes a lot more sense. And okay, it has been fixed on the production end, so this makes far more sense for the draft we got, and as to why Melee Creeps grabbed the Abrams rather than going for the Pocket.
I'm being asked to do something real quick. Hold on. Scrumptious. Carry on.
That's it. I thought there was gonna be more to it, but okay, that's
big donation for that.
What? I do it was no, it's fine.
Oh, I got a request for feet cam for me, so give me a second. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not doing that.
We just making things up. We just make things up over here, yeah.
But yeah, for Bird with Clock, Jason, they're not really deviating too much. Like, they grabbed the GT, but other than that, they're still going for a tanky setup. They're not gonna be able to get the Yamato to round it up, but this is where I almost look at this and wonder, do they come out with a Warden to finish things off here?
What was the second ban, the ZP? For Bird with Clock? Was it Lash? So it was Pocket Lash?
I don't remember.
I know it was Lash in there, but I'm confused if Lash actually still was the second ban. I mean, all right, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter anyways, because we have our picks coming through. So we have Rem be picked up for Melee Creeps. I actually did want to ask, Bird with Clock with the roster they had last time, if Rem wasn't banned, how disgusting would that team have been with a Rem attached to it? Having everyone so tanky and having Rem be able to balance and burst heal every single player on the team would have been insane. Bird with Clock, I think, still have a pretty damn good composition, honestly. Like, you have guys, Viscous, Shiv, Victor, who can kind of play like semi-frontline, not necessarily Viscous as much. Greytown in the back with being able to just rain down arrows. The one thing I do see, though, is a problem into this one, Uber. They don't really have an M1 carry for late game. Well, I guess they do technically out of Geist, but I feel like Geist doesn't fit that role 100% anymore.
No, especially because she leans into more of the durability and like sometimes those spirit-based items, and probably just wants to pick up a Torment Pulse and be a massive pain in the ass. So she would be the what is it? What are those things called? The fly zapper of Bird with Clock. You know what I mean? It comes full circle, bro. It's like Ouroboros. That's when the snake bites his tail. And it's like, yeah, that's what it is. That's what I've done.
Well, I think the interesting
snake, sure, viper.
Look,
I did you see the pregnancy joke?
No, we're too classy.
Literal crickets.
We're moving along. At this point, we're gonna Mitch makes one more bad joke. He's gonna have to show up on the next broadcast with the Matt Morello special. We're putting him in a t-shirt, maybe in a hoodie. Which, frankly, you should not be taking the slander from me.
Do I have to show my incredibly chiseled physique on a broadcast? No. Gun to my head. No.
By the way, I cannot throw the slander because I am wearing a t-shirt and a hoodie. Like, I am wearing the Matt Morello right now. But if people ignore this context in the middle of slander and just go, yeah, I've never seen Mitch wear a hoodie.
Well, one thing people don't realize though, Mitch, is that you're actually preparing for a Halloween show coming up later on this year, which is why you stopped gymming, you're eating badly, and you're gonna be our pregnant Viper.
That's great. Yeah, I've got the top half sorted.
Yeah.
No issue with the bottom half, so I'm told. So I think we'll be all good there. All right, guys.
But to bring it back to the game though, Melee Creeps picking up a Viper towards the very tail end of this one, which I think is really interesting because they have an Abrams, you have a Doorman, they have like a really, I think, an all-around really balanced kind of composition for Melee Creep side. And Bird with Clock, though, I still don't hate their composition whatsoever. I'm just a little bit worried, though, ZP, when we get into the late game, if we get to the late game, if they'll be strong enough.
Well, of course, do we get to late game or not? The men bringing forward into this cast, it's going to be Uber with Jason. Uber, once more, take it away.
much to management's chagrin, I'm sure. Thanks for joining us, folks. Again, this is the money match of shift number 42. It's Melee Creeps once more, as almost always it feels, defending their throne. This is kind of what I was hinting at, Jason, though. It's a composition that feels a little bit more balanced between those power picks that Bird with Clock got in the last game. We've got some more distribution. Doorman was able to be picked up by Melee Creeps. They get the Venator. They brought Viper in here, and also the Yamato that was frankly ubiquitous in that previous game and was very impressive.
Sometimes I don't miss casting with you, Mitch, because you say these big words like ubiquitous, and I don't know what they mean. So I have to sit there and just nod and pretend like I do, or go off context clues.
Wait, I mean, you should look this one up. Slopodopolis. That's a banger, honestly. I want you to fit that into the next card.
No, because I'm worried at what that... I'm pretty sure what I think that means is not what it means. So I'm going to stay away from that word.
I would never do that to you, Jason. No way. All right. Let's talk about our latest summons here. Obviously, Venator Doorman in mid, so that is going to be a bit of a nuisance. Call Bell, very powerful. Something that obviously you don't want to be getting poked down by constantly. The Victor is someone I'm going to be tracking over the course of this game. Tanner, of course, on that same pick. And talked about the Bug Zapper, who will be putting that pressure on down on this right side lane.
Interesting enough, too. Even with Arctic on the team, it's going to be Stride on the Shiv, and Arctic's going to be on the GT. And as ZP has mentioned before, they've definitely prioritized GT when it comes to these scrims. But honestly, as I've been saying a lot when it comes to EU, is like picking a GT is all good and fun, but to properly play the GT, your whole team has to play around it. And if BWC have been actively playing with it and scrimming with it, I think we're gonna have to watch out for Arctic here and what he can apply and like what he can do, because there's definitely kill potential on Melee Creep side to build up early stacks.
Yeah, we might end up seeing like the other end of the spectrum for for GT in this game, if that's the case. Nice little cube here to stave off what would have been a shoulder charge. Oh, wait a minute, it was held onto. Very clever. Aura of Suffering, though, in play, and now perhaps Ido might have bitten off a bit more than he could chew, but Movement God strikes. He is trying to slip on away. Saya falls in mid. Looks like that got hot and heavy. But here, there will not be a pick on Ido. The Abrams gets to safety.
All right, Mitch. Here we go. You ready? Torment Pulse was quite ubiquitous in the last game. I'm not sure if we're necessarily see it in this one.
That's true. I mean, you will see it.
There we go.
Yeah, it was ubiquitous. That's good. It's a cool bird, bro.
I'm learning. I've always wanted to fit Stygian into a broadcast, but there's never been like a good opportunity for it.
I don't even know what that word means. Genuinely. Stinging.
What?
You're gonna tell me or what? Leave you in suspense?
Jason's
crazy.
not cut out for pedantic language. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Pedantic's good. Pedantic's good. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yep, that's getting dicey for Matt. Dudes are going to be able to catch them out pretty easily. His left-hand lane for Melee Creeps is kind of scary. And Shiv's going to be forced on back, forced to be subject to a power slash, though. And yes, it's a parry that's baited out. Do gets himself the kill.
I'm going to look stupid. The definition was on my other phone because I keep it there to remind myself to use it. So I don't remember Stygian means anymore. What does matter, though, is how this game is playing out. Fishcake low in HP, and also Arctic already under pressure when it comes to the mid lane. Being chased down by John, looking for this early kill, and almost had it as well. Not a necessarily a good start here for Bird with Clock in that mid lane if John especially gets going and feels confident.
I want you to fit anti-disestablishmentarianism into this broadcast. You're the man for the job, in my opinion.
Okay.
Bit of a collapse here on towards mid. Now, I think this is about to get problematic here for Floz. Honestly, they get a bit of distance between themselves and John, who definitely really seems to want to go for the kill. The dive is on. And yes, once again, the parry is handled. Straight under the Guardian. Floz is going to be picked up, and the Great Talon just wasn't home. Arctic not able to have an impact on the fight. Very quickly, the Doorman of Saya trying to extract himself.
I'm a little bit worried because I feel like there is a requirement of Snowball out of a GT. I don't think it's... I think requirement is maybe just a little bit too strong, but I feel like if you want to be successful, you need to have that like presence, that pressure. Like imagine getting plus 70, Boundless Spirit picked up, Spare Burn as well. Yeah. I think the threat that you draw from the enemy team towards you, it just kind of pays for itself, especially if your team can protect you. You're really good at positioning. It's not necessarily like an ultra hella necessity, as I haven't heard hella in a very long time. But I think it is a necessity to some extent to be the late game threat.
I have a follow-up on that. We'll see if we have time to get there, though. Again, there was the Flying Strike made use of here on this left-hand side lane. Fishcake's healthy enough here. There's definitely a fight. Shadow Transformation. Do is the first one to build it up. He is generally very far ahead in that farm. It might just be because Fishcake was sort of ducking out the lane here and there. They're trying to go for a pinch on this left-hand side, so there's still something brewing to that effect. Rotate back to mid for Floz, who was dove by 3 players earlier on. Maybe feeling a little bit more safe. Sire's just stepped up into one of those traps. Perhaps intentionally. Yeah, you know what I feel like? Greytail at the moment feels like their baseline, they're kind of ending up like a mirage in the late game. Like you feel like they've been there, but maybe not attracting a lot of the spotlight. But then you look at the damage count at the end of the game, you're like, wow, they did an insane amount of, damage to heroes, even if you don't see them featuring heavily on the kill feed. But then there's the potential, obviously, to get that far ahead. But I feel like that's a really edge case.
And that's why I was saying before, like, I feel like I've been really blessed casting a lot of the EU games, watching Cosmetical play it, because I think we haven't seen it in NA to the level that he plays, or to the extent that LokiW can activate a GT in particular, because he's a threat to the entire game. And when these power shots are hitting you for half your HP, you're kind of screwed, and you can't really itemize against it, especially with the comps that LokiW would typically run with a GT for protection. But Do at the moment on fire. 4.8k souls. It's already a scary sight considering we know how much impact Do has in every single match he plays.
Yeah, I mean, he is doing very nicely in terms of that farm, significantly ahead, comparatively speaking. There's a nap time, cubed off instantly, and apparently you still get slept inside of that. Boom! There's that hard landing as Tanner gets taken quite low as the Seismic Slam did connect. But again, where's the kill pressure outside of that for the Slate? I'm not really sure where the follow-up on that is supposed to be. Arcane Surge obviously in the infantry, so there's, some hitting power here for Ido, but I think the jig is up for this Melee Creeps attempted 2v2.
Coming back in here, a little bit of Siphon Life action. Trying to gain some ground, maybe close the distance here up against Tanner on that Victor, who's looking worse for wear, to be honest. Being shoved back quite a bit, and you kind of see that. Technically, Melee Creeps, I feel like, have been, at least on the left-hand side, have been losing that. Guardian being down low HP, though they're continuing being aggressive on the left-hand side, as we do see a kill come through at a stride onto Fishcake. Looking to turn this one into a second onto Do, but I think they immediately respect him. Also, maybe expecting a rotation to come through.
Arctic also right now with a Hotel Stay active. Nice little power slash there. Wall deftly dodged by Do. Doesn't really seek to push the issue any further. John also kind of struggling in this lane. Corbell not quite connecting, but the baggage cart does. Arctic, though, is still able to make short work of John, and Sire was on the wrong side of that threshold, Jason.
Yeah, not a good start here for Arctic, man.
Gentlemen, I need the cut in. We have breaking deadlock news directly from OCs. Just posted on X, quote, kicked from Leviathan, cannot play normal in new high ego team atmosphere, not for me. That is a wild roster change after 1 day of play with the new Leviathan roster.
Holy.
Back to you.
That's interesting. Because now they need, how do you fill an OC's spot?
I mean,
like,
where does he
M1 in EU?
Yeah, where does he go? That is, I'm sure that's going to develop over the course of the week. Also, a pretty spicy little, departure letter there. Either way, back to the game in hand. We are still here on this right-hand side lane. Where as you notice that Ido and Ranger, even if they didn't have the kill pressure, they were able to force Berber clock back, and they already really hard to kill. It's probably a double monster, bullets combo. They are just looking to shove this lane back and keep their Guardian alive for as long as humanly possible. We're back in mid after things went horribly, though, for Melee Creeps, as both John and Sire got picked off in a previous fight.
And the Do is still alive, and Do is still gunning for kills here, Matt. He's dead for sure. Lethal Venom coming through. Petrifying Soul as well. I mean, Fishcake wanted to lock down that kill for himself, but Dude's going to get it at the end here, and yeah, maybe Stride's going to escape, but Dude's going to continue on this pace, man. 7.8k souls.
I got to respect Matt's use of the paradoxical swap, though, Jason, for an escape. Didn't quite get him away from the Yamato, though. That was a problem. Okay, Ranger gets flattened inside mid, but Sire's hitting pretty darn hard. Tanner falls, obviously, without an ultimate available left to deal with. And that was obviously an emergence on the right-hand side with the Doorman getting in there. In order to find 2 eliminations, Gibbs and Tanner both went by the wayside. Chases on. Iridomini is also available. Gutshot could be instrumental here, but John was simply looking to rattle the cage a little bit. 3 players for Melee Creeps are set up here in mid.
A lot of damage to take down guys, but that true damage is so effective once you max it out as well. I think I'm looking towards these next buffs. You talked about before last week, taking every single buff, getting double buffs consistently in their series. And I want to see if they go for something yet again here. Maybe Burger Clock want to actually deny this one away. Especially when we get to the urn as well. At Burger Clock, they don't really have a composition based around urn turn-ins like we saw in the last match up against FPS Lounge.
Or maybe
I also
small
been trying to spend a lot of
skirmishes
time
might
for
favor
Uber
them.
figuring out how I can fit anti-disestablishment terrorism into a sentence, and I had to look up that it's a noun. I have an idea, but it's not looking good. I'm just gonna mess it up, so I might have to just back out of that one.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I'm happy to sort of table that for later. Honestly, it's also
I have the workings of something good.
okay. All right. Look, listen. Good things come to those who wait. I'm a patient man. He's a life drain. Gonna be slurping John down, trying to dance the door. Ow, catches on though. Nice little stun. Is it enough to get John out of there though, or rather catch onto him? Here's Sire turning up, and Aussie's been coming to the rescue with some pretty good timing into these fights. I think that's all she wrote from Floz there. Even with the help of the owl wasn't quite enough. Gibbs is down though. Sire does get that elimination. Sire's pretty dangerous right now, and John's gonna be a slip away.
He heavy meleeed around that puddle punch, so he didn't die from Gibbs. That's dirty, man. John for sure was gonna die from that one. But I think what's important to me right now is looking at the fact that Sai's on 10k with casting, but Du's on 9.7 with survival. If it wasn't already hard enough to kill this Yamato before, it's gonna be that much more disgusting. You know, it's not disgusting. The 10-month sub here from V8. I thought it was 10 gifted, so I actually like jumped the gun there. I think V8, you're gonna have
Just
to give
as valid and appreciated, of course. V8. Appreciate you. But yeah, that's PB&J in terms of the buffs and who they've been picked up by our melee creeps. But it's like we mentioned, Jason, is that each buff rotation, don't know how many we're going to get. I'm going to be looking to see if Overclock can actually contest these, because melee creeps always seem to be in the right place, applying the right macro pressure across the map. Speaking of which, Ern's going to be up in just a moment. What transpires though before that is my question. This right side lane, he was so well kept by Ranger and Ido. Yeah, they took some Guardian damage, but they ultimately kind of weaned out. I use air quotes there. They sort of outlast and outpush that lane. Now, of course, it is dangling in front of Overclock's face. Can they pick it up? Life Drain here on the John. Watch out for Iridomini. That could be a little bit dangerous. Of course, Soul Exchange is waiting for that burst damage to come down from the Venator, and John doesn't really want to reckon with that possibility right now, because here's Sire. Talk about PB&J. Sire and John combine for a nice little pick off, and now the chase is certainly on. Paradoxical swap catches on the range. He's got nobody to tag along to. I tell a lie. In fact, Ido is here in the lane. The cavalry has indeed arrived. Ern's going to be in the hands of Burbaclock for the time being, and now there's another chase afoot. Burbaclock trying to get on away from this, and it's their Shiv of Stride under extreme pressure. No ultimate left, and simply awaiting his demise.
Can't 1v2 this time. Here for Overclock, even though it's Stride picking up the Shiv here. The Ern's still being ran on over. And it looks like Melee Creeps are going to actually give this one up, instead prioritizing potentially some of these objectives, keeping 2 players on the left-hand Guardian. That's going to be Fish Cake there. Looks like the rotations had come on through here. The rest of the Melee Creeps, they won't give it up for free, though they might see a catch happen on a Fish Cake, using that Petrifying Bullet to get away, but the bird comes on through and stuns him up. I don't know if the kill's going to come in time to get the stacks.
Okay, Dispel Magic though,
Wait,
that
what?
gave him a bit of a stake. Yeah, that's huge. He's able to cleanse off some of those CC abilities, and yeah, okay, the Viper should go down here. But obviously there is a shield active right now, and they might have just slipped far enough away. Healing right to get your top back up, and that's F. That is up, bro. There is no reason that Fish Cake should have escaped there and got a kill.
He went for Slither Max, so he gets the extra shield on his like slides, which is exactly what saved him in that fight too. Like that's obviously Ido coming on through with the shoulder charge helped save him as well. But man, we don't really see, I think, Vipers go for Slither Max. You usually go for like Petrifying Bull, which gives you a lot of control in these objectives. Is exactly what we're kind of waiting for here right now, as Ern was dropped and picked back up by Ranger, as the melee creeps are the ones to actually put the pace on here for a turn-in. Ido teleporting on over. They're still leaving Fish Cake here to continue to farm up against Tanner. I think melee creeps wins this fight on the right-hand side.
It's brewing, that's for sure. Ern still looking to be turned in. Hotel stay at the ready. Here it is. Flossel's going to be low health coming out of the Baroness. This could be a little bit ugly. It's a fight for the Ern here. Both teams neck and neck, but melee creeps have that extra player in place. It's going to be tight. Floss goes down here. They didn't survive the stay. They could check out, but they could never leave, apparently. And the Paradox is in deep trouble. Corbell catches on, and now melee creeps are going to steamroll their way out of this fight. It's only they know how. There's an owl there from Arctic, but unfortunately, it just comes a little too late in the day, it seems. We'll have the Ern turn in, and melee creeps start to get out into a healthy lead.
4 kills and Ern. Yeah, that's pretty healthy. That's pretty decent, I'd say, man. Like they're now
Buffs up, by the way.
10K.
Buffs up. 20 seconds. Get on that one. Jeez.
This is rough, man. This is I think that's like the worst case. You're fighting over the first Ern, and I think melee creeps get more souls from the 4 kills than they actually get from the Ern turn-in, from that dunk. You're just like feeding souls over to melee creeps.
Oh man, it is rough out there. 13 AP difference, buffs galore. Thank you for illustrating that for us there. You can see Do is popping off. I know, about to get a call from MI6 here. Pretty solid over the course of this game, and we just saw what Fishcake was able to pull off. So basically, Melee Creeps are running like the well-oiled machine we've known them to be.
I have to look at Bird with Clock here and really think, what can they do to get themselves back in this game? Because it does feel not lost necessarily, but 13K is quite a bit 15 minutes in, especially with Do on fire, Psy on fire. I'm thinking to myself, I mean, flaws, like I don't think you can solo carry as a Geist in these games. I think Arctic, can we actually maybe get a check-in with him and see how many stacks he currently has on GT on the Owl? I think that's going to be a determining factor. The thing is, they need to continue to stack him up, and I think Stride has to pop off somehow in this game as well. But it's proven to be hard, man, because melee creeps are just everywhere. Every time you try to make a play, you try to think you have a man advantage. Ido shows up out of nowhere on Abrams.
And these are the kind of leads, by the way, the melee creeps, they rarely blow. There was an Owl, by the way, that caught on the Fishcake. It looked like it barely slowed them down even for a second. And they didn't have to use the spell magic either. They just tanked it and kept chasing.
And what's disgusting is, like, I think with the Slither Max, it's kind of their way of saying, or Fishcake's way of saying, I'm just going to solo lane farm, and you can't really 1v1 me anymore because I get a 200 barrier every like 5-6 seconds, and that makes it very difficult for him to fight against you. A parry comes in out of Saya, you're onto Tanner, force out the shocker animation, not gonna get the follow-up stun, but John will be here off to the side, maybe to look for a gut shot. At least the Walker had gone down though for Bird Clock, so they get something back for themselves, but they're still down 16k.
I mean, 16 minutes into the game, Jason, not a good number. Intensifying magazine now picked up for Fishcake. Tanner, far from the high impact player on Victor that it was in this previous game. Like I said, these are the leads that melee groups don't tend to give up, I should say. Ido's also just found a couple of important items as well, just to make it that much more potent. There's a bit of group up here for melee creeps around mid. Earn in 50 seconds. We've got a split push underway for Bird with Clock, so melee creeps have to feel like this is theirs for the taking. Whoa, that was quick.
Very quick, and realistically, how can you contest this one-shot transformation? I mean, yeah, you just pretty much take it for free. You have the door there as well. Like, there's nothing you can do to contest this one. You don't have a comp based around contesting, and melee creeps getting a very easy take, plus 2 kills, and they might not even lose left lane Walker. I think Fishcake might be able to get there in time in a 1-on-2.
I mean, if he does.
When Puerto Rico finds you, she recognizes the spirit you've kept hidden. She leans in and ignites the part of you built to explore and feel joy without restraint. Awaken your senses. Discover Puerto Rico.
Melee creeps are going to be hitting like an absolute Mack truck. Did walk it down, and the right one also might begin to be worked on, because Du is one of the bigger players on the side of melee creeps and is looking to pressure it.
A little bit surprised to see Arctic be on 0 golden statue buffs. I don't think we normally see GT as one of like the main absorbers of those, but like the extra spirit you get from that, I feel like is like so important from all your charge shots.
Yeah, sat in lane a bunch, or maybe like the allocation towards Ranger is considered more important here. I don't know where this guided out is headed. We'll find out before the timer expires. Catches on to 2, but no plus 10. Sadly, not even close.
Apparently he's on +0, as ZP was telling me. I thought he got 1 kill earlier on in the game.
Oh, I don't know.
With it. But if it's not 0 now, 19 minutes in, then what's the point of having a GT?
Oh, catcher on Ido. Who's going to burn a redo credit, but I think Ido's ready to throw down after the fact. The chase is certainly on. Arctic yet again will fall. Reju buff still on the entirety of melee creeps, and they're going to get themselves another walk here. There's an earn turn, and you have to hope that Bird Clock can get something out of this situation, but the game might be too far gone for an earn turn to implicate you. That's if it's even possible. Yeah, it is, a comeback earn, of course, at this point in the game, and melee creeps look like they are going to let it go, but they're going to wreak havoc in reprisal.
I thought Fishcake was going to almost 1v3 at the earn turn in right there, but he does back way to mid lane and eventually give up the Walker on the left-hand side. So at least Bird Clock get themselves 2 Walkers now. They lose everything outside of their base, and even potentially some base gardens, because there's still 1 rejuve left available here. Yeah, this is, I don't know how you defend against this. They don't really have a comp based around this. At least you have like poke for Arctic, but I didn't even check if he has rapid recharge, just constantly be the artillery from the back lines.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Well, yeah, Tank Buster, of course, is going to be pretty high value pickup for you. It has some degree of burst, but yeah, it just doesn't have the excuse me, repeatability of that charged shot. 2, 4, and 1 is this Grey Talon. And yeah, I'm not seeing any owl stacks, Jason. That is brutal.
I'm just waiting for it to come off cooldown to like 100% confirm. I don't remember if like the plus values.
Plus doesn't show when you're tapped. Yeah.
I don't remember.
Okay.
It's sometimes weird with that. Sometimes it's also like kind of annoying when abilities on cooldown. You can't see what rank it is as well.
We're looking for something here. We're fishing. Carbine. No catch. Last time it was either they got picked off, and that was a Riju credit that was burned. This time though, he's going to be able to slip away. Now you feel like the net's starting to close. We've got some lane curation happening here. Sire's just shoving that right hand side, but we are seeing wall-to-wall pressure here from melee creeps.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much their game to lose. I think keep his pressure on, deny as much jungle as you possibly can. Force them to, I don't know, get out of position so you can get another kill. I don't think we're going to see like a big push of the melee creeps until maybe the next Rejuve comes up, or maybe the next Urn. I feel like melee creeps are going to have pretty decent control of that position, especially considering there's not really any objectives to take in the side lanes. It's all about the mid lane walker, which you can rotate to very quickly when it comes to an Urn turn-in.
So this is a lull by design. Melee creeps just tending to some of the neutral camps to counterspell here in the inventory for Stride. Survivability is definitely been an issue for the Shiv at this point in the game, but right now should be feeling pretty darn tanky. The issue is that your opposing Venator and Yamato are extremely fed, and Feshcake is ready to absolutely dominate you. Melee creeps have correct soul allocations, and there's the Phantom Strike into the inventory for Ido.
Is that Phantom Strike and Warpstone?
Yeah, bro, he's gonna reach you. Yeah, he'd be knocking on that door.
He's gonna pin you up to that wall, and I don't think you're gonna survive it.
No, I won't. Honestly, I won't make it. All right, baggage car connection here, and a quick Warpstone away. Perhaps Sai doesn't like what he's seen there, but he's gonna double back because there's still proximity from his teammates. A chance to fight here. No paradoxical swap catching onto the Rem. Ranger gets blown to smithereens, but melee creeps might still be able to fight this. Gibbs rolling on out of there with a goo ball. Might have seen the Viper coming. He didn't want a bar of it. Melee creeps instead just going to posture a tad more aggressively in mid, but all the while we got a side lane shove here being put together by Stride.
Yeah, you see the emphasis of melee creeps here. Make sure to keep that mid lane pushed, even as like a full 5-man squad, just so, because they know that's the only objective that could be taken. And their side lanes, realistically, I don't think Burberry Clock are going to look to push base guardians by themselves. So they can always go back, clean up the side lanes, and prepare themselves for the next mid boss or Urn that is coming up. And honestly, if you're melee creeps, if you're going to lose one, I think you're happy that it's Ranger, because it's just really not going to have much impact in the game. You don't want to lose a DPS and then give like a situational control to BWC here.
Stride there pulled up on Sire, who had a door in place for just such an occasion. And that left lane is now being shoved back in the direction of Burberry Clock. But obviously, rejuves have all expired. It's going to be an Urn for mid-boss exchange maybe here. Burberry Clock, do they want to fight for it? They got a good comp, to Death Ball up to sort of throw down. Obviously, this alchemical fire is being used liberally by Gibbs to try and push this mid lane out, but it's tough. Melee creeps have set up shop and they've drawn a line of scrimmage pretty deep into Burberry Clock territory. Oh, what a charge. That is filthy stuff. Now they're inside the Spirit Snare. Somehow Gibbs has been able to get away with this. The chase, not possible, apparently. Still, might have been a swap there, at least pull through the time wall. Silence on the Yamato. Ranger actually going to be able to find elimination there. And now melee creeps are in a great spot. Urn coming up now. You can set up around mid-boss here potentially, or both, if you're feeling it.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty decent kill, because that's the only one who could, I think, realistically contest you when it comes to mid-boss if you want to go for it. They're not done just yet. They want to finish off these kills and just pretty much give it full advantage to melee creeps. They're almost up 30k right now looking to chase down Flaws.
Soul exchange in play. And it's going to drop the Yamato pretty low. Oh, there's a shadow transformation, though, used pretty late in the day. Nap time caught onto Tanner and Stride, respectively. There's a shrine picked up amidst all of this, and the door used to get Sire out. He's being chased down by Tanner right now, but at this point, I feel like Bro could fight him. Tanner is 5k souls behind, and there's a mid-boss being taken at exactly the same time. This is not assisted by the Doorman util, as Sire's already committing walk rounds on that right-hand side of the map. And Burbaclock are just not going to have really enough warning for this. They might come in with drips and drabs, Jason. 4 Burbaclock players in the vicinity, but a preemptive shadow transformation is in play, and 3 rejuves go to melee creeps.
I look like Tanner tried to go for contest. Is thrown to the Baroness Hotel, pinned up against the wall by Ido, and wow.
He had that hotel,
exploded.
motel, holiday inn, bro. Great people, by the way.
You're really bringing out some bad thoughts in me that I have to bite. Like
you want to send us, on journeys around the world to cast Deadlock? I'm super down. Boundless Spirit now into the inventory, so Sire is going to be hitting extremely hard. Rejuve's obviously now in the hands of melee creeps. It was an earn take, but no turn in yet for Burbaclock. So this feels awkward because they can't really forge out to a turn in location while being forced to defend at the same time. And Floz, they just cease to exist.
Yeah. And Sai's gun hurts as well as the rest of his abilities, and they're going to continue to shove on through. Even diving, oh my gosh, now pinning Stride up against the wall. Phantom Strike is just so deadly on Abrams, man, that you really can't feel comfortable here, especially with the movement capability that Ido has individually as a player, just looking to chase down one of these kills. And Stride, he's having to use ultimate just to escape.
Yeah, he's hitting insane shoulder charges without the assistance of like Phantom Strike or Warp Stone up until this point. So now it's deterministic. Like, you are probably going to get shoulder charged by this Abrams, and you've got now a selection of target, right? You can go after the Grey Talon early on if you can sort of get them low to the ground. I like this door just to shrug off the spirit snare to some degree, and Tanner says, I just need to be where the action is. I need to be in this fight. Torment Pulse expansion, obviously, in the infantry. And still, this might be more than he can handle. He doesn't want to have his ultimate pop for the time being, or at least just wants to stay stuck to the Yamato. Do caught out there. That's going to be a rejuve credit burn, but the Shrine was taken, and our Stride is down. We be chilling in Spawn, folks. It is tough out there for Burbaclock fans as his patron is about to be mulched.
Yeah, John getting chased out a little bit, getting actually quite low here. That's a shot across one of the rejuve, the last rejuve if you're at a melee creep. So Burbaclock, I mean, they realize we have to make a fight happen right now, or there's no chance we're gonna defend our patron. They need to get more kills. I mean, they need to get kills.
Soul Exchange, at least for Floz, can they make reasonable use of it? You've got Doorman though, so you can always extract yourself from the situation in a pinch. Arctic Gibbs, Tanner all down. There's only Floz and Matt standing. There's a Soysmic Slam for you. Boosh! And I think that Ido's just trying to make a point, punctuated by the crater that he just created. Very durable, able to shrug off much of that damage, and it ends up being almost a 50k soul lead at 27 damage. That is going to hurt in the morning.
And that'll do it. Melee creeps able to take it to Bird with Clock, and I gotta say, as I review how this happened in this game, Bird with Clock, they came in, decided we don't want to have quite as many tanky players. We're gonna go with the GT. It's gonna be our first pick. We'll even give up the Doorman in favor of the GT. And Jason, as I look at what transpired, you see a GT with no stacks and just a miserable time over the course of the game. And this feels like the dark side of when you go for a GT, is that the upside is that if you have a snowball game, things go really well. The downside, and not that GT was the only issue here, but man, you got to get more of your first pick character.
Yeah, you really do. And I think that's kind of what GT, would you be safe to say that he's a little bit feast or famine? Because that's kind of how it feels like.
Buff GT, I'm saying it now.
Oh, okay.
This has gone on long enough, guys.
I mean, do you consider it a buff if GT gets a really good model? Because clearly at some point GT is going to get a model upgrade. It's not if, it's when. And that will increase GT's play rates. It's not going to change his power level at all, but hey, every little bit helps.
I mean, GT is venerable, distinguished. These are all, qualities that some people seek in their main. Having ours that connect is also good. No plus 10s though. I think we checked in at least with Arctic. We didn't see a lot of those, and we've been kind of talking about the spectrum of the Feast of Famine that Grey Talon can provide. It's probably going to be 1 billion hero damage for Arctic though, in fairness, at the end of the game. But I'm sorry, melee creeps dominated the buffs, had great macro pressure. I also think Ranger and Ido, I think being so stalwart on that right side lane, being impossible to shift, it was impossible for Burbaclock to get good Guardian damage early and actually try and set up a situation where they can leave a solo player there to fight. I'm sorry, but it's like that stupid movie where they sort of curve bullets around walls. Can't be doing that.
Yeah. Wait, what was the movie? Was it Wanted? It was the movie? I don't even remember.
Yeah, Wanted.
Sounds accurate. Yeah. Which, by the way, is wild because my movie knowledge and recall is not good. I'm not.
You're friends with hexagrams, though. That's why I think it's rubbed off.
It's true. Like, you do absorb a little bit by osmosis, even though I'm terrible at actually watching recommendations because I just don't watch that much movies. But Jason, as I look deeper into this game and where things went well for Melee Creeps, I mean, yeah, Melee Creeps got some classic comfort picks like John on the Venator, where you're never really going to complain about. But I think the one thing that goes undersold as a pick that has worked out really well for Melee Creeps and at some points has actually gotten banned because teams know about from scrims is Fishcake, low-key, has a very, very good Viper.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing too many Vipers go for like a Slither Max, which is her 3, which gives you the extra barrier whenever you slide with like a 6-second cooldown. And we saw it be so important early in the game where we saw Ido come in and actually save Fishcake with like a shoulder charge coming on through. But that, again, as I was saying, during the broadcast, I feel like that was the game plan of just let Fishcake kind of split push lanes, force 1v2s or 1v1s, which we know he can probably win out on. You can see 36,000 souls leading the way here when it comes to souls, even putting down 32k damage too, which is actually kind of insane considering I'm not used to seeing Vipers be that high up on damage compared to the rest.
All right, Mitch, we for a moment before I get your thoughts on something here, I just gotta say, Lightbringer, thank you for the host. I hope that's a host and you're tired and not just I've seen one game of NA finals, I'm out. That actually could have been the take from currently the winning coach of EU. But Mitch, what I want your opinion on here, just to give some praise to where things went well, is that we've seen Do become an impact player for Melee Creeps over multiple roles, and Yamato coming back in the focus today, and Do certainly put up some numbers.
Yeah, obviously like a pretty heavy like spirit focused builds we've seen on both occasions here, and they've looked fantastic, right? Obviously Spirit Snatch is pretty central to that pickup, but we know that Yamato's laning is highly effective. She pokes very, very well, a lot of kill pressure, and Shadow Transformation has the ability to flip those fights. Do is also just continue to impress us, a consistent standout player on this roster, a roster that's full of them. So no notes for me on that Yamato performance, and it's kind of nice to see our Cyber Ninja back in the mix.
Jason, floor is yours. Any other things notable for you on this screen?
Let me think. I'm looking across the board here. I think we came to a conclusion. Arctic finished with +0 right on the GT. I think the Spirit Snatch, as Mitch was mentioning, I think it's so interesting as well because it's such a Shred doesn't, I feel like, get talked about enough when it comes to these matches and how important it can be. I remember in some of the EU games we were looking at some Shred. I think it was like 7 weakening headshot, but Spirit Snatch here just amplified not only your damage but like even Saya's damage. 32,000. I wish we had a breakdown of where that came from. Was it mostly gun damage? Was it like the call bell? But you just really amplify everyone else on your team to really burst even harder. And going into the next game, I don't know really what Bird with Clock can change here necessarily. I think maybe just scrap the GT and play more of like a standard style would be maybe my guess.
That'd basically be where I'd be agreeing with after seeing this. I mean, it's kind of odd though, because Bird with Clock did have a lot of success with GT and scrims. I mean, maybe this was just a low roll sort of game. But as I look at it, the one hero that has had very consistent performance, even when you don't do things right, I feel like has been Doorman. The reason why Doorman has been banned so often along with Pocket. And I don't know, to me, as I looked at this here, Mitch, I don't necessarily feel like the GT for Doorman trade really worked out here. I mean, maybe it could have worked out with a different set of circumstances about a snowball, but Arctic, there was no snowball, there was a heat wave.
Yeah, I think it was pretty clear to see that Sire is out of control on this character, or anyone that sort of is like able to roam effectively, and also like generally was like really strong by the end of the game, like getting the Boundless Spirit like relatively early in the inventory. This guy was everywhere. I don't know if you could afford to just let him pass through the bans, and maybe GT not so instrumental here for Bird with Clock, because now 2 games in a row in NA we've seen Great Talent unfortunately just fail to measure up.
And also, final note on that scoreboard, the KD was a little bit imbalanced between both teams, so that'd also be a reason why you're not getting a whole ton of stacks. But that was map number 1, Bird with Clock. They have looked fearsome against Melee Creeps, even within the last few weeks. Can they put together a better draft, take the fight back, and force us to a map 3? Well, to find out, you gotta stick with us right after this break. The Mighty Match continues on here in North America for Night Shift. Melee Creeps taking the first map. Bird with Clock, again, caught a little bit lacking. ZP here with Uber and Jason and Mitch. The question we have to ask now, does Bird with Clock change things up for the next draft? Because the strategy last time around, it just simply did not pan out.
Again, I think that the power picks got a bit more distributed across both teams this time around. It's another game where we just don't see the great talent, even though they're prioritized really highly, and we understand what the premise is, that they have the potential to really take over the game, especially in the later phases where you have like this amazing poke engine, which didn't really come online. I also think that they're contending with Melee Creeps just being very, very solid in the macro game, making sure that everything lines up perfectly. They get both buffs. They run a successful earn fight into a mid boss time and time again. It's been difficult for Bird with Clock to contend with them, I think, outside of the first 14 to 16 minutes.
Jason, you are currently coaching Bird with Clock. What do you change up going into the next game? Do you have any ideas to go around Melee Creeps, who do have like one of the deeper pools in NA? Where do you try and get a different field of battle here for map 2?
I think I love seeing Matt on Pocket. I don't think we're gonna have that happen. I don't know. Do you let Pocket through and you ban Doorman, and then they'll either ban Silver or Pocket, and then you take what they don't ban? Is that maybe the play?
I don't know. Let Silver out, honestly.
I would rather. I think is GT was not successful enough for them to warrant first picking. I think that's like the problem for me, because they also let like Doorman go through. Why not? I don't know. It was so odd to me that to not just like grab Doorman then right away, because you're gonna deny a big pick for Melee Creeps. Instead, you bank all your money on a GT, which just wasn't successful, whether it was Arctic or not. I think maybe like try to go for like a Pocket or Silver pickup.
The draft is underway, Mitch, and the question is, do they close the door? No, they take down the Pocket, so it's going to be up to Melee Creeps to potentially take down Doorman or take down Silver. Bird with Clock, they've engineered a scenario, Mitch, where they're going to get one of the two.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if your Melee Creeps, like what Bird with Clock can do with Doorman. It's going to, they're going to leave it open. So Silver is going to be banned away here. I think just too broadly effective over the course of the game, and she fits right into front lines as like another really like durable threat.
Vistaprint is where your big ideas become bold apparel, so you can wear and share your brand in custom t-shirts, hats, hoodies, and more. Just think it, click it, and print it with Vistaprint. Print your possible with 20% off your first order at Vistaprint.com.
Actually be a change up and go Doorman. I did not think we'd be going down the same path yet again, but maybe this is a case where Bird with Clock looked at the last draft and said, look, we low rolled this time around, we're gonna get stacks. But if you're Melee Creeps, you don't change a thing. You go in, you grab Doorman, and then you back it up with an Abrams pick, because why would you change what worked so well in the last game?
What was the lane? What was the Grey Talon lane last game, guys? For BWC.
I can take whatever they throw.
That's right. That's my point. It was so unremarkable. Nobody remembers it. But again, like I do think like if Grey Talon can get a good lane partner where they can be truly oppressive and actually have that like opportunity to get a nice little lead around that 8 to 12 minute mark, then could be a different story. But Abrams, okay, I mean, this is scary. I mean, I don't want Abrams again. Likely, that's going to be very potent.
Bird with Clock ban Lash the second time around, or in the first game as the second ban. I don't think Rangers Rem did anything crazy that would warrant banning Rem instead of letting Lash on through. But is this the same 3 picks for Bird with Clock from the last game?
It's looking very similar. The one thing I do want
fully,
in terms of change-ups here, I would like to see them ban either the Viper or the Yamato. I actually think the Viper, because Fishcake has some of his most outsized impact on the game with Viper. So I think you've kind of have a problem here in that Ven has gotten, rather John John's got his comfort pick on Venator. You're up against Doorman. You got a GT, which looked a little bit lackluster in the last game. I think at bare minimum for bans for Bird with Clock, you have to take down the Viper. But we'll see who Melee Creeps denies in turn. And once more, they just run it back. They take down the Billy, because again, why would you change if you're Melee Creeps?
Well, they want to win the frontline monopoly as well. Like they want their Abrams to be virtually uncontested, especially with Silver also banned out. Like, who are the good tanks now? Who are you playing?
You still got Shiv. Like, Shiv is going to come in the focus here again. The problem is, though, Jason, even think about comfort picks, when they run GT, they don't run Arctic on Shiv, and I don't think like Stride is a bad player by any chance, but I think of the two, Arctic's a much better Shiv player than Stride is from what I've seen on the eye test. So I almost feel like it's a self-nerf. And in this case, Melee Creeps, they take the Shiv away too. This, Jason, this draft may be worse for Bird with Clock.
Now who are the tanks?
Yamato. This is when you bust out the Viper Yamato or something like that to really mess with him. Oh my god! All right, that was a kind of complete guess there. Now you go Viper, and you're just like, okay, you take away our Shiv, we're gonna take away your heroes, and you have to play something else.
No, they did ban the Rem, which Ranger, of course, was able to keep people up in the last game. So there is a bit of a change up for Bird with Clock in terms of bans. And they grabbed the Viscous. So you think what's Ranger likely to play? You know, I do wonder how much of this is Ranger going the old comfort picks, which if that was the case for Ranger, it would actually be an Ivy for the first time today. But either way, you know, Ranger isn't coming back to the Rem.
Okay. So, all things considered, the lash links through.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is pretty
so
scary.
good with the new urn, man. Can't you?
Yep.
No, you can hide, I guess, under the urn,
under the
right?
bridge.
That works.
Under the bridge, right? But it's not. It's not a lot. It's not a lot.
You can like pull them
in terms
off
of
the urn turn in and then just kill them.
Yep. In theory, right?
Oh,
Ivy here for Ranger. Yep.
Have we ever
Chilling.
seen an Ivy Death Slam where you carry Lash around with airdrop and he pops his ultimate to give him an angle he wouldn't have?
You know, normally the Lash usually gets his own angles there. I can't think of actually seeing, like, we've seen Ivy Stone form after Death Slam, but actually using airdrop on the Lash has been a little bit of a rarity. But Bird with Clock, they're going to round out their draft with Geist, so it's not just we run Geist with Shiv, they're also going to run it with Yamato. But of the two teams, I just look at this draft here, Mitch, and all I can think of is that Melee Creeps got so many heroes that are both comfort for them and objectively strong. You get John on the Ven, you get Saya on the Doorman, where he's looked really good, Ido on Abrams, and of course Ranger and Ivy, where, you know, Ivy hasn't been picked all day, and we were able to basically predict, okay, it's probably going to be Ivy with Rem off the board because we know that Ivy is probably Ranger's favorite hero. So I don't know. I feel like Melee Creeps got something that was both strong in general and also strong for them specifically. And when you get both of those things, it tends to be a tough combination to fight.
I think the only way this comp gets any better is if there's a pocket here for Melee Creeps, but that would mean they'd in theory have to give up the Abrams. I think this is about as good as it gets. They've banned or picked all the premium tank picks. And Bird with Clock are yet left to sort of make use of the Yamato. If they want to run like another super high sustain kind of like pool noodle lane with the Abrams, they can run Ivy alongside them. That's sort of fine. Just make that part of the map really hard to shove in by monster rounds and just do the thing again. Shiv is going to be very hard to kill. Lash is going to be so effective in a lot of those grouped up team fights. And John didn't even have to carry the tits off that last game, but he sure as hell can if he needs to.
We heard that right, ZP. Right?
Think about it. Let it percolate.
No, I did. I laughed. You know, I didn't do an official acknowledgement of it, but I did laugh. Was my contribution to that afterwards.
Listen, bro, as long as I stay out of the pocket zone, I'm untouchable. Y'all can't do nothing.
Jason, your thoughts here that may be occurring as, you know, we've let this draft marinate a little bit. To me, as I look at it, I think it's a story as it is with any GT draft that, you know, there's ways that Bird with Clock wins this game, but most of them probably come from Arctic having a vastly different game than what happened last time. And again, not saying it was all Arctic's fault in the last time. It has to be a team effort, but one way or another, stacks need to happen. And if you're going to prioritize GT to the extent that you give up Doorman, your GT needs to actually be running a lot of the early to mid game, but yeah, you could save the response because we're about to get in.
I don't think GT is necessarily, I mean, I can't say it's not first pick worthy because we've seen it done with Loki W quite a bit, but I think Loki W and Melee Creeps are quite different in how, and BWC are quite different on how successful they can be with a GT. But I see potential out of GT Yamato combination. Or if GT gets someone low, you can easily have like Yamato dive in, pick up that kill, and you can start to transition into like a 6v5. Like there's potential there, but I think again lacking like a ranged M1 where like Geist wants to be a little bit closer so you can use the drain life to sustain in some of these fights does worry me a little bit. But they do have a hefty front line, and I would imagine there's gonna be some bigger in contests.
All right, well, we're getting into the game. What could be the final map of the night? Melee Creeps looking to put away Bird with Clock. It is championship point. On the mic, it's going to be Uber with Jason. Uber, once more, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to be on the left side. We were briefly on the left side to start with. We saw it be a Paradox Yamato look there, which is pretty terrifying. Doorman and Venator. It's John and Saya. Yeah, Batman and Robin. They are here to of course, no shortage of issues. Up against the Geist Grey Talon lane. So curious to see how that one eventuates. And yeah, it will be this pool noodle-esque combo of Ido and Ranger on the right.
Pool noodle-esque.
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like they don't do a ton of damage, but they're just impossible to kill type beat.
I'm just trying to think if I've ever seen you swim. I'm actually asking myself, can you swim?
Yeah. Can't everyone swim?
Okay, but like doggy paddle doesn't count.
No, I can. I mean, I'm not. Look, I wasn't the most athletic in my youth, but when you live in Australia, you're taught to swim. Everyone does it. It's a rite of passage. Like no one is not taught to swim there. Yeah, we're big on water safety. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty good in board shorts. I'm just putting it out there. I don't know. I'm certain of it, bro. I don't want to say. I'm certain I've seen you in pool attire. You know what I mean? I'm trying to keep it family show here, but yeah. Surely, bro.
I think ZP is actually probably like a low-key, like a legit swimmer.
Yeah, I bet bro's like a marlin in the water. You know what I mean?
Like Michael Phelps.
I bet he does. Honestly, he does look streamlined. I think he wears the glasses to hide the fact that he's actually perfectly hydrodynamically designed. Yeah, bro, cuts through like a swordfish.
I mean, I have at least somewhat of an advantage when I can swim because my nose cuts through the water.
Yeah, it's true. You would make for an intrepid seafarer. Like you got the prow of the boat. You know what I mean? You got the
shark.
Yeah,
my nose as a fin.
I'll keep some mystery to this, but what I will say, as people know from events, is that you can usually find me at the hotel hot tub if the schedule permits.
Surely at a BlizzCon, boys, we've gotten the rig out for each other. Surely, those spa runs were where it was at. Anyway, we're gonna fight here on this left side. Duke getting beat up a little bit now, of course. Matt looking dangerous. Flying Strike was looking to connect there on that ship. You can see where the lane is pushed. Resto shot as well being picked up for Matt, so definitely wants to play the aggressor.
Yeah, I get an extra sustain in lane here. Would be quite important. I think they have like a good amount of poke here with a power slash paired along with the kinetic carbine. It can be a lot of damage, especially it's like to shiv early on in this game. I think the tough part is like obviously Fish Cake probably gonna flog max. I would probably lean towards here for the extra sustain in lane. The wet noodle lane not really doing much on the right hand side. I think maybe we gotta turn attention towards mid though, especially towards Arctic as we were talking about, like the big linchpin for the team. Like this, I think the success falls and rises with him here on the GT, and if he can have successful early game.
Hopefully more the latter than the former this time around. So far a bit more of a placid early game, at least it seems that way. Pressure here from Tanner. This time, once again on the Viscous. Yeah, high sustain lane on this right-hand side of the map, but despite that, Overclock have been able to put pressure down on the Guardian to the tune of about a quarter of its health. Not too shabby, 3 minutes 44 in, but there's a fight to be had, and I don't know if Stride really fancies it. Pops the move speed steroid, and is trying to hunt, or at least try and get Tanner out of danger.
Yeah, trying to use that jump start, kind of help him out. As Tanner, actually, you know, interesting enough, it's normally like Gibbs we see playing the Viscous for Bird Clock, so quite a big switch up because Tanner's usually used to playing like the front line, like an Abrams in particular, or obviously like a Victor. Is that actually correct on our UI? Now I have to question myself because Tanner would be playing the Victor in this normally.
Yeah, I guess. I think, okay, not like we haven't seen it before. Slam comes on in. Flying Strike, though, might have put more pressure on Fish Cake than he had bargained for here. Ido has dealt with Tanner, though. That is pretty big pickup on the other side of the map. And the Shiv Lash lane for now has been kept at bay, but for how much longer? Good connection for that extra sustain, and Stride will also succumb.
Oh, so we do have the confirmation. Isn't ND going to be Stride on the Victor? So, I mean, we talk about like hero pools and talking about teams who really are successful, like for instance, Loki W. Having deep hero pools that you can kind of swap around is super important. But as we saw, you know, obviously with the Shiv last game, as ZP mentioned, you know, Arctic on Shiv or Stride on Shiv, it definitely seems to be a clear winner for Arctic. Now it comes to who's the better Victor between Tanner and Stride, but at least we're seeing these adaptations in their compositions based off heroes. But we haven't seen the kills come through just yet, and that's the part that's going to worry me here. We need to see some sort of life out of Bird Clock if we wanted to have them have the potential to take it to a third game here in the series. But at least the casting buff has been picked up. Not 100% buff right here for melee creeps this time over.
Yeah, no, that's a good look, frankly. Okay, airdrop coming into play. Seismic Slam. Geez, this game does not get much easier for Stride, does it? Once again, flattened, and Tanner forced to, frankly, just look on in dismay. We just saw a fantastic sequence from Matt there on that left side of the map that managed to take Fish Cake rather low. Now the pressure's being aimed at the Shiv instead. That's going to be Do being forced to give a bit of ground. This is a winning lane for Burbaclock right now. This Yamato Paradox look is extremely oppressive.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's so much poke, and it's really difficult to fight against this, because if you get aggressive, run into a time wall, also mitigate a lot of the damage. But I think also, to be fair, I feel like Lash just isn't really that strong early until you get the ultimate online, which he does have now. But with the Garden already down, there's no room to really go for contest. Also with the fact that I don't think they had enough poke damage down to really go for the fight. But the action's kind of breaking off in towards middle as rotations come on through. Gibbs is rotated in towards mid to look for a Guardian. At the same time, Fishcake's done the same.
Stone form for safety. I did a bit of survival. Buff is able to get away comfortably enough. Gibbs actually gets caught, so Fishcake finding success on that left-hand side. It might just mean that, yeah, the rotate in the mid was good for melee creeps. The Lash problematic to the degree that it was banned in the previous game. Burbaclock let it get through this time, and Fishcake is looking to do some damage. Again, a tougher early game for melee creeps across much of the map. They've lost the left side Guardian, the mid Guardian is down below half, the right side also has taken a bit of a licking, but rotations in the mid like that are going to put them in good stead. Unfortunately, the crackback from Burbaclock, it's a big group up and a take of that mid Guardian.
We do have a breaking news update. Per OCs on Telegram, Hapix is also no longer with Leviathan. The roster mania continues. Back to you, Jason.
All right, Hapix and OC is going to join Hydration over in NA with Lord and M, Erebus, and I don't know who the 6 would be.
It's just a goated.
There's a limit of one
team.
import per NA team, as a reminder.
So we actually have
so Hydration rules. Coming over to EU.
Exactly, bro.
Hapix and OCs.
Brazilian in Bulgaria. Honestly, that would be a great sitcom. Al caught on the Fishcake there. A lot of pressure on this right-hand side of the map. Melee creeps are done here with the pleasantries, but Fishcake lingers a little bit too long, perhaps. Stride able to take the elimination, and back behind them is the Ivy. Not sure what Ranger's plan is here. Ah, I see. To turn Tanner into a gelatinous pancake.
What do you think Viscous tastes like? And would you spread him on like a piece of toast?
Would I spread? You had me at would you spread? Sorry. No, the color is a bit of an off-putter for me, I think. I mean, it's fine if it's like, you know, it's just like, it's like hospital jello, right?
You live in the US, right? You're used to like crazy dyes in your food.
I just try and pretend they don't exist, honestly. But yeah, I guess I do. Your salmon is unbelievably pink, for example, or orange. It's like the Aztec Thanson or whatever. I don't know how to pronounce it. Anyway, I don't know, bro. I wouldn't eat that. Not on toast, bro. Green apple on toast. Come on, bro. I'd rather eat green eggs and ham.
Don't you have like Vegemite on toast? Come on, or Marmite.
No, bro. That's a stereotype. We just say that to frustrate everybody, because obviously, who's going to eat that stuff? Only the Brits do. They call it Marmite, but it doesn't excuse them from the fact that it is horrifically bad combination of brewer's yeast and some other nonsense. Anyway, here's Hotel Stay. That's going to be Arctic locked away. Already low health, by the way. Floz also straggling. I don't think Arctic's getting out of that. Tries to get some air, but is forced to dump altitude against his will very quickly. Gibbs caught by the stone form. The Ranger doesn't want to hang around there either. Titanic Magazine, Alpfire in the inventory so far.
Yeah, it's going to turn to Circle Lock when we get to these objectives with Alpfire being picked up. Also the Entangling Thorns as well on the ground. It's going to be interesting to see how this is all going to break down here. And here at the Burbaclock, they did bounce things back here, particularly with Gibbs. As a good Death Slam comes on through, and Pride does not have shot animation to get alive, and Fishcake cannot survive on 4 HP. Tanner closes it out from downtown.
Honestly, that's kind of dirty work, though, from Fishcake. I think enough time port for Tanner to come in, save the day. Or rather, John rather save the day in this Guardian. Still, in general, I feel like Burbaclock across the map been pretty successful, and they've had a great lane on the left. They also dealt with the Doorman lane pretty well through mid. The Doorman Venator hasn't really, gotten out of control. It's actually Ranger with the lion's share of the soul allocation, and we're sure a fan of this. Outfire thrown down, stone form, and it looks like that's enough for man. He's out of there, and he's going to concede this buff.
That's an algae. Okay, that could be fair. Going back to the Viscous comment of spreading them on a piece of toast, that would be pretty disgusting if it's algae. It's also disgusting. Fishcake might lose his life yet again here. Another time. That's 2 deaths in basically a minute and a half of time here. And Burbaclock, they have massively bounced back.
Gibbs gets picked off, but that's an acceptable loss for Burbaclock. Are we going to get away with this one? I'm not sure. Bloodletting keeps you just alive, and we are playing Ring Around the Rosie, but yeah, apparently Floss wasn't born yesterday. Still unkillable. I like the parry attempt, but I think that the road is starting to run out here for this Shiv, who is just Radiant Regeneration. Pretty good item, not gonna lie. Bro does not want to die. That's crazy.
Heal up almost 400 HP from that. Just hitting those knives, saving his life. The die comes back in onto Ranger. He's in a 1-on-2 here. Needs some backup. Actually, isn't it a 1-on-3? Strides there as well.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very tough to do. Power Slash doesn't quite hit. Oh, okay. I like the Arc Fire. Fortunately, it's not going to be able to protect this Guardian. Again, macro pressure's been a-okay for Burbaclock so far. Also, Melee Creeps without ultimates, all of them. Flying Strike you catch on the Venator. That's a little bit closer to the Cyber Samurai than he'd otherwise like to be. And we'll have to trend it backwards a little bit. Oh, I like this in from the top rope. Full RKO here. Gibbs is the target. The squishiest for sure. Barrier active on them right now, though. And Fishcake is really going for this, but who is with them? No, it's pretty much a solo endeavor now. Maybe hoping to contain Floss here in this lane as the cavalry arrives, but I don't know if Idorian has that spacing to get there either. Still going to try and go for a fight. Ranger's going to be here. 3v2 potentially. Fishcake's constantly trending back, though. Ido's caught in an airdrop, and they're not fighting.
Yeah, I wanted to airdrop Ido away from this fight. I think there's almost no point to fight ahead of your walker like this unless you can confirm to get these kills. But I think a couple people were maybe missing on the mini-maps. They weren't fully understanding of who was here on this left-hand side. Also with the Urn Spine on in, you want to be careful. As Urn will drop on down from the heavens. And looks like being picked up by Melee Creeps, especially if they get a kill on a stride. He does a shocker animation, so popping this now would be a massive win for them going into the Urn.
Okay, Ranger with an Urn take. Don't worry too much about your boy Ido. Right, has got sustained 4 days. Walker pressure is an option here for Burbaclock, such that they kind of give away the Urn, or at least aren't worried about it for the time being. Sire somehow still alive. Owl caught onto him, should have executed him. Doesn't quite get there. Now collapse on towards mid. Melee Creeps can turn this into something. It's a Sire for Arctic trade. That's worthwhile. Sire was very low coming into that exchange. While we are watching Do try and escape, or rather chase after the Paradox, if I'm not mistaken. This sets up for a pretty good Urn situation now. If localized 4v2 in the works for Melee Creeps, I don't think Tanner's going to have much to say about this. Quickly, Gibbs is trying to speed back into the fight, but he doesn't have a paradoxical swap either. Can Stride be a difference maker? It is go time. Obviously, you get a little bit more notice now to contest this Urn location. But there's Iridomini, and Gibbs simply vaporizes. That is disgusting burst coming down from John. And who's supposed to contest this? Okay, so Yamato is in the vicinity now, and they are very, very deep. Outfire thrown down, and yep, Circle Lock is well and truly at play. Arctic is down, no Owl availability, but there's Matt going nuts. Ranger and John are taken down. A Death Slam opportunity from above. Pull them off their location, and Ida's able to get in there on Floss. Cube, they're going to be used straight away for the Yamato. This is Matt still at large, still a problem. Shadow Transformation, though, no longer available, and they are barely alive. Eventually dragged down by Fishcake. Stride as well, lingering far too long amidst the splatters, will be dealt with. Okay, we have a Carbine catching there on towards Fishcake now, and it looks like an opportunity for Burbaclock to turn it around. A 1v1 for the ages, but Gibbs has the health. Callbell might be able to switch this around. There is a Hotel Stay active, but it looks like Sire does some fancy dicing with it. Nice catch though. Callbell followed up, and he cleared the Paradox away to get the Urn take. That is insane.
He also somehow dodged the Owl coming through out of Arctic, which probably would have been enough to actually finish Sai off because you had the damage out of Gibbs. But the card away into an Urn take here for Melee Creeps, that was... I don't even know how many kills happened in that fight. I mean, Matt, he pulled off, I think, a quad kill in that one on the Yamato with 14,000 souls. But Sai comes out the real MVP, and Melee Creeps, they come out with a 6k lead in this one. But it seems like the fighting's not done just yet. We had a very calm early game that's exploded into a bloodbath.
This is where Melee Creeps look at their best, though. Now things have started to break down into a volatile mess, and this is where mistakes can be exposed and capitalized on. Matt is the front runner here for Burbaclock in terms of that fight impact, but it has gone down, picked off now. Another 15 seconds with no Yamato on the field. Nobody's safe, not even Stride here. Fishcake more than happy to duel with him up here. Needs some cooldowns though. Connection, immobilization, Cube going to be used now, but now it's a nice stone idle timing to flatten Stride and take Victor out of the equation.
Out comes on through, but again, it's just not enough damage. Fishcake is not low enough on health, and speaking of low HP, it's going to be Tanner who gets away from the ground strike, but he can't get away from the bullets from Lash. And Fishcake will finish him off. In the meantime, they take down another Guardian as well on this left-hand side. This lead has just exploded into 9k.
Yeah, again, it's one fight that ends up being close, and that's not really where the big lead sort of originates from. It's after the fact. Oh no, Flaws, just a second. Not able to quite get out of the Baroness in time. And the chase is on. Obviously, Gibbs the one being, ironically, insta-Gib for much of this game. Focus down. A nice little Carbine connection, but Dude is going to make you bleed out.
Serrated blades, man. doing some serious work. We had 3 stacks on the Gibbs, and the thing is, I don't even know if you can afford to spell magics right now for Bird with Clock with the current economy, and that's like the item to counter out what Dude's trying to do to you. Weapon shielding, Mystic vulnerability as well. Is he really gonna go escalating exposure on this one, making his knives do even more damage?
Yeah, as time goes on, he is sitting pretty right now. I mean, just the way the melee creeps are able to draft tanks in this game is crazy, and we can just see like Paradox is legitimately terrifying right now. Imagine if even one more tank was given over to Bird with Clock. Here's how this fight broke down, Jason. Why don't you take me through it, mate, as I got to call the action?
I mean, just absolute domination coming on through, as you can see. Also, I think that was a stun onto Do from Shocker Animation out of Stride, which netted him into a 2nd kill. He puts out a lot of work, and he actually almost gets death slammed on through as well, as we saw Fishcake use it, only catch onto Stride later on in that fight. I mean, Matt, if he doesn't get those 3 kills, I think this league would have exploded even further than it currently is at. And this fight is already breaking out here towards his left-hand Walker. But honestly, Melee Creeps don't have enough players here to defend.
I think there was a window where John goes pretty deep on this defense attempt, or maybe honestly gets caught out because the Paradoxical Swap is off cooldown. That was the issue, I think. All right, nice little slam. You're going to respect the Yamato flying. Striker's going to pursue Fishcake up to that high ground. Bro needs a bit of healing. Here's a death slam, though. Okay, good target to catch, but it was post-Paradoxical Swap, and yeah, that was interrupted. Fishcake not able to get the big death slam off, and all of a sudden, Bird with Clock are back in this game. It's still a 10k soul difference. Finally, a pressure relief valve activated.
I'm just looking for Ido, man. I see these double buffs. I see you.
We're your partner for life on 2 wheels. With the largest assortment, the best brands, and the latest tech. We've got more Moto content than anywhere else, and lightning fast delivery. Gear up, lock in with Revzilla.
So much stronger that I would think you'd almost want to fight with this one. I don't know if Ido has like Warp Stone yet.
Sorry, the indicator at the stack area of the owl ability, Jason, demonstrated that there were in fact none. He's a mid-boss take.
I don't see anything there.
The cojones on these guys to go after mid-boss after a bit of an ill-fated encounter with Bird with Clock, but they clearly feel like they have the edge. They've honestly got some big ultimates ready to that effect. No shadow transformation for Matt. I wonder if they cracked that at all. And yeah, we're going to get ourselves the 3 rejuves as Stride was very quickly stuffed into the closet. Off to Narnia with you. Cube had to be used on Tanner. He got burst down so quickly, and after the fact will be picked off pretty comfortably as Ido will be used to clean up. Yeah, it was an earned pickup attempt for Floz. But I don't know if there's much to play off here, as mid looks like a pretty juicy option. But look at this. I love this response from Bird with Clock. Both peripheral walkers being pressured in response to that mid-boss take. That is beautifully done. And it looks like they might have what they came for here. Oh, Floss tried to throw himself into it, but John reaches for the Iridomini to find the burst damage to take the Geist out.
Yeah, they defend one of the walkers at least. You can see Dude shoving out the left-hand side to make sure this Urn contestant is not necessarily going to be so free. At least the dunk for Bird with Clock. In the airdrop on Ido to get him in a position to cut off this Urn. And Bird with Clock, they don't feel confident enough to go for this one. They're still down quite a bit of souls here.
But they're giving map control.
Here's the problem. John, he's pushing the right-hand side.
They've got no map control at all. They've got Leo, that's fine, but they are going to have multiple walkers pressured simultaneously here. The solo push for John is well and truly alive. And I think maybe Gibbs is a little bit too close for comfort. It's the inevitable shoulder charge connection there from Ido. However, Paradoxical Swap used to make a little bit of space, maybe buy some time. I guess that's one of the main components of quantum physics, really, and that shadow transformation might feel like you are hugging a cactus. Yeah, Ido decides not to go after Matt, but Matt has other plans. Trying to chase down the Abrams, anybody, frankly. Looking for anyone to fight. But all the melee creeps able to disengage. Perhaps Ranger might not be so lucky.
I mean, someone's got to go down for this one. Surely, finally, they get the kill onto Do, but it's just his first life. They have the rejuve available, and the first one being popped here. Fishcake Death Slam coming on through. He catches onto Matt. He doesn't have shadow transformation to get away from this one. In the backup out of melee creeps, as they get a kill on the right-hand side, opens up a free walker. It forces Arctic to go back to base to defend against it, while melee creeps still look to push on this left-hand side.
No, the Victor damage, though, was too much. You saw what happened as soon as Lash got dragged down there. His health just vaporized. Looks like melee creeps going to throw themselves at this objective either way. And there's Ido. Matt taken down. Still a rejuve credit available. Melee creeps say, we are happy to play a chaotic game. We didn't see a normal, placid game until we were already an adult. They are fine with this.
They get a team wipe on different parts of the map. Yep. They get a kill on the Flaws, they get a kill on Arctic on the right-hand side. They finish them off on the left as well. They're gonna get the last walker of the game on top of this, and melee creeps 30k lead, 20 and a half minutes on in.
Jeez, that happened quickly, didn't it, Jason? That happened so quickly. I feel like I blinked And it's an extra 20k souls difference between these teams. Bro, Urn's still there. Okay.
They defended the Urn turn-in. They got a full team wipe.
They defended that walker on the right. Yeah. Kind of sick. And honestly, like, this is just melee creeps, their fundamentals where they're pushed to the limit there. You saw that. I mean, Fishcake had his Reju credit popped. He was like surrounded, got stun locked inside the Victor AoE, so was bound to die, and still went for the fight. Knew that the rest of melee creeps were getting there. That Rejuve, obviously, like, it's a time buy, back in the fight, and melee creeps capitalized beautifully. Spirit burn. Okay, this is about to get nasty.
Yeah, honestly, very nasty, especially if they can throw someone to the Baroness Hotel. Going to be met with so many call bells. Owl coming on through. Again, +0 on this Owl. And I feel like you just can't play GT if you're not getting stacks. It's just not going to work in this game, especially when you're 30k behind like this. I don't even picking up like duration or superior duration. Like he dies finally. Like they're able to get a kill onto him, yes. And actually, they might be able to get more here. John, I think, went for the Urn pickup, but he's going to be met with a formidable force at a bird with clock. I don't think any amount of movement can get you away from this one. Instead, they actually let him escape and take the Urn.
Yeah, I like this. Burbaclock know what else is coming here. They also might have spotted do well and truly across the map. Saya might be the object of scrutiny now. Okay, stun attempt here, Shadow Transformation, the invulnerability frames it offers, staves off any stun. Ranger, though, at least finds Tanner. It's a trade, probably a reasonable one if you're melee creeps, but you're concerned about Saya's inability to fight right now. But John is trying to get back into the action here as quickly as they can. Just got a recharging rush, and they want to go for a turn in here. Let's see the schmoves, dude. It's about time. God forbid a white boy get a bit of movement on out here. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, there was Bibby back on the Kings. There's Professor. I don't think he played professionally. They got some moves. Like there's Death Slam coming on through. Gonna catch out Matt once again.
No transformation.
No chance.
I've seen that a couple times, that Yamato ultimate kind of baited out. That is a bona fide non-+10 moment. Catch onto the Lash did some pretty reasonable damage here, but all things considered, melee creeps fine with this. Ranger is about to return to the fight. Matt is gone for the next 25. And honestly, it's pretty patient from melee creeps here, just trying to get these waves pushing. We're going to have Sinners picked up here by Do in just a moment. Not everyone's trying to fight. However, they might be forced to. Hotel Guest has bought you maybe a stay of execution, but it's going to be a brief reprieve at that. The shield activating there was quite timely, I've got to say. And help comes to the rescue. Floss brought down. Tanner also as the main instigator there. Eventually gets picked up, and that, for me, that little engagement, that's a backbreaker.
Can't believe Sai didn't die there. It was a good parry as well onto Tanner coming out of the Baroness Hotel directly into a stun. And after this Urn has been hard fought by both teams for such a long time, as the next Urn is going to be spawned in soon in 10 seconds of time. Do melee creeps go for it? I think they could probably contest this one. They don't have Death Slam up, but honestly, they have that big of a lead that it's really not that difficult for them to hold on to this.
Real seismic. Shrine's getting pressured down as well. Oh, this is so nasty. Sai here, of course, you can see, he can get quite far back down the lane if he needs to. We're just going to fight. Okay, we're going to go for it. Seismic comes on in here. Yep, Shadow Transformation forced, but Yamato wants to be the one proactively making use of that ultimate, not using it for invulnerability frames or something similar, and they still got burst down. Number advantage there for melee creeps, earned them an easy pickup now, and that was a pretty elementary soul Urn dunk. Now the Shrine's eventually going to be dealt with. Fishcake happy to commit a little bit more to that effect. And this game may well have slipped out of the hands of BWC.
Can we take a look at like player damage across the board here? Yeah, to be fair, Matt's doing quite a bit. I was actually expecting to see a little bit more out of melee creeps, but I think they're being maybe more efficient with their kills. I mean, they have like a 40k lead, over a 40k lead if I can do math. Yeah, I don't know. I was expecting way more numbers, but credit to Do, 25k ejected damage as well. I mean, no way. Matt's like going for the full rainbow here. Also has the most ejected damage on his team.
25 minutes into the game. A likely insurmountable advantage here for melee creeps. What can they do here? Vampiric Burst. Okay. It's the inventory for John. And what is Gibbs looking for? An opportunity here, perhaps. We see airdrop, though, activated straight away. And melee creeps might even look to try and turn this around. But they don't have Do here right now. And it looks like Ido simply being relocated. Melee Creeps might fancy a little bit of argy-bargy. Yep, in we go. Steinotter straight away. Well, staved off by the Q, but still there's so much more to make use of here. Very quick little warp stone out there by Ido as Tanner was the pickup. Shadow Transformation again comes in a bit of an awkward time. Burbaclock having their hand force. Manticore still going to be hitting like an absolute truck. Big damage off that Yamato, and I don't know if you want to be fighting him in such close air spaces, but good stun there. Nice little shoulder charge connection. He is dealt with now. Melee Creeps still have 4 players up.
It honestly looked like Ido charged Flaws into Tanner's cube there. Funny enough, Ido, he's just on the chase. He's on the hunt. He can smell the blood in the water, and he's ready to chomp down onto this old man. And Arctic will fall. That's another full team wipe coming on through. Mid boss is available, and mid boss will be had by Melee Creeps. There is no coming back from this bar. Ido's internet striking again.
Yeah, he's looking pretty insane. Mid boss take here. I guarantee Melee Creeps just making sure they have guardrails up when they are going to be looking to end this game. John at 35k souls. Gotta say, like, Saya with an incredibly clutch fight around that earned fish cake, who honestly has turned around some fights beautifully. Super impactful. You can now see why they're looking to try and ban away this lash when at all available. Only one base guardian remains for Burbaclock.
You know, honestly, I feel confident enough to say that I don't really think necessarily Fish Cake's lash is winning the game. I think it's just, I think there's a comp difference, and I think there's, you know, don't hate me if I say it, I think there's just a bit of skill difference right now in the teams. Like, everyone's looking very good on Melee Creeps. Like John, have we even talked about John other than like an occasional Iradomini? Because it's all been about like Sayadu, Ido, Fish Cake, and even Ranger mixed in there, who's had a fantastic Ivy game so far. Maybe it's a comp difference.
I mean, we can continue to beat the Grey Talon horse if you should choose. But Melee Creeps, like, you remember, like, their early laning wasn't spectacular at all. It was like a Venator Doorman mid lane. They were straight up losing to the Paradox Yamato, if I'm not mistaken. So Burbaclock, obviously, like, getting off to a good start. There's just like a couple of decisions and then a fall apart in the mid game. But honestly, that is dirty door. That is a dirty door. And we're going to slice and dice our way to victory. Here it comes. Slam on in. Gives the first down. Unfortunately, that has been a commonality of the course of this game. They are squishy. They are the primary target. Triad's going to have that ultimate pop now, and it's on for young and old. He'll be burst down instantly after the fact. Do is going to be virtually unkinnable. Floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. And Hotel Stay once more for Floz, who will take the penalty and be flattened the instant that they emerge. One more shrine to take down, and then this one is basically wrapped.
That was a dirty vortex web. I mean, that was a dirty door, but also the vortex web on top of that, so they couldn't run away. The slice, nice, catchy, multiple players with a second proc of it. You can see Burbaclock heading back to base. They're just trying to heal up so they can put up some sort of defense, but down 3 players down their front line pretty much. What are you supposed to do? 3 on 6, and they have 2 Reju charges left? He does have 10 stacks. He finally has a stack actually for Arctic. So he's plus 10.
Okay.
But he's gonna need to be a plus 1,000 at this point to get back in the game.
Yeah. No. Definitely not where he needs to be. Hero shift there used briefly. Unfortunately, when Stride pops out of it, there won't be much to look at either. Still buying, unrespected. Stride taken down, and now, of course, one more phase left for this Patron, and it's going to start to get some looks. Melee Creeps more than happy to throw themselves at this fight. A little bit of a victory lap, if you will, as they know that they have once again secured themselves the big bucks here at night shift number 42. Beautiful showing here. The GT surely going to be forthcoming now as Melee Creeps will ascend to their rightful throne. The one that, frankly, has been quite warm from their keister over the last few weeks. And they'll lock up another dub in NA.
Melee Creeps making a clean 2-0, avoiding birds and, frankly, controlling all the doors if you're talking about Saya. They came in with a game plan that they didn't have to really alter too much in map 2. And look, I think just a better read on the meta coming from Melee Creeps. But Jason, you were talking about it mid-match. Also, I think an execution difference on top. But Melee Creeps, they've broken their slump and now remain on top of NA.
Yeah, and honestly, they looked extremely strong. The funny thing is that they indirectly become stronger because of the Floorman FPS Lounge like split up. Is it's going to take a while for them to get back on track to be able to contest Melee Creeps, and you kind of had 2 teams who could easily contest for the title against Melee Creeps just kind of disappear now, and Melee Creeps have a chance to put what was their streak, like 16 wins in a row. They can maybe put that to test here and maybe look to beat out on that, and maybe force us to do a bonus pay once again so we can finally have a team to be able to take him out of the top.
I mean, look, I thought this second game was like really quite close. I was impressed with it. I thought, you know, the laning from Burbaclock looked very, very solid. Some very clutch moments here. This was brilliant. Almost escaped, by the way. The splatter was very well placed by Tanner, who managed to deal with Fishcake. But here we did see Iridomini be quite effective. Yeah, the gut shot there, and the airdrop on out was pretty nice. Obviously, John doesn't get in the spotlight nearly as much because frankly the rest of his team also performing on a high level. This was one of the sickest fights that I have had the chance to cast in Deadlock. My god, it comes down to a 1 versus 1. Yamato goes out and gets one. I think it was a 4K. Like, that Crimson Slash should be studied, frankly. You know, and in the end it comes down to this moment from Saya, who you know, is lower on health than his Paradox opponent. Gibbs comes into that fight like really healthy. Saya is able to knock him off the point and basically secure it at 99 to 99. This is crazy. Like, you don't imagine winning out here, I think, if you're you know, in Saya's position. But boy, he put this together beautifully. I mean, that is the baggage cart that shook the world.
He dodged the owl. That would have gotten him low enough and stunned him long enough for the kill to have happened too. I don't know how he dodged the owl, how the owl does not connect, but that single-handedly wins him that urn for sure.
I think the clear takeaway there is that if not for Saya vastly outperforming what you can expect from a doorman in that situation, there was a world where Matt was on track to start taking over this game, where, yeah, maybe not everything was working out well for Bird with Clock, but Matt was having a phenomenal game on Yamato before the entire building collapsed all around him. And so you have to give Matt his flowers for what was really good Yamato play throughout, you know, the early to mid part of the game. But melee creeps were just far more complete as a team, and especially, I mean, what we saw from Saya in maps 1 and 2, you know, yeah, it's easy to say, oh, Doorman's a powerful pick, but you still have to perform on your top tier picks. And as we've seen over the course of the day, you don't necessarily get this level of performance just because you're picking the top priority in the draft. But in this case, Saya, whether it be maps 1 or map 2, basically got max output out of the Doorman.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe one thing that's different is when you see melee creeps highly prioritize a hero as like a first or second pick, they always make those heroes do exceptionally well. Whoever's playing those heroes pilots it exceptionally well. And I think we just didn't see that out of Arctic with Bird Clock prioritizing GT as a first pick.
Now, Mitch, as we take a look here, what is catching your eye? I think there's a few different storylines to go on here, but you know what? I'll even guide you in. What are you thinking about Do here, where, you know, this wasn't necessarily the flashiest game from Do, but it was incredibly consistent, especially on the Shiv.
Yeah, I mean, he looked fantastic. Obviously, he gets really ahead very early on, so he's sitting on some very, very powerful items. And we saw that last fight, right? The Vortex Web into, like, I don't know how many slice and dices he got, but it's like minus 8% shred, I think, if you level it up. More than that, I think. So just insane. I mean, like, you're at that point, you're running away with the game. Looked great. Looked unkillable. There was that one fight earlier on where, like, Do was like sitting at 100 health, and like that, his 3 is just keeping him alive here. So put his kind of moving hero, put his kind of tank, man. He is going to take the game over.
Jason, you know, as you look at it here, you know, Do obviously having a great performance. You know, anything else, whether it be on Bird with Clock or melee creeps, that stands out to you before we claim, or rather we crown our MVP?
Yeah, I'll give some flowers to Bird with Clock. Like, I'm happy to see them, like, for instance, pick up GT, pick up Shiv, and then have to, you know, see Arctic swap over to GT and Stride pick up Shiv. Tanner's been on Victor, I think, the entire day today, but then he swapped over to Viscous because Gibbs is playing Paradox. Like, I'm enjoying seeing that they're not limiting their composition based off of necessarily hero pools, that they are kind of overlapping their hero pools, which I think is super important if you want to be a successful team, and probably one of the keys to success that they've had. So I want to give them credit on that, because you're not seeing a lot of teams do that in particular. I think, off the top of my head, like, Abraham's to me isn't one of those teams that kind of has that overlap across the board, though they do have it in certain individual players. But this has been nice to see it, and I hope they continue on this pace here, because it definitely is the building blocks to something special.
Well, of course, we got to crown our MVP, and frankly, this could have been either two players for melee creeps, but we had to make a call on one of the two. Mitch, the MVP for the match, it's Saya.
Yeah, look, obviously that moment around the urn was pretty insane, and like, you know, winning the urn, I don't think is the game-changing moment, but you see the collapse straight after that from Bird with Clock. I think that certainly got in their heads. Obviously, the other person we would have given it to is Fishcake, who basically just, you know, ran rings around his opposition, and we saw why there was a lash ban on the first map. He looked fantastic, but Saya, you know, from both games. Like you cannot give this guy doorman. He was absolutely out of control. And yeah, honestly, a highlight reel worthy moment on that Urn fight just tips the scales in his favor for MVP.
Jason, you think about it historically, I think there's actually very few players in Night Shift history that have been able to switch roles. I mean, very few have swapped roles, period, but also had MVP level performances regularly, regardless of what role they're in. And Saya is one of the few that has been able to make it work.
But are we confident to say that maybe Saya is the NA Hoot? I think. Okay.
When we having this conversation in Discord earlier, I think.
Yeah, actually, that's funny. We did actually.
Yeah, I think DDK asked, like, when you think of, like, when I say Roma, who do you think of? Like, who's the first person to come to mind? And I said, Saya straight away. I think Jason said Hoot, but yeah, nice crack.
I think it's interesting because the thing is, I know he's considered as one of the best players in North America, though we only really got to see him on like support players, support heroes. So it's nice to see him be able to flex out to different heroes. And I wonder if he was ever on a different team, or Melee Creeps ever changed in a way that he could fill a different role than the team, not as support, not as what he's currently playing, I feel like he would be just as successful and just as good at it.
I think though, Saya and Hoot to me are definitely two different types of players. Like even though every now and then you're gonna have like role overlap, I look at Hoot and my baseline thought is mechanics god. Not that he's a dumb player or anything like that, but I look at Saya and I generally think big brain. Like Saya isn't doing well in a lot of these fights purely because he has good mechanics. Obviously you need mechanics, you need to have some degree of like smart brain, but between the two, like Saya has stats maxed out in intellect, whereas Hoot I think has stats maxed out more in just general mechanics of the two. That's where I like split the difference between Saya and Hoot.
Are you indirectly saying that Hoot has no brain?
No, I'm not. In fact, I very carefully disclaimered that because I didn't want that to be said. But I don't know. Between the two, I think Saya just has a lot of remarkable plays where it's like, wow, that was really smart. And Hoot has a lot of plays of, I can't believe he pulled that off.
Yeah, methodical versus mechanical. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I think one of the things that we always are glazing about Melee Creeps is their macro like ability, and we've heard from like John, remember, like he said, like Saya's the game player, Saya's the one calling, I just do what I'm told. I think it's also the intangibles for me that make Saya such an important part of honestly the whole NA scene in general, but Melee Creeps as well, establishing their dominance for another week.
Yeah. Also, we hear you on chat, and yes, it was a close call between Fishcake and Saya. I just think the thing that puts it over the top was that Urn battle where, yeah, Fishcake, amazing Viper, really good lash play, but the Saya 1v1, you have a moment like that, you just gain 1 million MVP points. But we got to take a look at the NA history here as Melee Creeps, again, they had a long slump. It was called the Shopify slump by Melee Creeps, and it went from 33 all the way until Night Shift 40, but now this is their third win in a row, Mitch. So they're back in the saddle, as you were talking about.
I mean, they're so back. They're in a rhythm right now. At least that's the way it feels. They've got a really good recipe. And honestly, it's still the like really solid macro fundamentals that are leading the way. They can lose lanes. They can lose 2 lanes. It almost feels like they did in that game, but they always eke out an advantage in terms of like objective trades across the map, or they'll wait for their chance. They'll stay in the running to win the game and then blow you out with one sort of big moment where like they make a great call or just have an insane mechanical team fight. Like these guys are they're the benchmark. They're the standard in NA right now. It's a very high bar to be fair, but yeah, they're setting the pace and they're leading the pack.
Well, this does bring us to our next segment here where, yep, we're going to show it on broadcast this time. We won't forget, that's right, the hero priority for the week, Shift 42. Apologies, we didn't show it up last week, but it's here this week. And, Jason, we do have some changes from week to week relative to what we saw before. And, the big one, I think we called start of show, was saying we thought it would be the case, and it was. Abrams' priority vastly up relative to where it was even just a week ago.
Yeah, you're looking at Abrams. I was, funny enough, looking at Warden. Warden kind of fell off because Zergy didn't play it this week, and he seems to be the one really playing it at the moment. But also, I feel like Mina has gone up a little bit compared to previous weeks. So is Viper, so is Yamato as well. Even Geist actually going up quite a bit when it comes to priority. But towards the top, yeah, I mean, this is like the cream of the crop. I think, okay, maybe the Viscous I'm a little bit not convinced as being cream of the crop at the moment right now. But seeing those other heroes at the top, I mean, you're going to see them every single match at the moment in the current lobbies. And I wonder, is that ever going to change? Is there going to be like a big patch coming out anytime soon that would drastically change who's strong and who's weak? Because it's been pretty consistent for such a long time that we've seen Paige at 0, Seeing Kelvin towards 0, seeing Holiday towards 0. I did see a little bit of Graves not too long ago, but even seeing Celeste at 0 is kind of surprised your ZP, where she was so heavily prioritized for such a long time.
Also, some of these things are not alike. Personally, Kelvin could stay at 0 for a while. He was simply Kelvin was #1 enemy for so long in the game where, yeah, he eventually got nerfed and got to more of a degree of reasonability. But like, no, Kelvin can spend some time in the 0-pick gulag. But Paige, on the other hand, look, it's been a long time. And, you know, the real sad part here is that, you know, we finally get Mitch back to casting and there's no Paige in sight. I mean, she's gone. She got lost in the library. I mean, people are gonna find like a hidden bookcase and see a skeleton someday.
I am pining. I am pining for my thick Miss Frizzle. I'm not gonna lie. Someone needs to make it happen. Get me on the Magic School Bus. You know what I'm saying?
It's a good show. Good show. We're showing our age though, but it's a good show.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's actually that's low-key hella boomer for real.
I mean, they'll reinvent it at some point. All these properties come back. Time is cyclical, but we also have our item priority to talk about here, and you know, nothing too much, I think, changing overall. The biggest thing is that, you know, maybe a little bit more prio in monster rounds, but it's always still been a heavily picked item regardless for the most part. Actually, the one thing that has jumped up a bit post buffs is that the shielding items are a little bit more in vogue, particularly in this case, spirit shielding, making it on to the top list where it jumped 29 spots is probably the biggest movement that we've seen.
And that might be like just because we're seeing like GT, Victor, Yamato, you know, obviously like a lot of these sources of spirit damage that are starting to become already more ubiquitous in this game. So I'm curious to see if we sort of follow that trend any further. Obviously, it's pretty important when like your opponents are like stacking Torment Pulse and, you know, just going for circle lock. So yeah, no surprise to see that climb. And obviously monster rounds, I kind of like that discussion we had earlier about how, like, you know, people that feel like maybe they don't want to fight so much in lane, but they want to keep pressure on them, want to keep shoving it, can pick them up. And because we haven't seen Cold Sack being super overvalued, right? It's just the early pressure you can put down and shove the wave seems to be beneficial.
Yeah, I really don't have much to say to really add to that, to be honest. I think, yeah, monster rounds going up, spirit shielding going up is cool to see. I still wish we were able to break that down into like tier 3 items and tier 4 items as well, because you typically like won't ever see those ever towards the top. It's always going to be generally tier 1s. I think, can we actually go back to that one more time? Because I didn't actually, there was another item I was looking for. Thank you so much, production. Smell magic up there, but surprisingly enough, counterspell not to be seen in top 10, which I thought we would have seen a little bit more of this week. I don't know if you have any thoughts, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just comes down to reliability. Is that counterspell is a really good item, but also other things are just giving you more reliable value in a lot of cases. So I think players oscillate back and forth on it. It's really interesting where counterspell can actually not change, and other items also don't change, but you'll just have some weeks where everyone's like, counterspell is the greatest thing ever, and then it falls out, and then it comes back. It's one of those things where I'm not sure players can entirely make up their mind. But we are heading to the end of the broadcast. Of course, that was our final match of the day. Both champions in NA and EU have been crowned. Final thoughts, gentlemen, before we end the show, starting with you, Mitch.
I'm glad to see Yamato make her way back. I think that Melee Creep's really looking to ban and then pick most of the priority tanks was a huge part of their win today. So I'm sure we'll continue to see those heroes prioritized next week.
Yeah, very cool to see BWC's comp as well in the very first game of the day in North America, going for that full-on earn comp. You're not gonna be able to contest this. You're not gonna be able to fight us and snowball into a victory. Hopefully get to see them back next week and see what they can show us.
All right, well, that wraps it up for us here on the Night Shift. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Of course, all our supporters, subscribers, those who help make the show possible. Thank you once again, and we'll see you next time.
Push it.
About time someone
Figure out how to
called me.
play this hero. Build.
Good luck. Let's play. Looks like there's one case that's not. If you need more protection, you know where to find it. It's over.
Oh, it automatically locks.
Not your day, detective. Catch. Slide. Dice. The Baxter Society has your number. Blades out.
A knife that bleeds an enemy. Each additional hit adds a stack and refreshes the bleed duration.
Bleed.
That's one bleed.
Knife out.
That's two bleeds.
They're gonna bleed. Took out another one.
While rage is full, knives will ricochet.
I see you. No one stops me. Nice job. Strike swiftly. Softening him up. Taking him. Like I told ya, no one's better than me.
Take only a portion of incoming damage. Activate to clear a portion of damage received.
Bleed. Chrome blades.
almost impossible for me to use his alt fire with it being on my ring finger button like that. Practice landing knives, range of 2 and M2 movement. Just landing knives. What is the range of the two? Meters. Max 14 meters. I don't know if I like the new 4.
Where's the challenge? They're gonna bleed. Knife out. Not trying to be nice. Show on the road. Bone blades. Pull out the big guns. I see you. Hit enemy. This is where it ends. Out the combat. No more games. Sticking them. Softening them up. Time to pull out the big guns. Blades out. It's over.
I don't think I've executed it once.
This is where it ends.
There we go.
Bleed. No more games.
Yeah, see, that didn't give me the killing blow either.
They're gonna bleed. They asked for this. Sticking them. Not trying to be nice.
You have to time it perfectly.
Knife out. New York is under my protection now. Bleed. This is where it ends. Let's play. No more games. They asked for this.
What does killing blow give me? Finishing enemy with killing blow lets you recast. Oh, it's a recast for 26.
It's
So
over.
it just gives me another
Time
4.
Time to pull out the big guns. Cut 'em. No more games.
Alright. Let's try him.
You live at my leisure.
Sinners and large camps spawning soon.
The Archmother brings gifts.
Alright. Pressure. Minus 10-second cooldown is nice. Alright, let's see, what can we do here? Oh, look at the minions, bro.
Your stay will be unforgettable. Healing rods almost ready. Fall back.
Go all the way back now? I didn't do shit that one. Gets 800 in health on Doorman. just keeps tilting me. Holy. Double rare, huh? If I could get down.
The Baroness can show you.
Oh, hey, bro. There.
Our Blue Walker is under attack.
Comeback time. Roll the marbles. Oh, no.
Your stay will be unforgettable.
You work well with others.
Took them out together.
I can see why
Taking them.
impressive, Bebop.
Trying to be nice.
A Venator will not be denied.
I feel like I do no damage on this guy. Like my gun actually does nothing. Off the pocket. Oh, he has no speed. Just get all the minions. It's over.
The Hidden King will pay.
Well fought. That was fun.
Good game.
No price was too high.
I did 50k player damage? Seriously? Felt like I did actually nothing. I couldn't secure any kills whatsoever. How was I getting all my damage? Had to be the last round. We had all these enhanced items. Definitely didn't feel like I did 50k.
Let's go. It's over. I got more where that came from. Catch. Thought you were supposed to be tough, big guy. Taking him. Knife out. No. Looks like this one case is not getting solved. I see you. They're gonna die slowly. Let's play.
One more body for the pile.
They're gonna bleed.
Eventually get the feeling down and download a mod that makes enemies glow brighter when at execute range. Normal glow is hard to see. Wait a minute, I can get the... Is this what the shiv thing was? Yeah. Significantly improve visibility of target reticles and highlights for execute range. That's what this is. So he's at range now.
I'll be stacking bodies all night.
Blades out.
So when does he get into range? Now.
I tried to be nice. Took him out. Thrown blades. Softening him up.
Oh, it's the heartbeat. That's what I'm looking for, is the heartbeat. Gotcha.
I got this. Blades out.
So the heartbeat tells me that I can execute.
Time to put out the big guns.
Make
We make a good team. I see you. I'll turn it into a pincushion. Catch. Now your day, detective. Let's play. Time to die. Knife out.
So do they have to be under a certain health? Is it like 250? It seems like it's 250. 200 damage. So they have to be under 200 HP.
No more games. Hope you win whatever fight you're about to start. Taking them.
The Baxter Society has your number.
The hell?
May one of these
Spirit
be the
power.
key to victory.
Deal additional weapon damage when in close range. I guess. Level 4 item right off the rip. Huh? This guy's standing so weird.
Lay it down. I see you. Softening him up.
Oh.
Let's play.
He always wasted ult on me. I guess that's better than me.
This needs to work.
And they thought they could actually kill me.
Coming. Oh, both of them. Well.
You're lucky.
Thank you.
Oh. Mystic shot would be nice. But this is a rare item, so we're gonna reroll it because I don't want alcohol. Take that though. Give your cooldown, why not? Unstoppable. me that out of combat healing. Kick in. Come on, fortify. There we go. Fortitude.
I see you.
Oh.
Afflictions on cooldown.
Nice work.
Tough fight.
Glory to the Hidden King.
That was fun.
Quite the battle.
We can build a better world.
9,000 player damage. That feels more like it. Alright, I'll be right back.
Toughening them up.
Sounds good.
The long ass row. Alright. Counter spell. Dude, hits healing, right? Dispel magic. No thanks. I don't want more than one active with this demon. Melee applies, movement slow, heals. Alright.
gonna have to try a lot harder than that to
On
kill
over
me.
here.
Thank you.
Celeste, you are full of surprises, aren't you? Trying to punch me? I see you. They were out of their league. Good job.
Oh, I popped ulted here, ran me over. This round is done. I don't think they save it. Half HP. I don't think rapid recharge is good on this dude because he gets more of these knives. But I don't know how many more he gets. Cool down all your abilities. Torment Pulse. Shadow Strike. Go invis on stamina usage with no detection range. Doing a melee while invis will cause you to steal bullet like your resist. Okay, do that.
Throne blades.
Lightning scroll does nothing for me. Roll. Getting no feel whatsoever. I'll sit in the back. Like every time I try to go in, my team just sit in the back lane. Better off sitting there poking from range, doing nothing on Shiv than actually trying to play the game.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Look at the wave.
team apart brick by brick.
Softening them up. Catch. Lock. Let's play.
You're gonna have to do a hell of a lot better than that if you want to stop me.
You don't need to deal the killing blow to be instrumental in their death, Vindicta. Bone blades. They're gonna bleed.
I'm gonna flank them.
I don't like being small. Can't even see my character.
Now try to be nice.
That was not fun at all. Every time I try to play the game, I just died. Would poke and poke and poke and poke, and then I would go, okay, let me try to go play the game. Second again, the front line, just instantly die. Alright, we're done with this dude. No more.
Call me when you need something stabbed.
I'll make the world a better place, one body at a time.
We must rise to the occasion and destroy the court of the Hidden King.
Yo, Victor, are you streaming right now? Are you streaming right now, Victor?
I'm not engaging this.
Bird has TTV.
He won't stop.
I would like to shout out the Burt Peanut. Long live Israel.
He has 1 HP.
Tying them down. Cut their eyes out. I'll have their head.
Oh my flipping god, guys.
I see McGinnis.
Oh, I can't help him. He's cooked.
They killed the detective. Get the drop on them.
Mickey D is literally freaking a faggot.
They took down 7. Glad to help. Stay put.
There's that robot.
I got 2. Red doesn't win this. He's letting you live. That's crazy.
Die on your feet. Knock them. It's over. No running.
I literally just had a fucking clip on him.
The birds will deal with them. Binding them. No one hides for. No more games.
I see McGinnis.
Locking down
Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Active reload. Do we want active reload? No. But do we want recharging rush? Will that give me more ults?
I literally love the burnt peanut. I'm using the burnt peanut on Rem as a skin because I love burnt peanut. I love Israel.
I just fucking sending everything. Oh,
You literally the flame with the bloodhouse to Tiva.
I can't hear anything he's saying because the way he's talking. I need my ult. I just lose that trade, huh? Knockdown. Oh. I lose this round, I think. Just Abrams. I will see. No, they take that with McGinnis. I think they keep it.
But the angle cute.
The Hidden King's lackeys are more resolute than we expected.
Yeah, that'll be nice. Why is minus 35% healing reduction?
Perhaps TTV, could you give me a shout out? I have autism.
Make them use knockdown.
They took down 7. Die on your feet. Summoning crows.
Half HP in his hands. Oh, that's Rem's little helper.
They're not catching me. You're not getting hit. The birds will deal with them. Demolition time. Protected. It's a good day.
Nobody's shooting the minions.
They took down 7.
My resolve is unmatched.
It's a good day.
Who among you will stand and face me?
Good game.
God, I love my job.
The Hidden King won today, but we will have another chance to stop him.
The righteous do not fall.
$13K healing on Abrams. Alright, I'll be right back.
I need to.
It shouldn't take you too long to realize you made a mistake.
I'm not leaving New York. If I'm gonna stop that sick bastard, I'm gonna need the patrons' help.
Summoning. I hope I get to work with Lady Geist. She's an icon.
I'm just gonna say it. Lash is awesome, and he kicked Bebop's ass.
You're getting pissed. It's over. Abrams didn't have a chance.
We make a good.
The right decision can ensure our victory.
Hey, are you streaming?
Hey, are you streaming?
Are you streaming, bro?
Hey, are you streaming?
No. I know how to play this here.
I got this positioned right.
I see Yamato.
Let's see who's still standing.
Away. Oh, I think we lost this round. Well, Yamato's low. So. Actually, Billy's low as well.
They took out Victor. Arrows out. Leave them to me.
Oh, oh, boy.
They took out Apollo.
No, I missed point blank. I missed a point blank. Point blank last. Oh. Minions, the minions. Oh, we lost. He got stunned. QSR. 2 active items. No, thank you. True Spirit Duration Extender. Enchanter's Emblem. All these items suck. Radiant Regen. Rapid Reach. Ooh, Glass Cannon. Take that. Plus 80 damage. We have a DC, it's time to get him. Or no, Billy, he's the problem. Alright, fair enough. Oh, fucking. The new barrel myself. That stun took forever. Yeah, a diff. I don't really want cultist at all, but Headhunter, sure.
Guide my hand. You are not gonna stop me. Incoming. Time to go flying. I got something for ya. Got him roped up. Ready to move.
Yeah, good job, Holiday.
Actual lasso that I landed. Wow. Surprise. Oh, I forgot I have fucking crazy air control in this hero. Huge. Alright. Not bad. 4v3. A 6 disconnect power spike. That's funny. I'm gonna reroll this. I don't want any of these items. Echo shard. Lucky shop.
Watch the
Release.
Great Talon.
Holy, my gun's doing damage. Now if only I could hit something. No, I missed. Holy spear damage.
We defeated the Hidden King.
That was fun.
Unfortunate about the Vindicta. I mean the Yamato.
Maybe now I can find peace.
I got this dude, Holiday. Has like crazy air control when she's in the air. I did 18k player damage and actually nothing. Look at the angle they go.
Almost had him.
There's a delay to the ult. I can't just
Are you kidding me?
can't just grab it.
I'm dragging him. Incoming. Will someone shoot him already? It's gonna blow. Barrels out. Catch. Setting up a bounce pad. Big boy is down.
Let's try this again. See if we get 4v4. Oh. Trying to build. OCs. May 23rd. High velocity round.
Make your choice.
Shadow Weave. Tesla.
Ready to give chase. I'm not letting someone escape me again. Bullseye. I'll take him down. Time to go flying.
No.
Need to set this up fast.
Prove him wrong.
Missed point blank pass. Where's the peel? What? I just I think this one's done.
Will someone shoot him already?
Time to do what I do best. I always get my man.
Here comes the barrel.
They took out Celeste.
Setting him.
I am reborn.
Yeah, this game's good.
Leave them to me. They took out Silver.
Oh, this game's dumb. Dunzo. Why do they keep wanting me to buy Alk Fire? Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum. Crippling headshots would be nice, I think. Or yeah, we'll do crippling headshots. I could have went with the green item for the Lady Geist. I don't think it's gonna
I know how to tie him up.
Game is over. Why would you? Why would you jump into that? You can't slam him. Holy, this is so bad. So bad matchmaking. We had no prayer winning this game. Actually, none.
Lady Geist is here.
There's more where that came from. Hope I got this position right.
Well, maybe we can get one around. Possibly.
Ready to get some airtime. Ready to get pursuit. Incoming.
On there. On there, dog. He's good. He's good. Hey, there goes. Appreciate the raid, brother. Hope the games were good. Seven of ult there. And there's somebody behind us. Oh, we're done. We're done. What up, you beautiful bastard? How much? Just getting steamrolled 0-3 in Street Ball right now. Turn around, Silva, turn around. They're backdooring. That Lady Geist is backdooring right now. Now we have 3 ults on our team to use. Let's see if we actually use them. Flash used his. Still have Silver. Use it, use it, use it, use it. Flash is gonna die. Why is she? There she goes. Okay, she pops it. I missed my lasso again. It has slow.
Your stay will be unforgettable.
We feeling that?
Done. Done. Dormian gets his ult back literally in 10 seconds. Crazy. His ult is on such a short cooldown. Should not be like that.
Is a teacher.
The lash approves.
That cooldown should be longer. He just throws you in the abyss over and over and over again the second you push. 11k damage on silver. We got actually outclassed. We lost in the first round. Like after the first round, I was like, yeah, there's no way in hell we come back because the deficit was so bad. All right, let's play a legitimate game. No more street brawl. Question is, who do I want to play? I could do some Ivy.
Helping, I'll do. Hey, I should go check in on Sophie and see how she's doing. Look, don't worry. I'll protect you.
This is business. Nothing more. Very well. You'll be back.
We'll do some Ivy Paradox and we could do some Bebop. Play a couple sports today. Make sure I have builds for these guys.
Maybe today won't be so boring after all.
Mark Mag sucks on Ivy. Play a Hidehawkers build. Don't mind that.
They're not bringing me down. Hope you don't mind the pickup. Nadie amenaza a mis amigos.
Savior of Spanish Harlem.
I'm not finished yet.
Este será un día largo para ti.
Michelle's taking a nap. I've probably got enough time to contact some godlike creature.
Gun Bebop? I don't think so. What build is this?
An excellent choice.
Headhunter. Fleetfoot. What the fuck?
Sorry, detective. Hot puppy. Detective was a tough one. Away we go. Again trying to run. Kimono. I'm just getting started. Oh, I love you tonight. Meet my mates. Just wait for the end.
Good ol' Ivy. Give me the mid lane. Already here. Nice. Nope. Sorry, Bebop. Sorry, not doing it. I'm staying.
Hey, IP, can I go mid?
No, 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 no. Maybe after the laning phase. Nice. They do it over there.
That big dog.
Nice, 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 nice.
I see the drifter.
Mystic burst. Well, let's go get our first item.
Today you're making history.
Wow, Drift is already low HP. He done fucked up. He done fucked up.
Small camps, boxes, and statues spawning soon.
I hope I don't need to use this.
Parry.
You want to buy a mug to go with your gun?
They couldn't have gotten far.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. You should leave, buddy. Go to boxes, please.
Be right back.
La conseguiré. Necesitas mucho más que eso para matarme.
Rich buff and melee
boxes duty. I'm on boxes duty.
Wonder what I can. I'll slow him down.
This is very risky and stupid. I'm coming. 3.5 to, wow, Abrams is 4.5k. That's gonna be a problem.
Take the fight to them.
Oh, bro, back up. Back up. Why is she going in? Bro, what are you doing? She's beating our lane now.
Sinners and large camps spawning soon.
Where's my second item? Yes, the bullets. That's why it's taking forever.
Bebop is gaining momentum.
I'll help out however I can. I'll get him. We need to move as one.
Holiday mid lane.
Hope you don't mind the pickup.
Thank you.
I'm doing what I can.
Pull back. Thanks.
Headed to blue.
Oh, just losing mid lane fucking under 9 minutes. It's crazy.
They've taken our Blue Guardian.
You're coming with me. Rapid throw. I find the right ally. This'll be over soon. No tienes lo que se necesita.
Come to me.
I got you.
Thank you.
Mid boss, soul urn, and bridge buffs spawning soon. statue buffs have improved.
Need to buy testables.
Holiday is missing.
Headed to York.
Hollow is 9 KRA, Jesus.
Headed to yellow.
The team's counting on me. Throwing them.
Lane Guardian's resistance has decreased.
Going to shop.
The Blue Walker is under attack. The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed. You're the last gargoyle I've ever had the pleasure of selling guns to, Ivy.
A caminar. No va a ser suficiente. Now that's teamwork. I see light.
Retreat. They need a retreat.
They've taken our yellow guardian. We live in interesting times, don't we?
Beating blue.
Let's go for a ride.
I see Abrams.
Bridge buffs spawning soon.
Who fed these two players, bro? 16 and 14K. Who fed them? I want to know. Who did it? Who did it? 0-4 Graves. 0-3 Cali and 5S on Bebop.
I see Holiday.
Spirit Jar is here.
Protect the Urn Runner.
Ready to fly?
We delivered the Urn.
I see Ray.
The shadows cool.
I see the drifter.
They took out Calico.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, fuck.
They destroyed the Guardian on Greenwich.
We're down
Headed to Greenwich.
12K. We needed to stop fighting. Arm.
I'll get 'em.
This is literally the same bug right there from earlier in the game. Nobody's farming. Nobody just want to fight. Keep dying over and over again.
Let's take out Abram.
I got you.
And for my next trick,
Me down.
Flash on roof.
Walkers are now at their weakest resistance.
I got one of those for the missus. Big fan. Our Hero Walker is under attack.
Grab her and I can fly it.
I'll get 'em.
Now let's not come back around. These guys are stupid.
Gift. We must deliver the Urn.
You don't need to fly me. We can save your ult if you have the silence. I don't know.
I'll do my part.
Then green.
Losing blue.
Blue needs help.
I got it.
Bridge buff will be spawning soon. Troopers now spawn every 25 seconds.
Time to walk.
later, buddy.
You think you run this?
Oh, yeah, the guy's bet 22K. Seven and 1.
Everyone should get the chance to rampant growth. You can't hurt me. I'm doing what I can.
I see Abram. No one is stopping me from getting what I want.
Follows under our mid lane tower. No peel whatsoever. Our comp is actually booty cheeks with Yamato just feeding. We need Calico to step up as the tank now. And she's 0-4 too. Need 6,400 for Siphon.
They're running with the urn.
Come on, need 20 more, dude. 99? Goddamn. Speeding for green.
If Oathkeeper was a gun.
Hope you don't mind the pickup.
Death is coming.
Bridge buff spawning soon.
I see the enemy. Ready to use item.
cover blue. So a good team fight win for us. We need a couple more of those. A couple more of those.
Little bit of advice. Don't get caught.
Fight on yellow. Oh.
I have my orders.
I'm out of there, Ben.
You work well with others, Ivy.
Now we're gaming. Now we're gaming. We need to get Prio in blue lane so we can do mid boss when we win one of these team fights.
Let's push yellow.
What is next in the build? Wait, I don't have anything, huh? I got nothing queued.
An excellent choice.
Get 2 more green items.
Let's push York.
Your king cries for blood.
Slow him down.
Bridge buff will be spawning soon. Gold statue buffs will be maxed out soon.
To the skies.
Huge.
The tide will be paid in blood. Let's go mid. The urn is waiting to be claimed.
There in mid.
The old New York tuxedo.
It was a good try. A for effort.
Sword of Saint Benedict cuts them down like wheat.
Let's push blue.
Gotta move quick.
A courier has arrived.
I see the enemy.
Keep this going.
Bebop is gaining momentum. The Wind King.
Don't like being this exposed.
We delivered the urn.
I'm gonna lose yellow for it. Is there a reloading bug right now? I don't know about.
The ritual must continue. Kill the Archmother and her disciples.
Alright, let's actually join the team.
I'll get 'em. Lifting off. Necesita mucho más. This is far from over. Lifting. Seducing injustice.
You think I'm gonna slow down? I've got bad news for you.
GG. Oh, our team turned it around. It did not look good. Did not look good. The only way that their team lost that game, they lost 3 team fights in a row. Like all 6 players, 5 or 6 players died every time. That was honestly the only way we were going to get back in the game, is for them to lose multiple team fights in a row. I don't know what they did. Somebody on my team scaled. It might have been the Bebop. I don't know. It was looking grim early game, for sure. Apollo fell off late game, that's to be expected, but him and the Drifter, early game, were just crushing. 24k healing on Abrams. I don't know if I like that build. Eye Doctor's builds are usually good, but this Gun Ivy build doesn't seem that great. And it felt fun. BRS swaps, Hunters or Hollow Point. Do I have bullet resist shredder? Yeah, I do. Okay. 184 gun. 12 spirit. Doing no damage with my thorns.
Who's ready for a ride? I'm not finished yet. I'll slow you down. Abrams is down.
A little bit of the divine right here in your hot little hands.
54 spirit.
You can't hurt me.
All right, I'll be right back. All right, let's load up some chests. Guild Wars 3 just gave you hope for MMOs again? When are they coming out with Guild Wars 3? I'm gonna watch this video. Make me watch this.
We had the festivities of Summer Games Fest, which is basically Christmas for gamers, an entire week of new game announcements, updates, and overall general celebration
Guild
of
Wars
our favorite hobby.
3,
and honestly,
huh?
this year's event was fantastic. Like, looking at this list of games has me pumped for the upcoming year in gaming. There's tons of stuff on here that I just can't wait to dive into and talk more about, which I'll likely do in other videos in the coming weeks here. But man, hands down, without question, the #1 most exciting thing for me on this list, it's freaking Guild Wars 3, dude. Are you serious? I honestly can't believe it. I really can't believe it. I think MMOs might be saved. Now, we have known that ArenaNet had a new Guild Wars project in the works. This was revealed during investor calls last year, but from what we had heard, it was in the concepts of a plan phase. Like, someone just wrote Guild Wars 3 on a whiteboard and said, yeah, we should do that. Yeah, we should do that. I had zero expectation that we would be getting a full-blown announcement with in-engine footage this year. Now, sure, this isn't exactly how I expect the gameplay to look, no, but it is how things can look in the engine that they're working with, evidently. And other than, like, meme comparisons to, is this High Guard 2? I think it looks pretty good. Maybe sort of a plasticky
totally
feel.
different kind of game,
I hope they continue to work on it. But overall, it generally, I think, looks visually appealing. But yeah, dude, I had no expectation that we would be getting this game this year announced. I really did not. Let alone the fact that with the game's reveal, they also announced that they're going to be beta testing in the fall of 2027. So 15 months from now, like, man, again, honest to God, I don't think I was expecting to get to play Guild Wars 3, assuming it even existed before it was announced, until like 2030 at the earliest. So I am beyond surprised, but also incredibly excited. This is awesome. As I've mentioned over the years, Guild Wars 2 has remained one of my top 5 favorite MMOs. In fact, I'd probably even put it in the top 3, along with World of Warcraft and Elder Scrolls Online. They are the traditional MMORPGs that I've most consistently come back to over the years to check out updates. So having a new installment for one of my favorite games in my all-time favorite genres, once again, it's like Christmas for gamers. It's at least Christmas for me, I'll tell you that much. Hey there, Force from the future here. So after I'd already basically put this video together and we were about to publish it, I'd done a couple posts online, and also while I was live streaming, I kept getting questions like, how can you actually be excited about this? The genre is so cooked. Like, are we not still super pessimistic about every new MMO that gets announced, given how it's gone for so long? And this was my response to that. And this is my response to that. People were like, well, why are you excited for MMOs? They all suck. Listen, this is coming from ArenaNet. And ArenaNet is one of the few companies who did make an MMO that was successful, withstood the test of time, and that I still like playing today. So of all of the developers, this is one of the handful that I'll be like, yes, I am fully excited, leaning more positive than I am skeptical. Because Guild Wars 2 is fucking awesome. I still think it's a great game. It's
pretty good.
ESO,
Even though I
and
don't
Guild Wars
like
2. These are the 3
Guild Wars 2 is
bigger,
probably one of
like,
the best
traditional MMOs
genre.
that I still come back to every single year. So if I'm going to be excited about anyone making a new MMO, it's going to be Blizzard. Well, ArenaNet and ZeniMax Online Studios. Unfortunately, Blizzard fucking refuses to make an MMORPG ever again. ZeniMax Online Studios spent 7 years making a new
They'll
MMO,
just focus on
but
Overwatch.
Microsoft canceled it last year. And ArenaNet, they're taking a shot. So yeah, you bet your ass I'm excited, dude.
They're owned by Microsoft
you bet
now
your ass
too.
I'm excited.
So
All right, so
goodbye.
what exactly do we know about Guild Wars 3 thus far? Well, we've got some basic
This guy's
information about what they're
sweater
putting
is so
together. Some of
gnarly.
this comes from the official website, Steam page, and press releases, and I will touch on those things, but really a lot of the good info came from an IGN interview where ArenaNet studio head Colin Johansson shared some details about the game. Now, one big important thing that they've discussed in several instances is the fact that Guild Wars 3 is going to be a fair bit different than Guild Wars 2. Now, it's of course sharing the same
Please
world,
make
the
it
same
different.
lore, and much of the same DNA, but
Be
enough
first
will be
person,
different
third
that you may still want to
POV.
play both games.
We start with player problems, and we make MMORPGs, so we start by asking, what are all the player problems and frustrations in the genre at this time? And back when we were making Guild Wars 1, one of the big ones was that every online game had a subscription fee. So we set out to make a game that would have no subscription fees, that anyone could
I mean,
play.
Guild Wars
as much
2
or as
is
little as
pretty
they want.
player
They could always
friendly.
play with their friends. When we set out to
so
make Guild Wars 2,
it's
we
exciting.
wanted to make a giant open world MMO, the scale of all these
At
other
least for
games
the
that
new
were out at the
games.
time, and solve for the problems that
Unless
exist
they
in
get
those
like
types of
greedy and they
games.
want to make more
So we
money
made
off
a
of it.
world where players don't get put in conflict with one another, where it's easy to play with other players, and other players actually make the game more fun. And starting with those player problems as our core means every one of our games is very, very different. They take place in Tyria, they draw from the same core lore, but they're on different timelines and they're very different game experiences because they solve for different problems in the era of game that we're making it in.
In fact, following the announcement, they also released a separate video talking about the future of Guild Wars as a franchise, All 3 of them. So they have got new updates and content planned for Guild Wars 1, some fairly big overhauls that will be coming to Guild Wars 2, and they also announced a planned commitment to continue yearly content updates for Guild Wars 2 even after Guild Wars 3 has released.
Well, that's pretty damn bold, I will say. That is pretty damn bold. Hopefully they can pull it off, though. I'll play it when it comes out, for sure. For sure. Well, the knight has me in a fork, so it's not good. Maybe I just go here to c6. Check on b7, no good. Check on c1, no good. Go to c3, that's still a fork. These two don't help me. Action. No, that's 2 moves. Let's try this. Yeah, it's none of those, which I thought maybe here. No. On move? They just want me to get queen. Okay. Sack the rook for queen. For a pawn move, actually. Take back, take their queen. Lose queen to knight. It's not good either. Okay. Take, 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 take back with rook. So I would have rook on d7 at the end of this, I think. And I would be giving up bishop and queen. Or pawn, pawn, knight, queen. Is that worth it? Pawn, pawn, knight, queen for bishop, knight, bishop, queen. I think it is. So I take here, knight takes back, take with rook. I think that's the play. Yeah. All right. Take here, take back with queen. Queen on d5. We don't want queen on d5. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. like this. Knight on e3. That forks, right? That forks both rooks. Queen has to take. Once queen takes, then I get the rook on d5 for free with mine. I think that's the play here. Oh. Okay. I don't think it's this. Queen to c6. No. I can't move the queen. Actually, yeah. I move the queen to c6. They take on d7. I take back with queen. That's an extra move for nothing, though. Yeah, they want me to sack. Why, though? What am I gaining here? I'm getting the queen off at d3. What do I gain? Fork here. Fork on the queen. No. That's what I'm gaining. But loses queen for it. Okay. I immediately lose knight. I didn't like that at all. I did not like that one. Take here, takes back. And that's checkmate, actually, right? Yeah, that's fucking checkmate. I can't do that. Get queen here on d8. Wait a minute. If I go queen to f8, king takes, then I get queen here on d8, and that should be checkmate, I think. Yeah. So he can't go anywhere. I don't care. They had the same play on me too. If I took on b1. What is this? Take pawn on a5. If I move rook up to b6, I pin him. Pin him to the king, queen. The king. That means he won't be able to move the rook unless he moves the king. And then, but I won't be able to advance the pawn. So, what's the play? Take the a5 pawn for free? No, we have to go here. So they want me to do that. And then just immediately trade pieces. Why? Because I'm closer to theirs? Is that why? Yeah. Okay. Just sacrifice my rook. Because I'm going to eventually get a queen, king out of this. Queen out of this. Yeah. Okay. Dumb. All right, what do we have here? E4. So I go C6. So we'll bring the same side knight out. Castle this way. Okay, I can push pawn instead. Or I take this knight out, they push pawn. I'm not going to take this knight out. Take with queen. Queen on d5. It's no good. I don't want to take now. I think I just push pawn. Pin. Here to d4. h3, he moves him back, or he takes. Go d4. Gets my queen involved. Also opens up this. Or I go c3, push pawn. I think we go d4. That gives me two pieces. You can see the board now. I go here, queen takes, take back with still. Wait, I'm not even pinned. I'm not even fucking pinned. That's the queen. That's not the king. I'm tripping. Queen takes. Knight takes. Or queen moves. Or bring the knight out. Let's bring the knight out. Let's try to get rid of some of this stuff. I want to actually castle. I can go f4 too. What is better? Strengthening the e5 pawn, or just attacking the queen immediately? Let's try this. I don't know if this is going to be good or not. We'll see. Okay, so the knight blocks. Knight blocks. Take. Okay. Just keep developing that, I guess. I'm just going to push pawn. D3 with the bishop. C4, B5 don't work. Okay. Take here. They take back with knight. Knight on c5. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Look at this again. Take on c5, knight takes there. They actually did it. They just pushed h6, which means I would just have to force it to e7. Let's say I go here. They take back with knight. Knight on c5. Can't really do anything about the knight on c5 if he were to go there. Go here. That's covered. That's covered. That's 2 pieces of coverage. And I got none. So we're not attacking d5. This just helps them develop. So I'm not moving this guy. Move him over. Move him over. The queen on d2. Go h3. Alright, we'll do this. It's either those two. One of those two. b4 takes, attacks the knight. It's not good there either. Go a3. That's a wasted move. I don't know what to do. Okay, we gotta send it in there now. I gotta send it in there now. Either that or we back him up. If I back him up, where do I want to put him? I could go h4. They go g5 with pawn. I could go e3. Take there, target the knight. Yeah. I think we just send him in there. Take back. All right. So now I gotta do something with this knight. Back him up to e2. Take on d5. I go here. Yeah, okay. Have to take here now. That exposes there. This guy's cooked. All I can really do is kind of move the background now. Got no checks. Wait a minute, I go no. That ain't gonna work either. Just move it upon and move upon. Would force the knight though. Let's do it. Actually, that was actually terrible. Right? Is that right? Maybe he goes there anyway. Does he go there anyway? Yeah, because it's a fork. It's a fork on the queen. He goes there no matter what. I was worried about this. I wasn't worried about the check. Fork. All right. Go. Go here. DHS service will update in 1 minute. Seriously? The servers are gonna be down? That's strange. And I guess they do it. It's 3 a.m. So does make sense. This guy's cooked now too. Ooh, queen. Covering the spot. I don't like it. Get in front though. Take back, take back. Take, lose for a pawn. I'm just gonna take pieces. I'm down by 8. I think that knight just screws me if he hops around over here. Check done. Here. Go here. Dude, just gonna be taking pieces. Castles. It's late in the game. here. Take here. Take back, take here. This piece is done. Done, I tell ya. D6 is covered by 2 pieces. I just lose out on the trade. I either move this D1 piece, or queen takes it and targets the knight. So if I'm going to move it, I can go to D6, sacrifice it, probably for the bishop. Take bishop with the other rook, lose both rooks for 1 piece. Queen's still over here. That's one option. Other option, go to D8, take with either one, come back down with this D1 rook, lose that one again anyway. But it does beat out just giving it up to the queen. And there's no way for this knight to cover. I go here, targets the queen. Queen just takes this piece anyway, targets back the knight. Yeah, we're going to have to just lose the game real quick. We're down, what, 16? Yeah, this is done. Just ladder mate right now. Oh, they missed their ladder mate. Fuck, they're making mistakes. That's done. Oh, that one's done. Let's play as black now. D4. Okay, so what can we play? We can play King's Indian now. So what is that? C6, D5, C6, something like that. I think that's what it is. Push pawn here. Right. I think I did that out of order. Bend. take here. Queen takes my queen, then I'm kind of cooked. So we're not doing that. That ain't happening. Castle with this side might be worth doing now. Let's do a6. I don't like any of these options over here with c8 bishop. Just flood the right side of the board with something. Start getting something going this way. Ooh, okay. Alrighty. Let's move this guy back one spot. I should have went to e7. Because I don't think they would have brought their bishop out here. If I did. They need to start doing some taking pieces. Oh no. Ooh. Okay. think putting my pawn on c3 actually kind of screws me. I could check right now. Multiple turns ago if I didn't put this pawn here. I don't think that was worth doing either. That might have been better. He hit me with the en passant. No shot. That's funny. I didn't even think of that. That's funny. God damn. I don't know what to do here. Bring my queen out. Okay, well, we have one check. Damn. That's why the queen went there. Okay. I wonder why the queen went there. So I should have went here. What they're saying? I should have went like this. Cover the spot. Now look, it's queen trade time. Queen has to take on c2. I go here. Queen on c2. Does that help me whatsoever? No. Actually does nothing. I don't think this a6 move helps me whatsoever. I think I should have done the queen trade. Quite honest with you. trade. No, they're not doing it, of course. Put the queen on e2. Come on, man. There you go. All right, we'll do the queen trade now. See what happens. We go here, we pin. It's worth doing. No, it's not pinned, and I'm kind of stuck there. Go here. Check, take. Check, take. This is free. Right? I still can't see with this piece. Let's try it. Take. I lose the piece. I'm up. Check again. Take, take. I'm still only up 2. That's covered. Gotta get that knight to move, man. Come on. Take back. This sucks. Can't move any of these pieces. Go here. Here's check. Let's do that. Ugh. Running out of things to do. I don't want to go to F5. She gets a free piece. Can't really do anything about it. Move the king. Start moving the king up. I can't attack any of the fucking pieces now with this. This thing is useless. Now they got multiple pieces covering this spot. Ooh. Ooh. Like that. I'm putting myself in check actually by doing this. I go here, they check me with that. That's actually not good. Okay, you're pinned now. Take here. My first lucky break. Possibly. I'm just gonna send it here and go for queens. Okay. I get queen, king takes. Can't push this one still. How do I save this piece? I can't, because I'm only one square away. I think that's the right move though. Because the G5 gives one extra square of movement forward for the G5 pawn. Yeah, king's moving. Here's check. Cooked. Both of these guys are dead. Checking the best thing to do here. Get queen, I lose piece. I think it is. See if we can run and go get a queen. Ow. Can't fucking stalemate. I forget the way to do this. I think I have to put him at a 90-degree angle with every single one of my Is that it? No, I can't because it's not a knight. What are my checks here to get him in the corner? I just can't stalemate. Alright, I'll get another queen, I think, and we'll end the game. I fucking stalemated him. Oh, I should have got a knight. If I got a knight here, it would have been check. I need to get a knight here. I'm pretty sure. I thought Leechess was going to do its update. It must have done it already. Alright, let's go for the meeting. Let's see how many blunders. 5 blunders. What kind of blunders we have? Oh, they want queen on B6, third move. this was no bueno. Push pawn and fork there. Okay. I move one, I take the other. All right, fair enough. Did not see that fork. Push pawn. For what reason? Okay, there's actually nothing going on here. Or put bishop back. Seems like step back. Better than this. Although I kind of thought it was good at the time. Even trade. What else we got? On. When I hit the en passant, they didn't like it. They didn't fucking like it. I liked it. You want me to go here? Ah, check the king instead. Okay. Whatever. What else? Here, it was at night. Yeah, that's what I thought I was gonna do, night instead. But it's still like multiple moves to win the game. So I go to G4, E8. This E8 makes some sense. Okay. So you get the queens in line. Make sure you give the king somewhere to go. Because I had him like this. So there's actually nowhere for him to go. Fair enough. Best move for black. Just run this way. Keep on running. Run to the hills. Get that queen. Check there. Check there. Check on D8. F7. F7 is double covered. I think it's F7. Nope. They did not like the F7 move. I liked it. Looked good. Looked good. D8, no bueno. We have a fork of some sorts. I don't like any of those particularly. Oh, it's checkmate. Mate one. Seriously? 1, 2, 3. Okay, yep. I should have seen that. Doot, 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 doot. Check here. Check on A4. I like the A4. But what does it do for me? Do they cover with one of the bishops? Did I just take it anyway? I don't really know what they're gonna. Oh, they sacked the queen. Just to be checked again? What am I missing? Oh. Checkmate. Ah, that's what I'm missing. But why didn't they do this? The same thing. The game doesn't end. That doesn't make any sense because that doesn't check again. Why is that better when this can save them the game? Look, the game's still going. But yet they want queen here. And then the queen going there actually loses them the game. Oh, no, it doesn't. Game ain't over yet. Never mind. I'm tripping. I was going to say that didn't make any sense. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. I think I just take here, take back. I think it's this. Well, G7 sucks, right? No, G7's okay. What about H7? H7 sucks. No, H7's good. What about F? No, F6 is good too. Okay, we don't have to worry about the queen. Check here. Check here. F2 is no bueno. What about F2 there? Actually, bishop to F2 checks the king, and I got multiple pieces of backup over here. I think this is it right here. Now, if I go here, king can't take. Okay, that's definitely it. There's check. Okay, so I just went out my piece. Got no checks. No checks. Right? Yep. Pawn moves no good. What about one of these? Put them to an open file. I'll put them to D8. That doesn't help at all. Initiate a trade. Ooh, fork on F5. Nope. What is it? It's got to be a queen move, no? It's a fucking pawn move? Oh, it was the fork, but with the cheaper piece. That's way better. That's way better. Move the queen out of the way, take the free piece, then lose the queen, or what? I don't lose the queen. Forks with the pawns. I have to look to see what the pawns can do. I skip those pieces all the time. Alright, I'll be right back. All right, we're gonna change games. Let's get rid of this text real quick. And make sure we're on the right screen. Alright, we should be good to go. Who's got the Iggy? Oh, it's Terp. Nice. Ooh. Is that Iggy? Where's the sprays? Profile. Sprays. Where can I put the yummy? Maybe here? You can move it out of the way for one more. Yeah, I'll put that there. What do I want to play?
Select a hero.
Ooh, okay. They have a Muriel? Well, I'll play Muriel too.
Systems at 100%. We have nothing to fear from them.
What builds? What builds? Alright.
Excellent choice. To victory.
Wow, it takes your mana just by charging it up. That sucks. No reticle settings yet. Booty.
What do you think? They're as sharp as they look.
That ain't good. There's no saving that guy.
I will return.
No saving that guy.
I needed that. I can save them.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Is how we win. Enough. Stop there.
An allied tower is under attack.
I don't like how they changed the that wasn't called. The keybinds around. They put the Q on the LMB. I don't like that. I don't understand why they did it either.
I must improve. Take this.
Bro. You're fighting a level 5 Chimera and you're level 4. What are you doing? What is my Sarah doing? Dude, this is a bad fight. Look at the fucking menu wave, bro. Why does he want to take this?
I must go. Good. To victory.
Yeah, man.
I must rest. I must go.
This is not a good game. Carries get 3. Carries already get 3. This is not a good game. Does my E give me speed boost? I don't know why, but yeah, it does. The king. Speed boost. I kind of remembered.
I must improve. Ready to fly.
I tried, buddy. I tried.
I am going back.
Wrong button.
I will return. I needed that.
E is the shield thingy. This is a weird deadlock update. You're right about that. You're fucking right about that, buddy. What are you playing? I've been on 3 games tonight. Deadlock, chess, and this. Chess went okay. Played a couple AI games. Got my butt kicked, and that was about it. That was about it. Checking my VOD, then passing out. Nice, nice, nice. Only played Minecraft last 3 days. Nice. Was there a new update or something that made you go back to the game, or you just felt like it? Tried pinging it. Nobody wanted to rotate to the mini. Bro, why are you taking that fight? Don't take that fight. He's level 10, brother. What is this Mortgage doing? She's gonna get him. Wow. Look. Did a shit ton of Minecraft ABD. Bought a server for everyone to play. Oh, okay. Oh, he's fucking toast. He's toast. Why are we going in? Yeah, get out, get out. You're gonna lose left lane. I guess I go over there now.
I am going back.
They want to stay and fight. I cover the lane. I'm the off laner now, buddy. But they got him. Wow, crazy. Appreciate you, Knuckle. I just double fucking warded right there. My dumbass forgot I placed the ward literally 3 seconds prior. You know it's gaming up soon? Yeah, you're right, you're right.
Excellent choice.
We will whip out the old Apex. We hate our lives. Fuck yeah. Nobody's here. Oh, he's fucking toast. Like, Carrie's dead. He got rewound. Oh, I'm out. Holy, we're just getting fucking diffed so hard. Actually, the whole team. 92 CS jungle in 19 minutes is great. Crazy. Why would you jump me? Why would you jump me? Barry's dead. Oh, this game is over. Well, there's so many of these I have not watched yet. Go watch that one.
I am here. My troops together. There is hope. I must improve. Enough. Take shelter. Retreat. Take this. No further.
Hate that change. Hate that change to the abilities. No reason to just swap around the buttons for a Muriel.
I must rest. I needed that.
Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum.
Take shelter. Ready to fly. No further. Do not touch them. Take this. Stop there.
Where is the thief?
to fly.
Okay. Bro. These guys don't know how to stop fighting and dying. They just don't. I'm done jumping in on Bonehead Boys. Taking my entire health bar with one snipe. Holy matchmaking difference. Jesus. 13k respectively from the carry and the jungler. Jeez, 17 deaths combined. Fuck. Wait, did I already buy one of these loot cores? I just bought one. Ooh, quantum loot core. Okay. Alright. Open premium? No. I just want to open the one that I got. Yeah, there we go. 300 platinum. Alright. What do we do with the platinum? Opal. So I got 630. What can I do at 630? Nothing. Actually buy nothing. Buy actually nothing. Boatload of nothing with 630 platinum. Oh, I can get this Bellica skin. This is something for 500 at least. Under a 5-minute quick match queue at 4:30 in the morning. That is rare, but I will take it. PCC Summer Summit streaming. Thought the PCC was shut down. They got rid of Choice. That's what I thought. What happened?
The dusk sets on Sanctuary.
Ooh, carry. Let's play the good old actual round reticle hero instead of the booty crosshairs. Play the round a nice clean reticle hero. Shinbei, Rena, Crunch. Seems like a diabolical comp so far. And Terra, yeah, good luck. Good luck to my team. Reckoning now grants 3x Bounty Hunter gold. Want me to run the anti-tank? Okay. I really don't have a tank there. Oh, it's Terra support. I guess that sort of makes sense. It was either gonna be Terra or Crunch. That's a weird pick for support, unless she got better at it or something. An offlaner. No real stun. She has anti-stun, but
I've seen freelance.
alright, what build are we gonna go with? Give me something.
Good luck, have fun, everybody.
Something good. Let's try this one. Oops, build view. Give that the thumbs up. Go with this one. First thing we buy. I always thought it was like the reload, maybe, or no. It's the 10 missiles. Oh, it shows the ammo count now. Underneath his number. Good to know. Look how clean this reticle is. I wish this shit was like this for everybody. Good old 84 real quick.
Thank you, Revenant. Sorry you didn't get the kill, but I wasn't sure if you'd get away or not.
Oh, we got nice, wholesome comms. This is crazy. I was thinking about going for gold.
On my way, Boris.
Terra's 1 HP. She stayed in lane. What a weirdo. Oh. Finish that. Yeah, it's my fucking support right there. That's my carry, I mean. I'm chunking, baby. Is he 2-0? Yeah, he is. That's my carry.
Sorry, I wasn't able to save you.
They're slow farming. That's a big wave. No, he went in. I didn't go in. Damn. Dead now too. No, he's 1 HP. Ah, she died anyway.
Oh, let's go.
She died of fucking minion damage and I get the kill. That's great. I didn't expect him to go in, but once he hit the thunk, that was it. Like, just needed to send it.
An enemy tower is under attack.
I think they're on Fang too. No.
That's nice. Enemy tower.
Should have went for Fang Tooth right there. I didn't feel like pinging it again. I didn't want to be that guy. Hey, at least he went for the neutral objective. They should get mini now soon. So, trade mini for Bang is whatever. It's fine. Because he was on the opposite side of the map. Yeah. That deserves a good job.
That's nice. Thanks. Appreciate it. That's nice. Thanks. That's nice.
Good donk. That saved me, actually. I think she kills me if he doesn't land the thing. Depends on how much damage she would have done with a shield bash.
Good one. They're already dead.
Defend the lane.
No. Orb, no. It's a good gank by the clear. When you're probably on the right side of the map now, Boris has to kind of look at the map and go, okay, we're down one Fang Tooth already. We're going to be down 2 in a second. We're going to lose this tower. He has to now prio the duo lane a little bit because he's not doing that at all. Where is this Boris, bro? Jungler, man. Yeah, no class. At least on the right side of the map. I don't know if he's got any shapers, but we have one mini prime. He's gonna ult to our tower or no?
Thank you, Boris.
And he gets the shutdown.
Careful left lane. Terra's taking teleporter.
Here comes fucking the jungler. See it.
Missing right lane. Careful mid.
Attack war prime.
Like it has to rotate. She's gonna lose the T1 though. Fucking Sparrow has a whole level on there.
I'm with you, Boris.
Right side.
Attack right lane.
Oh my gosh.
I can't do shit. Can't do shit. Boris took mini and now he's not even using the mini in the lane with the minions.
On my way, Boris.
An enemy tower
go straight to Shaber. Where's my game freaking out, man?
Nice one, guys.
Fucking dropping down to 75 frames.
On my way, Aurora.
Actually stupid.
Okay. I'm gonna back then.
Crunch and Sheen Beer over there.
They're already dead.
Careful, Boris.
An allied tower is under attack.
Like literally going from 90 down to 75 because the game is stuttering is dumb. Actually dumb.
Bro, I feel like this shit just has a one-track fucking.
Let's bring the reckoning.
Just consistently pushing.
On my way mid.
Tower is under attack. That wasn't bad.
I might not be able to do this.
Sure thing.
I'll go left with you, Boris.
She fucking took off. The bitch loves to run though. It's her favorite sport.
Let's try it.
Try out the line.
Let's get to it.
You sure we can get Prime, Boris?
He's got a lot of life still. Big
Oh, they're gonna get fucking cooked.
Not with Sparrow here. We gotta get out of here.
Yep, they're all coming. They're all here.
Yeah, they just. Wow, my game freaking out.
They're starting. 5K, 4. Yeah, I probably need to left, sorry.
The reckoning's ready.
no reason to do Shaper there. I mean, no reason to do Orb there. You do Shaper if you want to do an OBJ.
Careful, Rev. That's a lot of minions.
It's half Shaper. Yeah, they've already got that unlocked. We have to turtle.
Like, why am I going down to 70 frames? Like, stuttering like fucking crazy, man. Oh, we're just dead. OBS is pretty good. That's fine.
Rev and I are on our way mid.
Ain't nothing personal.
She just pops ult, bro.
Man, the spirit is so much damage.
She's 13 and 5, no?
Yeah.
They have 4 fucking fangs to 0. Oh.
Yeah. Run, Boris, run!
Like what? What are we doing?
On my way mid.
I like that. They're already dead.
And I still die, dude.
Thank you. I can't believe I managed to get out too.
Oh, it's short-lived. Short-lived. Team win. Team winning play. What is Boris doing, bro? What are you doing? What is he doing?
No, I gotta back up.
We can't contest for any of the objectives now. Understand what this guy is doing. What is he doing?
Thank you, Belica.
Attack or prime.
Yeah, we could try trading it for Fang. But everybody has to get over there.
Retreat.
Still defend base. Yeah, they're just gonna move to it now.
Retreat.
They're gonna get.
Since we could group up and try and deny them prime. If they get both buffs, I think we lose.
I think we already do. They're just gonna fight us with Fang.
On my way, Boris?
They're just gonna fight us with Fang.
No time like the present. It's time for your reckoning.
GG. Holy. That Narbash was dunking though. $239 to $328 CS. Goddamn. And I can't even see the stats for that game. That sucks. Alright. Let's swap games. Restart Steam. My OBS was freaking out. If we can get Smite going. I haven't played this game on stream in a long time. Yeah, this might not work well. I don't know. I think my computer's freaking out. All right, let's try to get into the practice range for a sec. Jungle practice. We'll whip out the Cupid.
Select your god.
Fuel for love. More firepower for passion. Find your mark. Find your mark. Go.
Seems okay. But what happens in a game, totally different. Alright. Where's the classic game? Nope. We want classic. This, right? Conquest? Yeah, Conquest. Yeah, my computer is definitely slow right now. Holy. We are juiced. I drop it down to 60 frames. We'll see what happens. Okay, there's a little bit of relief. Not so much. Not even like noticeable though. In the lobby at least. Can I go to 1080p? But with the same screen size. I don't think there is an option. It would be like a slider. Right? It would be like a percentage slider. Contrast 1%. Brightness. I thought I hit search for game already.
Wi-Fi so reliable, you can host the world. Get the most reliable fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi with Peacock included to stream the beautiful game this summer.
We know you appreciate precision. That's why USAA gets the details right.
Dad, can I take the car?
Like helping members.
All right, today we're picking up a man who is so old, he uploads his YouTube videos in sepia. That's right, longtime friend of the channel, the Big Papa, notorious B.O.B. Bob Shout. Yeah.
Notorious.
Here he is. I admittedly drove to the wrong hotel.
How about how embarrassing it is to walk down the street in front of 1,000 people, everybody guessing what BOB stands for? You gotta make it purposely hard for me to get into. You. That's the prank of this video.
It's a Jeep, man. They don't have much bigger than this. What are we doing today? But in fact, don't tell me because I know it's gonna be big. Looks a little jank, but Bob, the best barbecues always are. True. They're gonna make it even bigger because Bob always dresses in his Bob gear, so everyone asks him about, like, you know, what that is, and then he explains that he's a professional competitive eater, and we're done for. Oh, they got banana pudding. That's one of my favorite puddings. I mean, it smells like smoke, but not cigarette smoke.
No, I'm very happy.
When you sent me all the information, I should really have looked at it, shouldn't I? That's actual size. 3 pounds of pulled pork, 3 pounds of hot links, 3 pounds of burnt ends, waffle fries, chipotle coleslaw, barbecue sauce on a 24-inch roll. So that's gonna be what? At least 12 pounds? It's $175. You paid in advance, so if we lose, I'm not feel too bad. I have to ask, whose idea was this? It's your idea. Yeah. Maybe it's the Englishman in me, but I'm sort of the opinion that it's...
Select your god.
Did I get carry? I got solo. Well, what the heck? I play Bologna.
Bologna.
Oh, wait a minute. I can request a change. Where's my carry? Yeah, trade rules. Do it. Trade with me. Nope, they did not want it. Legend no longer deals bonus final slam damage, but whenever you gain block stacks with sword and shield or gain nearby ally, no, we're not doing the aspect. F that. All good, homie. All good. What is this guy? That guy's a fucking eagle. That player card is wild. Frying alien.
I sense a battle approaching.
All right, I'm just gonna do
Let us hope our
the
enemies have skill.
Smite official. I don't have to worry about buying stuff. Blink, get a low cooldown, low cooldown evasion dash. Let's get this one.
This shall be a day
And
long
then
remembered.
what do I want to upgrade first? Dash forward with your shield. $60 frames looks like cheeks. Just saying.
Minions have spawned.
I can't tell who's winning. Wait, I'm winning, right? Yeah, I'm winning. Yeah. The fucking minions got in my way. Motherfucker, I forgot they could do that. I was about to whoop her ass, dude. I think I'm off to a good start, boys. No, hit the wrong button. We're off to a good start, boys. No! I could use my blink, I think. My 2. Should use my 2 to blink out.
Yo, I'm sorry, I'm lagging really fucking bad. Shit's so choppy.
The tower instantly shoots you when you get inside, I think. Like, instantly. It's on a 20-second cooldown. Yeah, I can use it basically whenever. No. He's winning now. Where am I? 1 and 2. What is she? 2 and 1. 3,300. She has more gold than me.
Your left tower
The fuck?
is under attack.
To get rid of all the camps? Oh, it's attacking me. Fuck. Wow. Did so much damage.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Is this gold for me to get?
I'm not so easily defeated.
I think it's still, Oh, this is a good gank. This is a good gank. Come over. Come in the lane. Nice. Just don't die. As long as she doesn't die to her. No, no, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. Don't die. couldn't get her. $4,600 to what? 5,200. She's pulling away. Pulling away.
An enemy has been slain.
What the fuck is that?
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's not it. It's the one is the dash.
Killing spree.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Triple kill.
Taking the lead now. Taking the lead now. I get my health back up with this. Yeah. I'm the best Bellona in the lobby. What the fuck? No. They fucking tag teamed me. They 2v1'd me in that little fighting area. I almost got one of them. Almost. 400. All right, I'm still up on gold slightly. What's this Ra dude doing?
The Pyromancer has arrived. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Killing spree. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
I lose this fight.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Need help over here.
Your team has destroyed the gold. An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
That was a good fight.
I can only stay here for so long. Nobody shows up. Can only stay there for so long.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Why surrender? F7 now.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy. Your right tower has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
What the fuck is this crab thing doing? Who is this crab? Why do I get Mr. Krabs in my lane? The fuck? Nice. Getting the hang of it now, boys. Getting the hang of it now. Level 18, she's level 16. I think I fight her at every turn now. Every turn. I got 12,400 gold. She's got 10,800. I think I just win. They're gonna have to bring a buddy over to help. 'Cause I think I'm just too strong now. Yeah, I'm just too big. I'm just too big now, boys. I'm just too big.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
I'm just too big. Oh no! I lazy backed. And the fucking guy came over and got me. That's what I get. That's what I get. He just popped out of fucking nowhere, this dude. Like, I didn't see him. 1 second there was nobody near me, and then all of a sudden he's next to me. What is that? What kind of ability is that? He has a long ass cooldown on my death time. What does my scroll up and scroll down do? I have no idea what those. No, cancel. No idea what those abilities do.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Nice job. That's how you rotate right there. Whole team came over. What I like to see. That's what I like. See, 3 dead. They go for an objective or some shit.
Double kill. Killing spree.
Come on and hit me.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Oh, we're still here, which is me.
Has been slain.
I got 3 levels? Oh no. How many levels I got on her? 2 levels. I got 2 levels on her. I should be able to fight her. All the time. Holy! Holy moly! Get me the fuck out of there! They sent a family pack over here. LOL, what's going on? They sent everybody over here for me. Nice, nice. I'm good, I'm good. I thought there was more like farm over here. There's just this shit. I remember there used to be stuff like in the corners that you could do. This, like there was like a little camp over here. There's a little camp over there. Now just like nowhere. Glad you're doing good, thanks. Oh wait, let me get that thing. No. Whatever that rock is, the silver rock. It spawns just like randomly. So I have 15.7k. She has 13.5. This is Smite. Smite 2. Oh, there's a whole fight over here.
An enemy has been slain.
Looks like they're cleaning up. I'm actually gonna stay over here.
An ally has been slain.
Come on and hit me.
Nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm out. I'm out of there.
An enemy has been slain.
I think my team is just rolling them. Yeah, we have 40 kills to 27. Seems like it's a wrap. Play any other games? Yeah, just today alone I played started off with Deadlock, and I played some chess. Then I moved on to Predecessor, and now I'm on Smite 2. So this is my 4th game. Last couple hours. Want to lay games? Don't have time to play? Yeah, I feel you. You gotta make do with your, schedule and stuff. Priorities. All that good stuff.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Minutes in. She keeps rotating to help them, but keeps dying over there. That sucks. Sucks for the balloon.
Slain. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Appreciate the fall. How long? Couple years.
Your
Actually.
team has destroyed
What the fuck? No, I can't get him. How did he get out like that? Whatever that crab is. That crab character's got that moves.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
What is that?
An ally has been slain.
I'm here. I answered you. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. I don't like how these minions don't appear until you're like right next to them. Am I full build or something? Can I not buy anything else? Is that what's going on here? I should get in that fight over there. Well, Merlin's on this side, actually. Maybe I just stay over here.
An ally has been slain. Hit me. An ally has been slain.
Oh, they're coming back now.
Double kill. Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
Holy! I 1v3'd them. I thought I was at least gonna be able to get the crab-looking dude. I didn't kill nobody. Yeah, the Kepri. That dude's beefy, man. He's beefy. Nice, 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 nice. So we got the fire giant, whatever this is.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Vision ward, multi potion. I don't know what this thing gives me. Whatever that is. No idea. Do I have to be in here for like the duration or something? What the fuck? What is that thing?
Your right tower is under attack.
Do some work when you're free, just DM me on IG. I don't know about that. I don't think I'll be DMing you. I like to be able to move the map on this thing, like on my screen in a different spot. It's kind of like in the way. My game's starting to freak out now a little bit.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy Phoenix. Double kill. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Triple kill. Destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
Nice, I killed the Phoenix. And we win the game before I can even get to the core. Wow. I won my matchup though, that's all I know. Let's see the scoreboard here. I went 7-5, 22,000 gold. I didn't even have the most gold. Somebody else did. Oh, they had 17 kills though. Their offlaner did 19,000. Went 6-11. Rotated a bunch of times and kept dying in different lanes. I think once she lost the lane against me, she was like, "All right, I'm just gonna rotate." Alright, I'm out of here. I'm done. I've been on for 10 hours. We're gonna raid out of here. Ooh, coins. Which I have no idea how to use them. Alright, let me find somebody to raid. Actually, I want to finish this video first. Watch this and then we'll read.
Stops being a sandwich when you can't.
I
fit
think
the
we're
top layer
like
of bread on it.
right before it started.
Is that me?
Massive food challenge.
This is the last time I trust you when you say, do you want to go out and get lunch? The last time, man. All right, Rolling Smoke Barbecue in Las Vegas doing what has to be probably the biggest barbecue sandwich ever assembled in the history of humanity. And if you can do it in 30 minutes, you get it for free. I could think of no one better to do this with than my old buddy, Notorious Bob. Should we get underway? 3, 2, 1. Hey, hang on. That doesn't look central to me.
Yeah. It's cheating.
Was it 30 minutes?
Alrighty, before it even started.
Yeah, you got it. A mere half an hour to dispatch this behemoth. Fortunately, you are allowed a partner with this one.
They didn't think about the practicality of the sandwich. Oh, the brisket is good though.
Oh, it's brisket, okay.
Sorry, quiet time? Quiet time.
Yeah, nobody delivers the shut up and eat look quite like Bob. And to be fair, he's probably onto something because there's a reason that only one team has ever beaten this thing.
Oh. You know what I'm looking forward to the least? The sausages. Do you like sausages?
No.
You want a sausage? You don't want a sausage?
They're definitely the hardest part of this challenge.
That's a lot of food, man. That's a lot of food.
I'm not really hearing much support from the Avengers that assembled.
Let's go!
It's more like it.
You got this! What's more, you got this!
Are you gonna eat any of this or is it all me?
I was about to say that.
All he did was take the bread off. I'm like, oh, a couple I go.
Yeah, I think maybe he's got me there, but I will leave the critical analysis on who ate what to you folks down in the comments, I think. Still plenty left to eat here.
You massaging your nipples?
Yes.
What a weirdo.
We're gonna get serious now. We're gonna lose.
I was just notified that you have 21 minutes left. That's only because he's on his break right now, so he didn't want to come. that was the real answer I just got.
How do we get it all the way over here? You're breathing pretty heavy there, old man.
He's like, yep. Yeah, damn man.
Don't be leaving scraps. Then you would not improve.
I got you, big man. I got you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the older man's starting to wheeze a bit at this point, so in the interest of aiding the already stretched emergency medical services of the District of Las Vegas, I didn't want him to have to work too hard.
You guys have 9 minutes left.
9?
9 minutes left.
What the?
She's kidding. She's kidding.
Damn.
Good God. It's gonna take us 5 minutes to get all the scraps.
Come on, BB, Team BB, you got this. Bob and Ian.
Oh, cheeky. In case you missed that there, Wayne had the restaurant worker play a bit of a prank on us and tell us we had substantially less time remaining than we actually had. The scumbag.
What the heck are these things? They're not spicy, right?
I don't know.
Oh, they're sweet. 12 minutes, 26 seconds left.
Yeah. You got this, guys. Woo! You.
I trade you 2 sausages for the rest of the sandwich. Deal.
That is not a good trade.
Come on, man, we gotta hurry up.
Yeah, the cleanup operation is gonna take a while. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this installment, and as always, I shall catch you on the next one.
10.
I am literally so tired of Sean. I'm drawing it out so he has to eat one.
I know. It's gonna take us 5 minutes to get all the stuff off the block. I thought I was a messy eater. This is... I know this is disgusting, I'm sorry. Alright, this is Beer Binks Food and Notorious Bob Shout, and that was Rolling Smoke Barbecue's ginormous barbecue sandwich challenge. Just about done.
They didn't struggle with this one at all. Seemed pretty easy between the two of them.
Yeah, you don't be doing that.
I legitimately thought we were gonna lose. Can I get some of your banana pudding? Thank
Yeah, hit him with the. You guys have any dessert?
Banana pudding?
That's good.
Yeah, I was planning on leaving 80% of that to you, but I heard you breathing after like 5 minutes. I thought this guy's gonna have a heart attack. I better dig out here. That was delicious, man. The brisket especially, so good.
It was really good.
You got a small?
Yeah, I got a small.
Oh, they give him the gifts, the t-shirts.
Cool t-shirt.
It's pretty cool, yeah.
It's got all the premium pack. I feel like I just bought this from.
Ooh, look at that.
Or something.
Stands
That's a
good.
cool one. I love it. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you.
There in Vegas.
Why I'm trying to get banana pudding. You just stood there with your crotch in my face. I love banana pudding, me, you know. Oh, that's the stuff.
Alright, let's raid out of here. Let's raid Ymir. This guy's got a gnarly mustache. We'll send you over to him. He's playing Smite, so don't know what hero he's playing. Looks like they got blades or something in their hands. We'll see. Alright, I'm out of here. We did 10.5 hours. It's a long ass stream. See y'all later.